look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other person. I just spoke at Dartmouth on healthcare at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but the people from the medical school were at the, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Allegheny County executive, for being here. And I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP, yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TTP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and to go in and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between this and there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to just foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much. And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person qualified in community college, increasing the number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. Money Parker's campaign, pick up your phones. Pick up your phone. Now, send a text to the word United to the number 30330. 30330 or 303-330. Or BOO. Wait. You got it. Stop it back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQT people have no civil rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of in terms of what was going on in Ukraine. My long friend, time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. It will cost 1/30th. 1/30th. Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion is what I want to do. Not $30 trillion. Not $30 trillion. Among many qualified people, I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are like to get Alzheimer's. Because think of what's been adopted. Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. That all changed for the Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. We find ourselves in a position where you're in a circumstance where we've adopted Milton Friedman's notion of conservative economies. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case? You worked for Jimmy. That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. Well, President Trump and the demagogues around the world, Donald Trump is re-elected. So people are figuring out there's not a damn thing we can do. Can't really set our mind. The single most stressed I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London and speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting, I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric International Organization of Psychiatrists over in London. This is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare. Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future. We have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law. But I never thought that I'd see what I saw in Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school. Avoid having an excuse to walk by the deal and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go boom, boom, boom. If we just were to reinstitute the cafe standards. And I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't a press going to say I'm downgrading by calling him Senator Booker. The fact is that the bills that the president, the future president here, that the senator's talking about, I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. Look, we provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Barack and I talked about in the beginning. Get it through, though. So I couldn't tell anybody but Barack. He's one of my closest friends. Invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea. Right. He's saying that it was my boss, it was his fault. I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize it. We need to work again with Canada and Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Saks or Benettons or Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where the malls. Donald Trump does pose an existential threat to this. It's not hypothetical. We could put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a four-year education. Why they do that? I ran the what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point: the conservative columnist, and they'd say, "You take my shotgun." I said, "I have three. I now have five because my son died, and I have three of his. I have 5 shotguns." Also have a mechanism to control drug prices. You know, it's not. We're no longer using chemical-based things. All this thing is really with cancers and other issues relating to the immune system or bioorganic. And by the way, the idea that NATO, the only people who entitled to rewards are stockholders. Ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of the Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity. Stop trying to keep your workers organized. It's about all these breakthroughs we have with the whole immune system. I want you to know, if you look at PolitiFacts, we're no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. It means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's. The opportunities are amazing. We are in a position to be able to lead the world like we've never been able to do it before. I mean, they're not bad folks. But guess what? I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings. There's things that are worth doing with China. What presidents say matter. We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during being when we were vice president. High-quality options. The public option will be available on my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable. Not the end in themselves. This characterizes my position across the board. Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you. You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? 1 trillion, 640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained? We choose truth over facts. You ever heard a president of the United States talk about law enforcement like he does today? I oversaw, as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time, the FBI. Look what he talks about. But we lead by the example of our power, not just the example of power, but the example, we are out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening, we have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. The fact of the matter is, I'm awfully sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly. They're not national assets. Wall Street bankers, CEOs, hedge fund managers, no matter how good and decent they are, they're not the ones who built this country. That triumph of democracy and liberalism, of fascism and autocracy. When I got out of school, when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged. I'm going to publicly apologize for not being able to make it. We don't even love it. That's who we are. No other nation was founded the way we are. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their creator. No nation has ever been founded on that principle. That was a time in the late 60s, the early 60s and 60s where it was drop out, go to Haight-Ashbury. We can do this by making sure that we're in a position that we, in fact, allow people. Time's up. I agree that everybody, once they, in fact, anyway, my time's up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice President.
But here's the deal, folks. Well, I think it shouldn't matter where your race. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We can speak out and be more straightforward. Senator Joe, it's not about, I know you're supporting by saying booing, but look, here's the deal. You don't have here in Miami, in Florida. You don't have it here, and that is, if you keep an audience, that's why I'll end the gag rule, the global gag rule, that prevents money from getting to NGOs. In terms of the Ku Klux Klan and white supremacy. And if we give Donald Trump 4 more years, we'll have a great deal of difficulty, if ever, being able to. I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does. Such as de-escalation studies have, there have been de-escalation studies. The reason I did what I'm doing is because there's a invasion of Hispanics. She has an expression. She teaches full-time and has taught full-time. She taught full-time as a second lady. She taught 15 credits a semester. She's never stopped teaching. She's going back in 2 weeks to teach as well, to continue to teach. 65 out of every 100 jobs today require training beyond high school. 65 out of every 100. $30 trillion. It makes it far more durable, reliable, and powerful. Partnerships built on coercion. And Lisa, you have been a great friend for a long time. And your Paul son is remarkable. They also got that last year. And for folks in the working class that are below 400, they will, in fact, increase their premiums. Will increase the generosity of the premium tax credit they now get. They go to school from a middle class or upper middle class, and having heard, the estimates are as many as 4 million more words spoken. The next thing we got to do here along the line to report people's dignity, restore it. We're the most powerful military, not hyperbole, most powerful military in the history of the world. That's not hyperbole. Which we as a society talk about one another. The way we've always look. My wife, who is a teacher, she's teaching now. She's back in the classroom at a community college where she teaches in Northern Virginia. Things changed. You had over 40 kids shot in Kent State on a beautiful lawn by the National Guard. There are a whole lot of things, and guess what?
America didn't look at that promise for most of the people at the time. The promise of people of color, for women.
Farm ownership and cooperating loan and operating loan. I remember sometimes when my dad was restless, my mom would say, because our rooms
se samo šališ, na Balkanu hoćeš vatru da zapališ. Da li je to istina ili se samo šališ, na Balkanu hoćeš vatru da zapališ. Prijatelju stari iz prošloga rata, stavit ćeš i sebi
Spam those fucking dancing lizards. Spam them.
Izgubit ćeš jato crni bombardera. Sa Srbima ne smije i nada se tjera. Izgubit ćeš jato crni bombardera.
All right, that's enough. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? We're back once again. I'm streaming again because I stream on Fridays, and so I guess you get 3 days of stream in a row. Yeah. Hold on. Let me edit this. Exposure is weird. No, it's too, okay. No, this is fine. Never mind. Hey, that song, did I play that song last stream? Corvus, thank you for the 5 months. Still not recovered from yesterday's stream? Me neither. I think I went insane. I'm super tired now as well because I went to bed really late. Garfield Eats and Finster is such a deadly combination. Wait, what is this?
Penguin, Heart, Fin.
Hell yeah. Weird question, but are you trans or just a femboy? I'm just trans. Oh.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
What's the safe word?
I meant to...
There it is. The unconscious cannot help but speak. As Freud teaches us. We love to see it. We simply love to see it. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm late because I went and picked up White Claws from the liquor store, and there was a big line because I was like, oh yeah, it's Friday. Of course there's a fucking line. So that was my bad. It took much longer than I expected. And I'm really tired because I forced myself to wake. If I have a really bad sleep schedule, I was streaming till like 2:30. I forced myself to wake up at noon. So I got like, not the beer store, the LCBO. There's different liquor, something beer. Oh, Liquor Control Board of Ontario. That's what it stands for. Because the beer store doesn't sell White Claws because they're not beer. That would be false advertising. I spent my income tax returns at the liquor store. Exactly. Yeah. Comrade Pingu, thank you for the 17 months. And Corvus, thank you for the 5 months. I think I already said. It's like beer. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's vodka. Did anyone subscribe? No, okay, we're good. What do we have to watch for today? Is this an analysis of Garfield Eats? I'm gonna be so mad if this person is attacking my king, Nathan.
All I wanted in life was to bring people together. And if I can't do it, then maybe a mischievous, hungry, sarcastic orange cat, Garfield, a worldwide pop icon, can.
Now we're all Garfield.
He's so cool.
I'm sorry, John.
Love me, feed me, don't leave me.
That is fucking remarkable. Literally just the lowest fucking effort. Just like the default fucking text. Is that Comic Sans? That's I love that so much.
Could you be slightly quieter while I film? Just refrain from yelling. This video is about something called Garfield Eats. Naturally, the first question you may be asking is, what is Garfield Eats? Well,
What isn't?
It is a Garfield-themed pizza and lasagna restaurant. Kind of a restaurant. We'll get back to that. The next question is why?
We're still here.
I don't know, and I have resigned myself to never knowing. But I would like to share Garfield Eats with you today because I find it viscerally unsettling in the most entertaining way possible.
Garfield Eats. I think that's been pretty well established. In fact, if Garfield could dream up the perfect restaurant, it would feature lasagna and pizza.
So this lovely man right here, I had to Google him, but Jim Davis is the creator of the Garfield character. He's
the
not,
guy
however,
who
the
made
creator
it.
of Garfield Eats. We will get to him because he is an interesting one.
And because he's on the lazy side, he'd want to make it simple to get his paws on the food as quickly as possible.
Of course.
My oh my, I
Garfield's
think with
dream
18
has
months.
come true.
An entrepreneur.
Hype train is close. I love how they added that. So it's not even like, because the hype train itself is to incentivize people to get money, but they're like, it's not enough. We need to find other ways. We need to add on to hype
And
trains.
it's in the form of a new innovative.
And I agree, it's not enough. Please give me money. I need to update the sub count. It's 1011 now. 1011. Let me make a real goal. 1011 out of 1100. What should I do if we hit 1100 subs? I should do something.
Concept restaurant. Garfield Eats.
The hype train is losing its hype.
Yes, we all just read the word Garfuccino with our own two eyes.
A Garfuccino.
So, from what I understand, Garfield
That's so cool. I want a Garfuccino
was
so bad.
launched originally a
delicious.
little while ago in Dubai as just kind of like an Uber Eats.
Oh, if it's like dye your
All
hair
cops
level
are
shit.
bad cops.
Or how about New Vegas at, oh yeah, 11,000. No, hold on. I'll play New Vegas at 1200. Zelsi, thank you for the 3 months.
or Foodora sort of app, except without
Drink 11 White Claws. I literally bought 12 White Claws today. So that's
any physical restaurants. You just ordered things via the app.
We're calling this an entergaging app. Both engage.
This is not just for this stream. This is in general if we ever get to 1200, I guess.
Engaging and entertaining.
So I have downloaded the app, and it is really interesting because they do have whole tabs
All
No.
with like
bad cops.
My name was Jeff. Thank you for the 6 months. Oh, White Claws are 5%. They're not. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Where is it? If you would like to give me money, it's much appreciated. The hype train is pretty entergaging in my opinion. Juice for Cheese is thank you for 300 bits. And Crazy Gamer, thank you for the gift sub. Socialism is what no hype train, that's so true.
Do we like dick? Yes.
That is why, my oh my, thank you for 300 bits. That is why I'm the #1 classical liberal streamer on Twitch. I don't know why I named the stream that actually. I couldn't think of a title, so I thought that would be funny. I cannot take away Prime subscriptions. It's definitely still there. You might have used it on someone else? I don't know. Level 2, let's go. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I realize I'm gonna get people who actually... That's a good title, Maya. Thank you. Oh, the supply chain stuff. Calling Jeff Bezos. Please hit him up. Oh, and then we had the Ilhan thing. Yeah. But that's old news. She already did that. I'm confused why people are mad now. She did that like a year and a half ago. This is like a recycled news story. I know that she said it again, but like, it's old news. Kafka, thank you for 100 bits. The blue, that is a, yeah, that, I'm asking myself that question every day at Paradox King. How do we stop the blue locks? IMC said, thank you for the gift sub.
Do not come.
Far Left Shark, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Let's go, thank you. When is the Graeber book come out? I should have pre-ordered that. Am I gonna cover it? Yeah, probably. I want to read it. It sounds really interesting. Early November. That's exciting. Yeah, it's called The Theory of Everything. Yeah, looks good. I am excited. Oh shit. Oh yeah. We already watched this. We love to see it, folks. Dawn of Everything. That's it. Wengro and Graeber's collaborations have been really interesting. So it's... We watched one of their like joint lectures or whatever. Also, I do this weird thing. I didn't finish the end. Oh, is it good at the end? Okay. Also, 8% for the hype train if you would like to contribute. We have lots of cool emotes. If you have an Amazon Prime, you can connect it to your Twitch account and give me money for free. Wow, free money? Yeah, it sucks that Graeber died. Rest in peace. Why is Giorno Pizza in the stream suggestions? We've got a video in there posted by Giorno Pizza that is titled "Do Godzilla and King Kong Have Balls?" Honestly, I want to know the answer to that question now. The more that I think about it. Olinkus, thank you for the gift sub. Alright, thank you everybody.
Garfield cartoons and games and things like that.
Hey there! Oh, it's you. I was hoping it was the pizza guy.
And it has this like face split where it moved. This like face split between him and the pizza.
It's like the fucking...
And then there's like the tabs that are like feeling hungry, feeling bored, feeling playful. So the bored one has like Garfield cartoons.
XXX Tentacion, you know, like half is that meme, but it's Garfield. Finish the Finster clip? Alright, with pleasure.
Penguin, Heart Finn.
Hell yeah. Weird question, but are you trans or just a femboy? I'm just trans. Oh.
What's the safe word?
I meant to say I'm just a femboy and I'm not trans in the same fucking sentence. And I feel like I really need to clarify for YouTube clips that no, I didn't fucking mean that. That was genuinely a mistake and I'm not trans.
Why would I finish the clip? No, I don't understand.
I clicked on this one.
I think we watched all we needed to before.
It was like a little game.
I did dish out some food for thought with Nathan. I said, Nathan, take care of the cat and the cat will take care of you. And I believe he has. We've been working as partners to conceive a dining experience which recognizes a shift in consumer behavior and embraces digital convenience. Instead of a quick service restaurant, think of a quick mobile restaurant. And I'm proud that we've been sensitive to healthy living concerns.
So we can see that Garfield Eats kind of seeks to embody the Orange Cat's inspirational spirit of gluttony, but at the same time it's kind of trying to brand itself as like modern and healthy. So I'm really curious to see how that works out. Seems a bit contradictory to me, but I will give it the benefit of the doubt until I have tried the food. Oh yeah, we're going to Garfield Eats. Garfield Eats was first brought to my attention actually on my Patreon Discord server, and it—
Did I do to Liv? I've taken the Garfield pill. The Garf pill. I stared too deeply into the void of Garfield Eats, and the void stared back at me.
It has haunted us all ever since. So today I'm meeting up with some of my patrons from Toronto, and we are going to go to Garfield Eats. Acquire ourselves a mukbang of all of the interesting menu items that unsettle and intrigue me. However, for now, let's get just a little bit more background on this so you can truly appreciate how excited I am. World's first Garfield quick mobile restaurant. Also probably last, probably only, for all eternity. And the slogan is, "Love me, feed me, don't leave me," which is, this is
problematic.
What I mean by, like, I'm so confused and unsettled by all of this, but like, North America's most—
It's a little, yeah. Oh, I fucking love just like Web 2.0 shit.
Anticipated Garfield restaurant. Again, not exactly a saturated market. They have an Instagram. This is from the grand opening, I believe. And the caption is, "Love me, feed me, don't leave me, #Toronto." Garfield was happy to celebrate his birthday with his fans and co-founder Nathan Masry at the opening of Garfield Eats Shop in Toronto. Here are some happy moments from the event. He's wearing an orange suit to match Garfield. Oh my god. We've been waiting for this for 41 years, even though Garfield is older than I am. Here we come to #Toronto, walking to the red carpet grand opening of Garfield Eats. Youth is an asset, not a liability. And it's his own quote, which is just fantastic.
Banger.
Co-founder of the Garfield Eats app. Youth is not a liability, it's an asset, which, do you need to put it in quotes if it's your own quote? Months of sweat, tears, and screams. We still did it. Garfield Eats soft opening tomorrow on June 5th, finally.
That's the thing about Garfield. He, he takes a certain part of you. You can't, it's a very emotional, raw experience. Having to create a Garfield-related fast food chain.
Meet me at the store, working my tail off for your happiness. Thank you all for your patience. He's really accidentally ominous, and this whole concept is just so out of a fever dream that it's like, I know logically that this is wholesome, but at the same time there's just something, like, you look at this, there's just something so, I want to stand in Garfield Eats and feel the terrifying chaotic energy, and I want to try this food so bad, and I want to meet the fantastic people who introduced me to it in the first place. So I'm so incredibly hyped to film the other half of this video.
I want to see what so these don't so these don't exist anymore, right? They've been shut down because the government doesn't want you to know the truth.
Last place we ever entered. Comic Sans too. Like, we can't leave.
Oh my god, it is! I was so distracted by the otherwise terrifying, ominous energy of it that I didn't even realize it's in Comic Sans.
This is like Garfield's a cannibal. No, Phoebe, calamari, John, I'm a cannibal.
I mean, he's a squid. Okay, that took me too long to get. You can order from these, I guess? These are probably just connected to the app?
It's the app, yeah.
Yeah.
Every night.
You've Bad Bunny's now Garf Eats filled as well.
I can feel my...
It looks like Garfield juice. The carrot juice. It's very...
Just fucking stuck his ass in a blender.
Obnoxiously orange. And I'm surprised that it doesn't taste... It just tastes like carrot juice.
Were you expecting it to taste like Garfield?
I don't know what I was expecting. Try it. I'm scared.
It literally just tastes like carrot juice.
Tastes like, yeah. the obnoxious orange color had me misled. I was just like, this is gonna be some alien substance. But it's not.
It's gonna taste like orange Mountain Dew.
The goods have been acquired.
Pizza time.
Gather around, kids, for a Garfield Eats picnic. Item number 1. We have the carrot juice, which you said tasted like someone washed a cutting board that carrots had been cut on, which I believe is kind of accurate.
It is.
Also, I just got the chunks. There
are chunks.
Oh, it has a texture.
No. They did not blend it enough.
Do you not get the chunks?
Yeah, there's a.
You
It
can
has.
play, you can play a version of carrot juice roulette.
Yeah.
Chunks or not. I got chunks.
That is.
I was safe. I was safe.
This is the Garfuccino, which the woman selling it to us was very reluctant to say. Yeah, it doesn't have a
All
lot of
cops
flavor.
are
It just
bad
tastes
cops.
like-
We didn't get forks.
Thank you for the 4 months.
I'm gonna go run into the food court at Dufferin Mall and I'll get cutlery.
Okay, Godspeed.
I'll be back.
Brave. You're so brave. You're braver than any
But the
US Marine.
lasagna, we just realized we don't have
Alright,
forks.
it's a Garfield taste test. Using a flannel as a blanket, that's, yeah. Classic Gen Z bisexual behavior. Is there more? Because that was
Hello,
just
friends, and welcome back to another video. I have something to confess, which is that
I
I
need
am
more.
still absolutely captivated by Garfield Eats. Nathan Masry haunts me in my dreams every night, and I have to talk about this. I'm going to once again take you on the adventure that is Garfield Eats. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I made this video a little while ago, a couple of months ago. I introduced the concept of Garfield Eats. It's this restaurant, the world's first intergaging Garfield mobile restaurant, but essentially it's a
I'm gonna make the world's second intergaging Garfield restaurant. Just fucking watch me, dude.
Garfield themed restaurant. Started out in Dubai. They recently opened one in Toronto, which is where I live. So I kind of went through all of the
This is what this is what Justin Trudeau does not want. This is how he faked a pandemic to make sure that they couldn't make intergaging Garfield related restaurants, but I'm gonna do it anyways.
the news article
The deep state is trying to prevent us from eating at intergaging Garfield pizza / lasagna themed restaurants.
that were coming out about it, some of the strange memeable qualities of Garfield Eats, and then I vlogged the experience of going there with a bunch of my patrons. Spoiler alert, the food was really, really questionable. The pizza kind of just tasted like cardboard, and lasagna was a weird.
Keffels, you had the pizza as well, right? What is your rating? How would you rate the pizza at Garfield Eats if
Gelatinous
you're still
mush,
here?
which later intrigued me to read some of the reviews that other people have left of Garfield Eats, and I found something very strange. But before we get into that, I'd like to tell you a little bit about this week's sponsor, Audible. Take it away, sponsor Tia. You already know that in this house we stand Audible. I love Garfield Eats, Toronto, and it has
I'm
4
sorry, no free clout.
stars. Intrigue. The pizzas are unique, delicious, and incredible. I tried chicken pizza, which is Roy's chicken pizza. The sauce is so tasty. The sauce is so orange is what it is. It's 100% natural and no preservatives and artificial flavors. Amazing service. Extremely surprised by the quality of this place. My food was delicious. The carrot juice I got was juiced right in front of me and tasted extremely fresh. Very good pizza. Not excellent, but still very good. Toronto is a very difficult place to find the perfect pizza. I can name like 5 fantastic pizza places off the top of my head, but okay. I tried this for the first time tonight. Tried the lasagna, which the manager recommended. I personally make the best lasagna, and I'm always cautious about the claims of award winning. But I have to say, the lasagna
These are fake reviews.
was delicious. So naturally I started reading these, and I thought, what episode of Black Mirror is this?
These
other
are not
5-star
real.
posters
They
were
cannot.
obviously paid to write their reviews. Worst pizza I have ever had in Toronto. It is an abomination to pizza. I genuinely think we have a Garfield Eats conspiracy on our hands. Like, I 100% believe that all of these 5-star reviews are fake. Because I have been there. They can't lie to me. I have experienced Garfield Eats. Entered mid-evening on a Friday night. Stayed several minutes and no staff came out. I left without ordering everything. Full disclosure, I am a former vendor who is still owed several $100s from this company. I didn't know their concept. I just went there, ordered ridiculously pricey lasagna and pizza at the counter, waited for 25 minutes, and finally had had their food at home. Don't think I will come back, but the pizza was a cute shape anyways. The pizza.
So Lib on Reddit calling Foucault and all of his fans postmodernist pedos applaud. Yeah, that's like a bullshit slander thing. It's not real.
Pizza taste was so weird and dry. And
It's funny that it was a Lib doing that. Because I mainly see that
nothing
from
is
like...
special other than the cat face. Scam/fraud alert.
I want
Do
to
not
say
use their app to
Leninist.
order anything.
I feel like
it
that's
will not come and
the...
they will charge your card. Also, they don't respond to their friends' happiness center chat. I looked at this in the last video about Garfield Eats. On their website, the like customer service thing is called like the Friends Happiness Center. And it's really uncomfortable. The absolute worst restaurant experience of my life. No tables, pizza had some weird orange sauce, rude staff, avoid at all costs. Honestly, when we went, the person working there was very, very nice and answered a lot of our questions about the place, so I have no desire to diss the staff. I have nothing but respect for people who have to say Garfuccino in a serious context on a daily basis.
Tough.
What on earth is this culinary embarrassment? Why? It isn't even a good gimmick? I'm sorry, are you...
That's a great fuck... Okay, dude. That's a bullshit.
Insulting Garfield in my good Christian home? Capitalism has failed. So this is the Garfield Eats Instagram, which we looked at in my last video, but I still follow them, and honestly, it gets weirder every day. I saw this on my Instagram timeline, and I thought that it was posted by the Garfield Eats meme account. Someone who watches my videos was deeply touched by our last Garfield Eats video and made like a fan meme account. Absolutely phenomenal Instagram account. But I thought that this was one of their posts. Garfield's orangey secret sauce infused with truffle oil is what you will come back for more. All natural family ingredients. What? What's in the sauce? Farming ingredients. My essence, bathe in it, you heretics. Nathan Masry turns to you and strokes your face. Love me, feed me, don't leave me, he purrs.
Oh.
Garfield's special sauce. Yeah. Yeah. They have a couple other sauce posts, but none of them are quite as uncomfortable as Garfield's secret sauce. I hate Mondays, so I am closing Garfield Eats. Yeah, definitely not because their business is failing. I do kind of feel bad saying that. Garfield Eats is not, it's not like Onision, where we're all just waiting patiently for his downfall, relishing every second of it. I don't necessarily want to see Garfield Eats fail, but it's just a reality that it probably will, you know?
That's why the pandemic happened, is because they couldn't let Garfield Eats do his thing.
Oh yeah, this was super weird. Okay.
Congratulations on opening Garfield Eats World, the first restaurant for Garfield. I think that's amazing.
They hate to see an orange cow winning.
Okay, I think this is an actress that was in one of the Garfield movies? Question mark? She's somebody famous. I don't know. But she was clearly reading off of a script there, because she just said, like, that was hard to say. And it just came off as super creepy to me, but anyway.
Cool. I want to come check that out. I loved working on the Garfield movies. I was a big Garfield comic fan.
Garfield Eats is the world's first Garfield quick #mobile #.
Alright, that's enough I feel like I'm gonna go insane if I watch too much Garfield Eats.
Have you ever done anything in your long and storied career that you consider specifically to be in bad taste as you look back on it? Maybe at the time you thought it was a good play, but you look back on it and you think that was in bad taste.
Well, sometimes, like in stand-up, I'll do jokes that are, like one time I was doing this thing in San Francisco and they were all gay people in the audience, they told me. So I figured I'll do...
In San Francisco?
Yeah.
No.
So I figured I'd do stuff about gay people so that they could relate to it.
Yeah, it's warm up. They love that.
And so I was talking about, because I went to this gay pride parade, and I saw in it there were these old men and old ladies like with these signs that said, "We are proud of our gay son," you know? And so I was saying, that's an odd thing to be proud of, you know, because it's not an achievement, you know? It's not like something you work all your life to be gay or anything like that. And I just wondered, I had a hard time believing that these 50, 60-year-old men are actually bragging, you know, at work like they're, "Hey, Bill, you know, my kid, oh my God, we're proud of him, Johnny. He graduated from Harvard, you know, first in his class, you know what I mean? Now he's articling over at a law firm, and, oh yeah, he loves cock." You know? This kid. He can't get enough cock in his mouth, his ass, his kid's always cock. I got a picture of the boy here sucking another man's cock. I want to show it to you.
To watch the maturation.
Oh, Norm, the funniest man alive. Funniest man alive.
Of you as an artist to realize it took you 9.5 minutes to get around to the sucking cock stuff. It's beautiful to see you comfortable in your own skin, Normie. All right.
Oh fuck, that's funny. Oh, we got this. This is the lib lawyer guy reacting.
Well, you don't think I know what I'm doing?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just
reacting to Darman.
I'm saying both of you don't know what you're doing. So I've actually never seen a Darman video before, or Darman? Apologies to Mr. Man, I've never seen one of your videos. A couple of people asked me to react to this, and based on the thumbnail, this looks pretty terrible. So let's react to Prosecutor Sends Innocent Black Man to Jail.
So you see, Your Honor, it's without question that this defendant did these crimes.
We've absolutely watched this.
That's impossible. Okay, who's the prosecutor arguing in front of? Where's the jury in this? And why is the defendant being allowed to speak at this point? What part of the trial are we in? This doesn't make any sense right off the bat.
I wasn't in Philly when it happened. I was in LA at a Dodgers game.
He's lying.
I mean, you know, you have a lawyer to talk to the judge and the jury. You're not really allowed to talk unless you're on the witness stand as the defendant. This is already off the rails. We're off to a cracking good start here.
You can tell by looking at him.
Okay, well, so that's completely improper racism. If there is a jury somewhere in this courtroom...
I love that. That implies that there's proper racism in court, which, like, I guess there is. I guess he's right.
That's
the type of racism that is not allowed in a court.
Probably immediate grounds for a mistrial. You're not allowed to engage in overt racism while the trial is going on. This is insane.
Order. Defendant, do you have any proof of your alibi?
Oh, now I remember, Darman. I think Drew Gooden or Danny Gonzalez, or both of them, did a video on this. They're videos where it's totally unrealistic, but you feel good at the end of the video. Now I remember.
No, we don't have any proof, Your Honor.
Okay, so where are we in the trial right now? The judge...
No, he's just a hater. He's just a hater.
Just flat asking the defense if they have evidence. There's, a whole trial that you go through. You call witnesses, you present evidence. There are motions ad limine to admit things into evidence. You don't just ask the counsel, like, do you have any evidence to support your claim here? And why can't the defense counsel come up with evidence that this person wasn't even in the city at the time?
Okay, well, if there's no evidence to corroborate Robert's story...
That's insane! Okay, so you're not...
This is good, though, because it's like, I really enjoyed, if anyone watches the QAA streams, like showing Darman to the three boys, the three hosts, especially Jake, who is like, knows how screenwriting works, and like he lost his fucking mind at Darman, like genuinely, like it was like a, and there's something, Darman has the ability to like cause people such deep psychic damage. It's
in Philadelphia. You're in Los Angeles. How did you...
This? It's like Jake's reaction, except this is not from like a screenwriting perspective. This is from like a legal perspective. I do love finding another like type of person whose mind is just absolutely fucking broken by Darman.
You get there. Who did you talk to? Did you buy anything? Did you make a cell phone conversation? You brought your cell phone, right? You have a mobile phone. You could ping a cell tower. You probably bought something. You had to have a ticket to get to Los Angeles. You didn't walk there. This is insanity. How? There's no possible way that a defense attorney would be so incompetent as to have zero evidence at all.
Excuse me, I must use the restroom.
And this is the thing that really bothers me is that even if you have a witness, and it's just, he said, she said, that's still considered evidence. A witness testifying is often direct evidence, and it's a lot of people consider the strongest you could have. My mind is reeling. It's absolutely a roller coaster inside my brain right now. Boy, wow.
The court finds the defendant, Robert Williams, guilty.
There's no jury here.
This is great.
It's just the judge. He's just. Do you have any evidence, Mr. Defense Counsel? No? All right. Guilty.
Guilty.
That's not how a criminal trial works. I mean, you know this. There's a
This is literally cope.
jury.
It's not a kid's. Honestly, it's not a kid's show. Darman is like, you would be surprised at Darman's demographics of like how many adults watch Darman.
Why, dear the jury, you present
It's not cope because it's a kid's show.
evidence,
This is a video for adults.
you instruct the jury. This is.
But it is cope.
I'm already broken, and we're 30 seconds into this video.
No, please. Please, not my baby boy.
Okay, why are we letting people in the gallery talk?
I know he did it.
All right, yeah.
Your Honor.
All right, so there's an outburst.
Please, you have to believe me. I'm innocent. I put that on my life. You know I didn't do this. You know it.
Order! Mr. Williams, that's enough.
Does
Not
he?
another word.
Why would the prosecutor know he didn't do this? The defense didn't present any evidence whatsoever.
We'll reconvene tomorrow for sentencing.
Oh yeah, sentencing tomorrow. Yeah, courts are so backlogged, especially now. Sentencing wouldn't happen for probably a few weeks, I would think.
That's.
Daddy, no, please. Don't go.
Everything's gonna be okay, sweetie, I promise. Daddy loves you so much.
My vague understanding of how that works is insane, and I wonder if someone knows more than this, more than I do, of like the how relatively arbitrary sentencing is, how much like general power the judge has to be like, yeah, how much of your life is going to be like spent based on this is entirely up to me.
What if he's telling the truth? What if we got the wrong guy?
Yeah, we just convicted him. What if he's telling the truth based on absolutely nothing whatsoever?
Well, you don't think I know what I'm doing?
No,
I'm not saying that. I'm just.
What is that?
I'm saying both of you don't know what
you're
doing.
I'm wondering if maybe we shouldn't take another look at the facts.
What does that have to
I
do
just
with
want a
anything?
case.
Is that like a phrase in French?
Who
Oh, it's a
cares what it-
meme. Oh, okay. What is this the size of a rat?
Whether he did it or not.
Okay. Prosecutors are stereotyped this way, but that's not the philosophy that they have. They want to convict people
I
that
don't
have
know
actually
French
done
memes.
something. And if someone didn't do that, then by and large,
I don't know French memes. I'm sorry.
every prosecutor I know would not want to convict that person. Now, granted, I guess there was a trial here that we didn't see, and he got a conviction. So there was evidence that this person did something, and presumably it was evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. But still, this is not the time or the place.
All that's important is I'm one step closer to a promotion.
Promotion for what? Is this guy okay? So this guy must be an assistant district attorney or deputy district attorney. I mean, what promotion is he angling for? A management position of some
Wait,
kind?
what is this? Am I allowed to play this? I'm nowhere closer to understanding what this meme means. I'm nowhere closer. I have no fucking clue what this. It's a great post. How do I not get that?
Oh,
what do you
and
mean? How do I
also-
not? How do you? What is it? Explain it then. Explain it to me. Is this like a?
So you convicted a guy of assault with a deadly weapon. This is as routine as it's going to get for your sort of mid-level felony district attorney. Like, that's not going to help you get a promotion anywhere. So dumb.
And besides, people like him, they're all the same. Just a bunch of criminals.
All right, great. So we've got some overt racism. Well, I mean, at least we know who the bad guys are.
Please, sir, please. It's never too late to do the right thing.
I mean, it is sort of too late. He was...
See the size of the rat is. Oh, I don't know. I thought Tema was like a name or something. What is that?
Convicted here.
Is that
it's,
not
It's
French?
really hard
Is
to
that
undo a
another
conviction.
language?
There's not a whole lot that you can do here, but let's see.
Oh, is it slang? Oh, it's like look.
I can see my head.
Oh, look at the size of the rat. Oh, okay.
Headlines now. D.A. Graham.
It's Verlan. Oh.
Low-life criminal. Life
I
in
see.
prison.
Yeah, well, okay, that headline's not going to happen because he was convicted of assault
All right, I understand it now.
with a deadly weapon, which
That's
does
a
not
funny
carry
name.
a life sentence with it. And
French is so cool. I wish French people were real.
I think you're already the district attorney here. Also, no newspaper.
Look, explain it then. Look at the size of the rat. And then the rat is a big rat. That's the meme. That's it. That's I think I'm Am I right here? Am I correct? Oh, people don't like this. Nothing. Oh, this is a bad meme. Oh, people don't like this one either. I'm doing cultural anthropology. Yeah, I think it's just this. Look at him. It's a fucking car.
Is going to run with that story because this happens 1,000 times a day. This is like no one's going to care about this. Oh man, so ridiculous.
Keep up the great work. He's innocent.
Tema le taille du rat. It's a good. I mean, look at it. Look at it. That's a big
All
fucking
cops
rat.
are bad cops.
He's so cool. That's so true, Dr. Dibbles. Thank you for the tier 3. Dr. Dibbles, thank you for the tier 3. 16 months. Dr. Dibbles, thank you for 16. Does rat also mean motherfucker? Okay. I was assuming rat was like a derogatory, because that works in English too. I mean, look at Pete Buttigieg.
He's innocent. You give us a minute. Yeah.
All cops are bad cops.
What a
And Ethereum.
He's
Thank you for
innocent.
the 16
What
months.
an ass.
What are you talking about?
He wasn't in Philly when it happened. His story checks out. Look, I have his credit card statements right here. He was making purchases in Los Angeles while the crime was happening.
What do you mean you have his credit card statements? Okay, all right. If the district attorney had this evidence and didn't turn it over to the defense, that is a Brady violation left, right, and center. That is ridiculous that they wouldn't have turned that over to the defense. Presumably, they had to subpoena the credit card company, so they went through all the rigmarole of getting this evidence. If the prosecutor has exculpatory evidence, you have to turn that over to the defense.
Oh, do you?
So presumably, he had
That's
all
funny.
of this stuff in front of him. He just didn't turn it over to the defense. So this is actually one of those rare
Yeah, it's a Tom Brady rule.
circumstances where the defense would be probably able
Verlan is like Pig Latin. Yes, pretty much.
to overturn this conviction. So once the defense gets this evidence, the defense would then file a motion with the judge to vacate the judgment and to dismiss the judgment with prejudice. And then maybe you ask the court to sanction the prosecutor for a very clear miscarriage of justice. But yeah, okay, so that the prosecutors had this from the very beginning is insanity.
We have to get these to the defense right away.
Have you lost your mind? I mean, maybe somebody stole his card. Maybe he gave it to him.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. The prosecutor doesn't get to come up with alternative explanations. If the evidence is exculpatory, you have to turn it over to the defense.
I can think of 1,000 reasons.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many reasons
That's
you come up
enough.
with.
Okay.
All cops are bad cops.
Uber up. Thank you for 21 months.
You hear me?
I have proof.
What is it?
You already had proof.
Now. I contacted a local convenience store and I found a photo of him. Take a look. He couldn't have committed a crime in Philly if he was buying a hot dog in LA.
Okay, so this is a little bit different. This is newly acquired evidence. So if the defense found this evidence and they wanted to admit it and overturn the initial conviction, they would have had to have filed a motion for a new trial, and the standard there is that they wouldn't have been able to discover this evidence with reasonable diligence before the trial itself. But this probably wasn't that hard to find.
So like, if you just fuck up, that is insane. If your defense is just incompetent and they're like, oh, we found this late, then you're just sorry. You would have found it doesn't work. If you could have found that with reasonable diligence, but you didn't, you are going to jail anyways.
For the trial.
The law is crazy.
Itself. But
that's why good lawyers are worth it. But like, why would that rule be in place? What are we doing here? Lawyers? Lawmakers, judges, what's going on?
With reasonable diligence before the trial itself. But this probably wasn't that hard to find. They probably wouldn't have been able to meet that standard because this defense attorney just completely dropped the ball and said there was absolutely no evidence at all. However, since the prosecution now has it in their...
If you're going to prove outright incompetence in defense, you can appeal it for a mistrial. Oh, well, nice. I guess that's good at least.
Possession, it's probably still a Brady violation that they're not.
You're getting fucked by reasonable diligence. I'm sorry. The law is so stupid.
But still, they didn't have the obligation to affirmatively go out and find this evidence in the first place. That's up to the defense. And they dropped the ball.
Doesn't even look like him.
It's him. I had facial recognition confirm it.
What? What facial recognition? This isn't an episode of CSI.
It's so cool as well because with these types, like they're making real versions of this where it's like the enhanced thing, and it's fucking terrifying because like if you have a blurry photo of someone and you have like software that enhances it, you are making shit up. You're taking it from nothing. So like that being a precedent, I mean, I don't know if it's a can be used in the court of law at the moment. I hope it never is able to. Because, yeah, I mean, that's interpolation shit. There's that really funny one of, like, a blurry photo of Obama and the interpolation of it. Can someone find that? Oh, I just Googled it. Okay, here we go. Like, yeah, it's this is my president. None of Joe Biden. I don't give it. This is my president. You know, so it's like, yeah.
Has anyone else seen this?
No, why?
Good. Let's keep it that way.
Well, someone had to see it because the district attorney had to subpoena those records from the convenience store. What papers is the defense attorney reviewing right now? Like the transcript where he says, "No, we don't have any evidence, Your Honor." It's kind of over and done. Now we're just at the sentencing phase.
You're not gonna believe this. I have video evidence.
What are you talking about?
Well, a reporter was giving an interview outside of the game.
Okay, so?
So guess who walks by? There.
Just a hilarious.
That's Robert.
How would he have found that? I mean, that's really going above and beyond to try and find this particular evidence. Oh, and another thing. This is the next.
If you put in a blurry photo of a white woman in glasses, it always upscales to Liv Vod. Oh, that's so true. I showed you guys that TikTok of like basically that, right? This thing. It's just like that's just me exactly. It has 60,000 likes. That's me. It's so, this is such a disrespectful fucking image. Literally, the person who made this commented, "Oh my god," in all caps. Like the person who drew this as a joke. Also, I gotta say, I could not, this TikTok is fucking terrible. I got 60,000 likes on this. I haven't seen a single transphobic comment in here. I've never, that is like, and it's, here it is. This is the person who made the fucking, that's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. That's, anyways.
Next day. So we're assuming that the district attorney.
TikTok is so fucking easy, dude. This clout shit is so easy. It's easier than Twitter.
Was somehow able to subpoena a convenience store and get it turned around in like 2 hours. This would have taken weeks or months. And same thing with finding this video evidence as well. That's
Oh, you motherfucker. Yeah, this was, oh fucking, you motherfucker. It was a cute, I was like, god damn it, dude. It's a cute photo of a black bear. I have no respite. I have no respite from Twitch chat. I cannot survive, like, god damn it, dude. It's a very cute video of a little black bear, not a brown bear, fuck.
I don't know how many times I've said that's ridiculous and unrealistic, but it's been a lot in this video.
This proves.
Okay, that fountain is nowhere near Dodger Stadium. I mean, I guess that's the Los Angelino in me, but I mean, that's also ridiculous.
His innocence. We have to tell the judge.
Yes, you do have to tell the judge.
Have a seat.
We have to tell the judge.
You don't have to tell a soul.
Yes, you do.
Everything okay?
It's, in the Constitution.
Mr. Graham, anything you want to share?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Williams.
Okay, another thing, maybe this is small in the grand scheme of things, but I would sue the crap out of the defense attorney here because, I mean, this is ineffective advice of counsel. This is really terrible representation. Not only is he not finding the evidence that's laying in front of him, but he's completely botched this entire case. So, yeah, this guy has a great cause of action against his former attorney because this guy is the worst.
Federal statute requires a 25-year mandatory minimum sentence.
Federal statute? This is state court in Philadelphia. This has nothing to do with federal courts at all.
There's something so beautiful about Darman, about how it just, anyone who has like a specialized opinion on a subject that Darman interferes with, it makes them go fucking insane.
And 25 years! This is assault with a deadly weapon.
And it's especially when it's lawyers. Are you serious, dude? Darman needs to make more law-related content, and he needs to watch more of it. More lawyers need to watch Darman's law-related content, and they need to film it on video and send it to me so I can watch
This
it.
is, okay, first of all, in Pennsylvania, that's a maximum of 10 years in prison. And the reality is he's gonna get like 70 months. So he's probably convicted for, and sentenced for less than 6 years. Presuming, since this guy is completely innocent, this is probably his first offense. So yeah, he's at the low end of the spectrum, maybe 5 to 6 years in jail. Not 25 years in jail for assault with a deadly weapon. Ridiculous.
You've already been found guilty. So unless the people have anything else.
If only there had been a trial in front of some sort of jury of your peers where you could present evidence, but sadly, that's...
Love to hear the A-Lab guy. Yeah, because what the fucking...
not the world we live in.
I need to listen to that podcast. Because it's lawyers talking about how much they hate lawyers, right?
This court hereby sentences the defendant Robert Williams to 25 years in a federal prison without the possibility of parole.
Okay, a Pennsylvania court has no authority to send you to federal prison. That's not a thing.
Yeah. No, don't bang thing that makes
the
it
judge has
official.
already made his sentence. Like,
I thought all philosophy majors went to law school. There's a solid crossover there of philosophy majors in law school. Yes, absolutely.
banging the gavel, to the extent the judge ever does that, which is not often, it doesn't carry any specific weight. It's not like, nothing I said matters until I smack this wooden hammer against the table. It's over. It's over at this point.
Wait!
Right.
Excuse me? Wait, I'm sorry, Your Honor. He didn't do it. May I approach the bench?
You may.
Your Honor, there is no way that Mr. Williams committed those crimes.
You don't have to interrupt the court and present all your evidence. That's actually probably sort of improper. You'd probably ask to adjourn this particular sentencing so that you can talk with the defense so that everyone can present their motions. But, you know, Darman gonna Darman, I guess.
You see, I have here a credit card statement showing purchases made by the defendant with his credit card in Los Angeles on the same day that the crime took place in Philadelphia.
Is there?
And I also have
There's got to be a chain of custody issue.
a photo of the defendant in a convenience store here in Los Angeles.
I should, honestly, that would be a very hilarious prop, just to have a gavel. I have no, like, the practical implication of why I would use a gavel on my stream. French, exactly. I would declare people as French. Yeah, I should do that. I should purchase a gavel for my stream.
Buying a hot dog just mere moments before the crime took place.
How much is a gavel? If I were to just like, oh shoot. If I were to just.
And I have a video as well, Your Honor. So you see, Your Honor, Robert Williams could not have committed those crimes.
Oh, they're like, oh, that's like $30. Does anyone want to gift me 5 gift subs? I'll buy a gavel. I will sincerely do that.
Is all this true, Mr. Graham?
Well,
why didn't you say anything?
Or however
Because
many.
he was more interested in his promotion than he was in saving an innocent man from jail.
Again, I can't fathom what promotion he's angling for here. And also, like, okay, you presented your evidence. You don't necessarily need to throw this guy under the bus. And frankly, I think some of these discussions are probably privileged.
Oh, can I find a hilariously huge one? That's a good question.
Do not come. Do not come.
There it is. Unknown Merc. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. I will buy a fucking gavel. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, whatever.
I will make a drunk purchase. Pride Bryce, thank you for the gift sub.
Yes.
I will buy a fucking gavel, dude. I will do it right now.
At this point, sure, why not?
Hilarious. What are the different sizes we got here?
Well, what'd you expect? Huh? Okay, so maybe he didn't do this crime. But I'm sure he's done dozens of others.
You're goddamn right.
This is total length 10-inch. That's a pretty large gavel, right? A 10-inch gavel. How you know, just like something like that's it's an average size gavel. All right, it's not hilariously large.
I ordered the code red. That does not happen.
Look at him. He's clearly a criminal.
Your Honor. Order.
Yeah, finally Finally, the defense objects to, like, overt racism. Oh, boy. Where have you been, buddy?
I've heard all I've needed to hear. Mr. Williams, the charges against you have been dropped. You're free to go. Bailiff, uncuff him immediately.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. Why not?
And you?
Sua sponte motion to vacate. Okay, I'll allow it.
All right, I found a 15. I found a 15-inch gavel. I think that's good. I'm gonna get this. I'm not gonna show you because I don't want to show my fucking Amazon because it'll show my address.
Cops are bad cops.
Chain of Dogs, thank you for the year. 3 feet. Oh, that's on Etsy though. That'll take a while. If we're fine with it taking a while, that's funny. Oh, that's $300. No, that's a little too much.
Mr. Graham, obstructing justice and tampering with
That's not worth it. I don't.
evidence is a very serious crime.
Your Honor.
I'm going to see to it that not only do you never practice law again, but that we send the right man to jail this time.
Yes.
You. Bailiff.
Owned.
Arrest him.
Okay. This guy may have been. God, is that a
costume? How
obstruction
big
of
is
justice?
this?
Maybe that might give rise. I mean, mainly it's just a really horrible Brady violation, and I don't know that necessarily gives rise to obstruction of justice. Either way, I don't think the judge has the power to have the bailiff arrest this guy. You would probably refer him to bar counsel for sure, and maybe you refer to another prosecutor based on the facts. But yeah, I don't think there's any world in which this guy is arrested.
It's 10 inches is enough, chat. We think 10 inches is enough. Okay.
After a sentencing hearing like this, there's you've got to engage in discovery too. Okay, I'm done. No more.
No, this can't be happening.
Yeah, it literally can't be happening.
All right, that's a funny purchase. Thank you to shit. Who did it again? Thank you to Unknown Merc for funding the novelty gavel for the stream.
Why did you help us?
I'm already like, Darman breaks people. That's why I like Darman so much, because I'm already just like so beyond. Like, I'm just gone mentally because of Twitch chat and just because of being on the internet, that I enjoy it thoroughly. I think Darman did break me as well. Like, the thing where he was making fun of people who watch his content, but just to make fun of it. That
A
like
wise woman once told me, it's never too late to do the right thing.
Isn't that a 30 Rock joke? Oh, no, wait, it's close, but almost as cringy, but it's cringy on purpose. God, it's never too late for now.
It's never too late for now.
That's not a newspaper. That's it's like there's one of those fake things that you print out in like print shop. I mean, at least make it big. It's 8.5 by 11. The Daily News. It's never too late for now.
Hey, Darman fam. So you see, we're not just telling stories, we're changing lives.
Okay, he knows that this didn't actually happen. No one's life was changed here. This is a...
I think your life was changed, honestly.
This is a fictional story that didn't happen in real life. No one... Look, I'm on YouTube.
You never go back from your first Starman video. That's a life-changing experience.
Dude, we're not necessarily changing lives here. We're making things that are entertaining. Like, slow your roll, buddy.
And when you share my videos, you're helping to change lives too.
I mean, come on now. Now, when you share a Legal Eagle video, of course, you're changing lives. But a Darman video, I'm not sure about that.
Liv Vod stream, link it to your friends. It will change people's lives.
Okay, let's put me out of my misery. Let's give this thing a grade for legal realism.
What's the grade? A+?
On the plus side, I guess they use terms like defendant and district attorney. Other than that, kind of nothing. On the other side, pretty much everything. This is the most unrealistic thing I've ever seen. It's procedurally and substantively improper. Yeah, this is the worst fictional account of a legal proceeding I've ever seen in my life. F. Now, you might be dumb.
That's Darman Excellence.
For having watched this video, but you won't be with today's sponsor.
All right, I want to watch another Darman related video.
Hi. Happy New Year. It's been a while.
Because we're getting there. Sure, why
honestly
not? And shout out to Jarvis Johnson.
Was putting a lot of pressure on myself to make a video, and
who also streams?
You know, couldn't
Twitch.
I couldn't pick an idea of, nothing seemed that interesting to me. But I've been watching a bunch of Darman videos for some reason. For those who aren't familiar, Darman is a content creator, enterprise, businessman who creates
philosopher,
inspirational content,
genius.
That teaches a
what other things can we use to describe Darman?
Moral, in the form of stories where Karens get owned.
I'm really sorry. I feel really bad for how I treated you. It seemed to change her life.
Cody Co ripped on him and then became
a visionary, exactly, dreamer,
friend.
I already used genius, poet. Freethinker, Sigma male.
Was in one of his videos, did some behind the scenes stuff. But anyway, even though Darman seems like a nice guy and all, it doesn't make his videos immune to criticism, especially when you have an audience in the tens of millions. So every Darman video follows a pretty simple formula. Someone has a dream, someone crushes that dream, and the person who crushed that dream instantly regrets it. I say the phrase instantly regrets it because it is present in nearly every single Darman video and thumbnail. Pretty much every story involves someone being shown the error of their ways and then immediately changing and becoming a different person. Gold digger breaks up with boyfriend, lives to regret it. Car salesman humiliates a poor customer, lives to regret it. Mean girls kick out teen from TikTok group. That's topical. They live to regret it. The videos definitely mean well, but a lot of them tend to come off like a Instagram inspirational meme come to life.
That's pretty much exactly what they are.
I'm done.
So this first video is called Son Demands a PlayStation 5. They're always topical. They just had Sniper Wolf in one of their videos, and she just inexplicably has a PS5 for no reason. Anyway, the title is Son.
That was what broke me.
And they're always topical. They just
literally out of nowhere, when she just pulls a PS5 from beside her, when you see the previous shot, she's not carrying a PS5, just to give to the fucking child. That fucking broke me, dude. That was what did it. I'm beyond repair.
Had Sniper Wolf in one of their videos, and she just inexplicably has a PS5 for no reason. Anyway, the title is Son Demands a PlayStation 5. Then mom teaches him an important lesson. Maybe she schools his ass in Mortal Kombat or something.
Let's go.
But you still have half a sandwich.
I'm full.
Why the intensity? I said...
This is the one.
I don't have
Make a Twitch stream.
And my brother won't let me play with his.
You can have a PS5. I'll give it to you.
I'll tell you what.
She just had. Come on. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm full.
Just torment.
Also, shout out to Firehouse Subs. The product placement for no reason, but I do love Firehouse.
Don't throw it away.
Why? I'm not gonna eat it.
I have a hard time imagining that this is the first time a mother and son have had a conversation about throwing food away. Like he's already made it to asking for a PS5. That phase of their relationship, I assume they've shared a few meals together.
There's a lot of people that have nothing to eat that would be happy to have that sandwich.
I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of shaming a kid into finishing all of their food. That was something when I was growing up, and it kind of developed an unhealthy relationship with me and food because, you know, you want to listen to your body, and if the kid says they're full and they've eaten a reasonable amount of food, they might be full. I don't know if like stuffing yourself does.
I have like a very small stomach and shitty attention. So my parents thankfully were good about this. Where like if I was full,
any good.
I get full so easily. I just take like, I don't eat meals. I have like 10 snacks in a day. It's
have to do with me.
This woman is like, I've raised a monster. I would also be taken aback. It's like, I guess I don't know my own son.
I'm not gonna carry this around.
The mildest of
What am I snacking on right now? I'm not anything right now, but I am hungry. I have some rice. I'm probably gonna.
Convenience is that you have to carry around half of a sandwich. Also, his mom has another half of a sandwich. Why don't they just
I'm
put
snacking on some White Claws, exactly.
both halves of the sandwich in the same container?
All cops
and
are bad
you know,
cops.
solve the problem.
Chloe, thank you for the year.
I'll carry it.
Why does he look so dejected? Like he was like, I really wanted to throw away that sandwich. There's just a homeless guy right there. Are they not going to offer him? I know his sign says that he needs clothes, but I'm sure he wouldn't turn down a Firehouse sub. They're delicious. I wouldn't turn down a Firehouse sub. Anyway, mom has to catch back up to son because she's over encumbered with her two halves of life.
My attention is so bad. I get bored of eating. And then like the thing that helps my attention is my prescribed Adderall or Vyvanse, which suppresses my appetite. It's a real vicious circle.
I was unable to keep up.
You think I can get the new PlayStation 5?
Don't you already have a 4?
Remember, maybe I was misreading. I got like a random stream of hate comments. Like was it last stream or was it 2 streams ago? And someone called me fat in it. Like one of them was like visceral. It was like wild. But that really surprised me. I've never gotten that before. That was a very strange hate comment. I don't know, maybe it was a bot? I'm just thinking, I'm just reminded of that. It must have been or something. I don't.
Yeah, that's the.
It was a stream with the Chappelle title. That's probably why. Yeah, because I mean, it's not even.
Yeah, I already have the 4, but the PlayStation 4 doesn't.
It's fucking yeah, it's the Joe Biden thing.
And have moderately better graphics.
Listen, fat.
So, I don't know what happened. I think it was an act of God. He was just walking for a second, and then he does this weird like jostle jump thing where he spills his Diet Coke that looks like water.
Don't worry, I'll wash it when we get home.
What? But no, the jacket's ruined.
You can't get Diet Coke out of a jacket. God, dumb lady, buy me a PS5 already. And he's just like, you'll just buy me new ones.
You just get me a new one.
It's not like you can wash it or anything. You can?
No, it didn't say the N-word in it. It probably would have been blocked if that was the case. Because that would have been a more surprising one, right? Then
Stop! Don't throw
just
that away.
throwing it
How
away.
is this the time that you're teaching your son this lesson?
You know there's someone wishing they had a sweatshirt like that.
You keep saying that.
I love the idea that like being like, I'm finished with my sub. I don't want to eat the rest is the same as like, I spilled Coke on my jacket. I'm going to throw it in the garbage.
Oh, it's not my problem.
You know, your mom could be like, a PS5, not my problem. Get it yourself, bucko.
Take this. I'll hold on to it.
Just for the rest of his life, his mom is just holding on to everything he wanted to throw away. There's another homeless person here. Are they just like stopping at every homeless person to have an argument? Like, They can hear you. Someone would love to have this sweatshirt. And the lady over there is like, I would love to have this sweatshirt. And it's like, shut up, lady.
Sorry.
Well, well, well. If it isn't yet another homeless person. I sense an argument coming on.
Back to the PS5.
Got him.
Coming out soon, so...
So, have you made up your mind yet, woman who's holding all of my stuff?
Well, how much does it cost?
Me, look it up.
Begone, quarter! This is but a peasant's coin.
That's such a hilarious quarter kick.
Begone, quarter! This is but a peasant's coin.
Because, yeah, I mean, I guess a quarter isn't that much money.
I'm looking up the PS5 price.
But, like...
That quarter's not going to help me buy a PS5, based on my calculations.
You shouldn't throw away money like that.
It's not like I can buy my PS5 with that.
Does he not understand math? The quarter technically does help with buying...
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, the reason why quarters are valuable is because of washing machines. Because, you know, there's only a certain amount of quarters. It's hard to just ask for change in quarters. Like, people don't like if you do that. Quarters are precious for that. I need to wash my damn
When you
clothes.
focus on all the things that you don't have, there's someone out there wishing for all the things that you do have.
There's tons of people who wish they had what you have. For example, 6 feet away from us. He's like, hey, lady, I'm right here.
For water?
Like,
Wait. What? I'm confused about that, Sarah. Where are you using quarters for water?
I want you to give him these sandwiches.
What? What? No.
I get a vending machine. Okay, right. Okay, yeah. I see.
He's all dirty and smelly. I'm not getting close to him.
I can still hear you.
You want your PS5, right?
That's not going to help the kid not be spoiled. It's going to make...
Some places you need quarters to use the water. Like the fucking, like, the things where you're like, fill your water bottle or whatever. You need to fucking put quarters in them? Like a water fountain. That's... Damn.
Make the problem worse. Now...
I've never seen that. Is that like a...
We understand how we got in this situation.
Oh, like gallon jugs? Okay. Like wait, wait, no, like toilets. You pay where do you have to pay to use toilets? New York? Europe? Paris? Really? They do that in Europe. Bizarre. Very strange stuff going on in Europe.
Situation to begin with.
Excuse me.
He's like talking to him like an alien. Hello.
You have to pay to get in some train stations to pee?
I come from Earth.
Yes. Jessica.
Where did she come from? Was she just... Oh, I was in the living room.
Can't tell you how much this means to me.
You're welcome.
This is also so fucking like you're giving someone your fucking leftovers. Like how fucking demeaning that is. That's the word.
He's like, maybe I am a hero. I do deserve a PS5.
Can't believe how much that sandwich meant to them.
That's so fucking demeaning, dude. That's an incredibly like shitty view of... Yeah.
I was just gonna throw it away.
You see?
Shit, dog. She really got your ass.
I want...
It is dehumanizing, because, like, yeah, someone gives you their fucking leftovers. It's like, I guess you can have this.
You to give this sweatshirt to him.
Newsflash, homeless people deserve clean clothes and not half-eaten food also. Like, it doesn't just have to be your fucking scraps.
Excuse me? Apparently that's like a big problem in like houseless drives for people, like for food. Like the amount of like shitty, like bent fucking, cans people give away. Because they're like, oh, well, this is like shitty, but I guess even as a result of that, people want it who are homeless. Yeah, like, it really...
Sorry to bother you.
He's like, a person!
It actually has a stain on it, so I'm not sure if you want it.
It has a stain on it, so it's pretty much garbage, but I figured you seem to like garbage. Do you want this garbage? Like, it's like if he thinks of it as garbage, then
how do places have to throw away that half of the donations they throw away because they're expired? Yeah, jeez.
And it's not so nice that he's giving it to a homeless person.
You don't know what this means to me.
Like, the lesson should stick regardless of whether or not there's like a homeless person who needs exactly the thing you're about to throw away, you know?
Now.
Feels like a fetch quest in a video game. It's like, now we have to go back through all the places we've been.
I want you to give this quarter to her.
Like, that's
Just
all
a
they...
quarter.
They didn't have any
That
more?
is fucking crazy. Shout out Blade with 2 E's. Drain Gang. Echo, pull up in a rover and trained my life. And then I'm not going to do the emojis. That's not a part of the deal. But thank you.
More change to give?
I like saying Blade with 2 E's instead of... How are you supposed to pronounce that? Is it Bladey? I'm just gonna say Blade with 2 E's out loud.
25 cents?
This is the last quarter I needed to buy a PS5.
25 cents is exactly how much I needed. This is my daughter.
This is fucking insane.
I don't think that
dude.
people should only be charitable when they can see the direct impact of their contribution.
To be able to get on the bus to go see her.
Also, maybe
This
this
is fucking
reflects
insane.
something about the country that we have people on the street to begin with. But, that's not something we're going to get into today.
As she cries because of how profound it was, that 25 cents.
Mom, what's wrong?
So just when you think the video is over, it's not. There's actually a lot more to go. We find out that there's backstory to the mom. She actually was homeless while she was pregnant with her son. Also, because this is a manufactured story, someone doesn't have to have gone through specifically the same thing to empathize with someone else's like hardship or situation, but it makes it more intense. So that's it. Got to keep that watch time up.
I know how it feels to have a stranger help me.
Also, it's dark now. The sun, it's 3 p.m., but no light for me.
That's why this all means so much to me.
So she was homeless, then some people helped her out, and now she's like a high roller with a nice car and, PS5 money to blow and a spoiled brat for a son. Like, how did we get here?
I've been so focused on all the stuff I don't have. I forgot there's people out there wishing for the stuff I do have.
You know what? Because of what you did, I'm gonna get you that new PlayStation.
Because you gave a quarter.
I don't know how I feel about this ending. I don't think that like altruism.
It is so. This is the ending of every Darman video. It's never like kindness is intrinsically valuable. It's like, if you're nice, you will become rich. Epic win. That's like, there's no way of articulating like kindness or charity is an intrinsic value.
Necessitates a reward. You don't.
It's like the hilarious sort of like, neoliberal like late capitalist, all those fucking words, ization of the notion of karma. The idea that like the concept of karma relates to like, in this life, you will be physically rewarded if you do good actions, which is a hilarious, just like alteration of that concept.
Don't do things because your mom's gonna buy you a PS5.
It's fine, Mom. I don't need it.
Yeah, it is. It's like American Protestantism, a Protestantization of the concept of karma.
I thought because they focus so much on homeless people in this video, they would include some sort of educational resources about the unhoused. But nope. On the bright side, oh ho ho, you can get inspirational content and exclusive giveaways on Instagram. So that's pretty cool. Remember, we're not just telling stories. We're changing lives. I think there were so many stereotypes in here about homeless people that I feel like if you're gonna use those stereotypes, you may as well educate about why those maybe aren't true.
Thank you for the 15.
Or about the root causes of the problems that are depicted in your video. And also, how did this woman come? That seems like an interesting, like that would help somebody probably to know how this woman went from rags to riches in such a short period of time. But PS5 though, so that's pretty much all there is to say about that. This next one is called Mom Accuses Her Son's Black Friend of Stealing. Ending will shock you. I'm gonna go ahead and guess a Karen gets owned in this video. We'll see if I'm right about that.
Oh, behind you! They got me, Come res me, come res me.
Come res me, come res me. They're playing Guitar Hero 3.
Your report card says you got a C in math.
It's just dumb bitch mom.
Wait, what is he doing here?
I feel like she's either about to like turn into the Terminator or like whip out her cell phone and call the cops.
We're just playing video games. Hi, Mrs. Baker.
Brayden?
Oh, Brayden. That's a great name.
Didn't I tell you not to hang out with kids like that? They're nothing but trouble.
Didn't I tell you not to hang out with kids like that? Kids who need to be rezzed. He's weak, Brayden. He's ruining your KDR.
They're nothing but trouble.
What do you mean?
He fully can hear them. He's just like, I'm trouble.
What do you mean? Martin's my friend.
What? Why does he pronounce Martin like that?
Martin's my friend.
He has a bad influence on you.
She has two different colored eyes, which makes me think she was one of the homeless person in the other video.
She is. That is her.
Damn.
Yes.
What's her origin?
There's like 6 actresses and actors that are in every Darman video. I don't know. Like, imagine being an actor, just like you work for Darman. It's really funny idea.
Story.
Very small. Look how low your grades have gotten since you started hanging out with him.
When PTA President Supermom walked in the room, she said that Brayden got a C in math. So first of all, he got a D in math, which is not a C. Second, his grades are way worse than that. Like what he just like fucking straight like Brayden, shit. Like you gotta work on this stuff, man.
Martin's one of the smartest students in our school.
Poppycock! There's no way someone of his kind is smart.
You really shouldn't judge someone before you get to know them.
Now the kids are teaching parents lessons. And now the parents are the ones who refuse to learn the lesson until they, get owned.
He probably doesn't even go to school.
Where do you think they met? He probably doesn't even go to school. Like, what is that even? That's a baseless statement. You don't know shit about Martin.
You know how his people are.
Whoa! You know how his people are. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that, like, if this woman becomes unracist by the end of this video, that's not how that works usually. Usually people don't just like, oh, you know what? I've got a black friend. Now I'm not racist.
You almost won. That was insane. Hey, Mom, do you think I can get that new laptop for my birthday?
This is like so unrelated to the conversation. Man, we almost won. Hey, Mom, did you know the capital of Djibouti is Djibouti?
It'll really help me with school.
We'll see.
I should say it like that. We'll see.
And that was good.
I love ending a gaming session with a good old bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios.
Pretty hungry, huh?
He added like 3 Cheerios to his bowl.
Can I get some milk? Oh, yeah.
Did you just finish the milk? I was going to drink that.
I was parched.
That's an incredible delivery, by the way.
Did you just finish the milk? I was going to drink that.
I was going to drink that.
I was parched after cleaning the same spot on the oven over and over, and I wanted a shot of milk.
I'm sorry. Shoot. I can pour it back if you want.
I don't want your black milk.
Don't your parents feed you or something?
Damn, bitch, we were just eating a snack. Like, fuck. Don't your parents feed you? We've been playing for hours. We were hungry. Your son is also eating. Don't you feed him?
I'm really sorry about that. I should go. I'll text my dad to pick me up.
And then mom catches Martin stealing, so she thinks,
Caught ya, red-handed.
Oh, it's not what it looks like.
And then his dad comes to pick him up, and guess what? His dad is a VP at a tech company.
Oh, so that's the own, is that he's rich.
Dad is the vice president of one of the biggest tech companies in the world.
That's the solution to racism.
And his family's rich because they have a Tesla. And so that makes racist mom go, fuck, y'all got a Tesla? I guess I'm not racist anymore.
Tell him the truth, Martin.
The truth? You want the truth?
You want to know the truth?
I knew that was coming.
I'll tell you the truth. You see?
This is definitely how teens talk. You see?
You say that I'm a bad influence. And that kids like me probably don't even go to school.
You heard that? I was 6.5 feet away.
I go to school every day.
I don't know why he delivered that so dramatically.
Every single day.
Guess what? I've got my report card. I got receipts on lock.
And I get straight A's.
She's just like, I can't read.
Oh my gosh. Your dad drives a Tesla?
Your dad drives a Tesla? Yeah. Yeah, he does.
The truth is,
I feel like there is some, like, Teslas are like, there's some mid-level cars that are Teslas.
I was only
That's
in
not like
Ring's
a, oh my god, he's super fucking rich.
Horizon. With this, you bought me a new laptop?
He's like, yep, I'm dad now.
So you see.
Yeah, like 40K. Like, it's not, I mean, that's like, it's not a cheap car, but like, that's not.
Sorry for how I treated you.
So the own is like that he's rich.
I didn't know you were rich.
Yeah. I would
should have judged you before I got to know you.
Like, when in life has someone like been shown the error of their ways and then they give a monologue about what they've learned and how they like pledge to change in the future? Usually people just like double down on their bad stuff, or it takes a longer amount of time.
Can you please forgive me?
It's okay. Honestly, I get this all the time.
Martin, it is not okay even if it happens all the time. Sorry you had to go through that, Martin.
Yeah, the start is you'll never guess the ending, and then the ending is that the black kid is rich, which is very telling for Darman.
That's something that you could just say and then go, yeah, no, that makes sense. You don't really need like a full-on story of somebody who thinks the opposite of this and then gets owned. Okay, so this last one I have not watched, but it just came out. It's called Lady Calls Cop on a Black Mom with a White Kid, Instantly Regrets It. Okay.
This is Jess. Is it okay if she comes over later? As long as your mom is.
Hey, sweetheart. Oh my goodness. I missed you.
Excuse me, are you...
Well, there was some fucking celebrity that did this at an airport. Who am I thinking of? It was like an adopted, like, white kid or something. And the parents were not white. And they like called the police. Was that fucking the McCains?
Her her nanny?
What a weird question. Like, why do you need to identify who the person is? Like, it's clear that they, know each other and are comfortable with each other.
Are you the babysitter or the maid?
What is she, the cops? Like, I don't understand. Like, nobody just, like, starts interrogating
Yeah, imagine getting a permanent acting gig and it's racist mom for Darman. Yeah, that is tough. That is... An
older woman and a younger kid going, like, how do you know each other? Who are you? Are you the maid?
If you really have to know, she's my daughter. Come on, sweetheart, let's go.
Listen, you can talk to me. Do you know where your mom is?
How is she so dumb that she refuses to believe that this could be this woman's daughter?
I just said I'm her mom. I adopted her.
Unless you've got some paperwork to convince me.
Last time I checked, you were not Child Protective Services. Go take your kid home. Like, go do something else. This is not a real... No one is like this, I hope. Is anybody like this?
Security! Come quick!
As if the school security guard can do anything.
Is there a problem?
This woman is trying to kidnap this girl.
Wow. You really shouldn't be so quick to judge.
The amount of patience this person is showing. I don't know if what you say to them at that point is you shouldn't be so quick to judge. Why are we all bending over backwards to prove to this crazy lady that, like, she's wrong?
Come on, sweetheart. Let's go.
I'm sorry, I can't let you leave.
That's not even legal. Like, he's a school security guard. He's not a cop.
What's your name, ma'am?
I cannot believe this is happening again.
Again? Where do you live? Because wherever it is, move.
I'm so sorry, sweetie. It's Ebony.
A black woman's name is Ebony. Good Lord. My name is Ebony. Ebony Blackman.
Ebony Jones.
Oh, of course it's Ebony Jones. Couldn't be Ebony Smith.
See? They don't even have the same last name. How could she be her mother?
What a dumb person. Like, the thing that bothers me is also that this story exists because, like, obviously this person is in the wrong. This does nothing to illustrate the, like, real experience of, like, adopted kids, like, or kids who don't look like their, family members and stuff. Like, it's just annoying, especially, like, me having not been raised by my birth mother. It's just, like, so weird.
I just told you that I adopted her. Smith is her birth name.
Oh, you gotta do something.
School security guard, you gotta lock her up, am I right?
Do you have any photo identification?
Who the fuck? I can't keep watching this video.
You see my photo right there.
Nice headshot, though.
Isn't that enough?
I don't know. This system that we've created is very high-tech and useless. It can't be trusted, so I'm going to need further identification.
Here.
Their headshot photos on a driver's license? Damn. LA be crazy.
Sorry for the mix-up. You're good to go.
Oh.
She's the legal guardian. Have a nice day.
Come on, sir.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
Her head, like, turns fully around, like, to the back of her head.
Excuse me?
I was just saying that's unfortunate that Jess got adopted by you.
I just don't understand, like, why you make this story. What lesson does this teach? Just feels like this is meant to make the viewer feel good for not. It's like, whoa, well, I'm not racist like that, so I must be a good person.
She belongs in a white family. She would be loved more by her own people.
I just can't. This is just too much.
I don't know about you.
But I'm feeling 22. Sorry, is this inappropriate?
Love has no color.
The crowd goes wild. That's clearly, it's in the description. Love has no color. They're like, awesome. Oh my God, we did it, everybody.
Nothing has stopped me from loving Jess as my own child.
I feel like no one would actually feel like they needed to prove to this woman that she was wrong. It's so clearly totally obvious. You would just like walk away.
You asked me if I was Jess's nanny. Well, I was. And more. Jess's mom and I were good friends. And I looked after Jess like she was my own child.
Oh my God. This is like insulting to the audience, I feel.
I'll never forget the day that she told me she had been battling cancer.
First off, none of this justification is necessary for a mom adopting a kid of any race. We don't need a story like this to make you feel like, oh, it's justified now, because it's like they were best friends and then she like passed away. It's like it could just be that's who she adopted. No further questions, no further justification necessary.
And only had a few weeks left to live.
Like, who would give this much time and care to give their like heartfelt backstory to somebody who just said like she would be loved more by her own people? Like, it's just like, that's a lost cause. I don't know. So this woman's mind was changed by this story. Her entire life, she just hadn't heard a convincing enough reason for why not to be racist until just this moment. Well, I'm just lucky we could be here for it. That's pretty cool.
Knowing the challenges that I would face as a black mom raising a white.
This is like actually happened, but in real life.
It is.
These stories
that's
are
a perfect
so
explanation.
Over dramatized. And I know that that's on purpose, but like it really dilutes any point that you're trying to make.
But it's different because the actually happened shit is clearly for just like children. And maybe this is like, if I looked into this more, I would realize that this isn't the case and that actually the actually happened stuff isn't for children. But Darman stuff is like a solid amount of it is for boomers.
Because it's not like relatable to the real world. It just like plays on people's emotions, but I don't think in a way that's like, I mean, for me personally, I don't think it's a way that's going to like motivate change in the people that need like their opinions to be swayed.
I am so sorry.
It's just like always this complete reversal that doesn't make it. I've never like, has anyone ever seen this happen in real life?
Please forgive me.
It's weird because like all the people who are in the wrong ask to be forgived, and then the people forgive them as if, and then it's like this happily ever after. I don't know, man. I don't want to like shit talk too much because I understand that people like these videos, but I also think that for me it doesn't land, and it feels like
Nardwar Serviette? I don't know. Is that actually Nardwar, or is that, thank you for the raid. Is that genuinely Nardwar? Because I will lose my fucking mind. I fucking love Nardwar so much. Is that genuinely Nardwar? Oh shit, that's so cool. An absolute national treasure, a treasure to the city of Vancouver. That's fucking wild. Damn. Wait, I'll turn off. Hold on, follower only. Hello to everyone. I didn't know Nardwar streamed on Twitch. That fucking rocks. That's so cool. We were just watching the Jagmeet Singh interview a couple streams ago.
A little.
Shout out to Nardwar. That's crazy.
It feels a little like toxic positivity to me. I feel like there are far better ways to like share a story like this than the context of proving to some racist lady who doesn't believe that, you know, the mother of her kid is the mother of her kid. Like, why?
Yes, Vancouver solidarity, exactly.
Why is this whole story centered around proving her wrong when like we can just hold up like good examples, like we can just tell the stories of these people themselves and thus have like more representation for these ideas, which actually is going to make it like less likely for people to have a really closed-minded approach. But what do I know? I'm just a YouTube shit talker. Anyway, that's all I have for today. I hope you had fun.
That was good. Watch Jarvis Johnson. His videos are great. Do we have any videos related to the fucking
all cops are
Drill
bad
Turbine?
cops?
Thank you for the 18 months. The supply shortage stuff, because I saw a lot of discourse about that, and it seems like people don't really understand what supply shortages are and like the worry in relation to them. I mean, the main way of viewing supply shortages is like you go to the grocery store, and if there's food on the in the store, then it's fine. And it seems like a much more complicated issue than that. The treat economy is an important element of it because people love their treats. That's an important part of the current society, is that people do get some amount of treats. I think that was really revealing with a lot of the anti-lockdown protests, where they were like, it is literally Stalinism that I don't get my treats. Shortages mainly because of packaging. That I think that's a critical element of it. But like it's we forget how much of the of like the economy and of our everyday lives is predicated on a shit ton of international trade. Like a lot of people trading and having available a shit ton of things that are produced entirely across the world. That is not even just related to like the commodities we just like, you know, buy at the grocery store. It's a and how connected a lot of the economy is with those commodities being present. Something as like absurd as like, you know, I don't know why I'm thinking of the example of like, you know, copper wiring of a particular length being required for, you know, now I shouldn't get into the intimate logistics stuff because I have no fucking clue. There's no adrenochrome shortage. Oh yeah, that was a funny one. That's why the fucking when the Suez was blocked for like how long was that? A couple weeks. That was a very big deal. Because international trade is very important for modern economies. And like the pandemic is continuing and it's not going to end. So it's only going to get worse. Yeah, that's globalism. There's those dang globalists. Like I would say that if the pandemic was ending right now, then things would be fine. There wouldn't actually be that much of a worry. For in terms of supply trade, stuff. But it's not. It's not going away. So the already sort of like a lot of supply chains are sort of falling apart, or being less. We're playing the same drinking game as with Lucid. Every time Liv says treats, take a drink. Oh, you're gonna, for this discussion, you're gonna get just ruined. Yeah, it's not adrenochrome shortage. That is a lie. Bill Clinton overdosed in the 90s on stem cells, not adrenochrome. Oh, I want to know so badly what like the QAnon people are reading about that. I mean, because I guess it's pretty obvious what they're gonna fucking say about like the Bill Clinton being hospitalized thing. But nevertheless, I need to look into that because we were doing the QAnon Anonymous stream yesterday, and it happened in that news release that he was like hospitalized in the middle of it, so we couldn't get to the discourse. It was too immediate. Because I guess he is just like old as shit, is he not? Let's.
Spending his fourth.
I spelled Clinton wrong. Oh no, you can't see it on this. I cropped it.
Day at the UC Irvine Medical Center, former President Bill Clinton is said to be in good spirits after sources tell NBC News he was diagnosed with a urological infection that spread into his bloodstream, with Hillary Rodham Clinton also at the hospital last night and today. The former president,
by the way, that is a loveless relationship.
Feeling fatigued on Tuesday.
Hillary Clinton is not.
Decided to go to the hospital.
I'm sorry, there's no fucking way.
testing. A source close to the situation says he was in the ICU as a precaution, but is not under intensive care. In a joint statement, Clinton's doctors said in part, his white blood cell count is trending down, and he is responding to antibiotics well.
It looks like the president was diagnosed with a urine infection that led to sepsis, and that he had an infection that was in the bloodstream. And sepsis can cause severe inflammation that can then lead to a lot of complications. So it's very important.
Some chatter was blaming the vaccine for his hospitalization. That is an incredible bake.
To treat it early.
That's the problem. We're like, with something like the COVID vax, because of like how important it is, and especially now with like mandates, like people want to know about medical procedures that are happening to them, because like, you know, being forced to have a medical procedure is like just at an existential level like a scary idea, but also people are fucking stupid and like don't know how medicine works, and I can't say that I'm exempt from that. It's a troubling sort of combination.
Recognize it as soon as possible.
The former president was in Southern California for a Clinton Foundation event. Feeling ill Tuesday, he was taken to the UCI Med Center and administered IV, antibiotics, and fluids for a non-COVID related infection.
Okay, guys, actually. I do wonder what the anons are making about this, because it seems like there's a very obvious interpretation of this, you know, for them, which relates to adrenochrome. Actually, yeah, that's if does anyone have the telegram of Liz Crokin? Because 100%, if you don't know Liz Crokin, she's like a very important like early propagator of like Pizzagate stuff. And like, you know, the idea the Clintons are satanic or whatever. When she had a surfing accident, she thought that it was the Clintons doing dark magic to curse her. So she's like, actually no. And another one was her dogs had diarrhea, and she was like, "This is the Clintons doing dark magic to curse me." 100% chance she's like, I can't. I'm so glad that my counter dark magic worked on the Clintons. There's no way that's not her interpretation of this. Can I just look at what is her fucking telegram?
Continuously monitored, his medical team in California is in close touch with his doctors in New York. Today, President Biden checking in on former President Clinton.
He seems to be, God willing, doing well.
The 75-year-old two-term president has a history of heart.
He's 75 now. That's so like, yeah, he's like Trump's age. How is he? He's like Biden's age now. The America really is a gerontocracy. How old is Biden? Oh, he's 78. Okay, 3-year difference. Because he was president in the fucking 90s.
Disease leading him to change his lifestyle years ago.
I now know more than I did then about how much you can aggravate heart troubles.
Let me see. Thank you for the link. Oh, Great Awakening .win. That's a classic. Oh, what is... It's like it's incoherent. Nuclear sub USS Connecticut hit underseas object in China. Captain Bill Clinton. And so the captain's name is Bill Clinton. There's a Q drop that has the exact time of a Dan Scavino tweet that is about a gopher. You really can't, like, the level, you can't make this shit, like, this is a shit post, right? But it's not. This is like a thing that people... Oh, so there was a Q drop at 11:46 in 2019. And October 10th at 11:46, there was a Dan Scavino tweet about a gopher. And then on October 10th, Bill Clinton, I mean, this is like schizophrenic. Like, on October 10th, Bill Clinton was diagnosed. Yeah, I actually don't know what to make of this. I don't. Usually I can at least follow what's going on, like the plot. But this is just Scav comms Clinton, nuclear comms Clinton, boom equals Clinton in hospital. Undeniable proofs that booms are happening with the P or the B. Oh, so it's evidence that the military is like taking over? Yeah, they're just, it's only getting worse for Anons here. Laura Loomer. Okay, I can just show this. Why would Bill Clinton travel all the way to California to get medical treatment? He lives in New York. Which, like, the story was that he was in California. They may have the best hospitals in New York, but there are no employees. That's a funny bake. That it's like he actually did have to move, but it's just because of the dang mandates. Oh, so this is just that he's... Yeah. I mean that's a joke that was made in this chat, so I can't make fun of them for that one. Oh, there you go. Cali is the only state with any adrenochrome left. That's so true. Wow. Yeah, wild stuff. I mean, they have this feeling that something is happening, right? Because it's about Bill Clinton being hospitalized, but they're just like, they can't make sense of it within the QAnon universe. So they're like, how the fuck do we do this? How much insane shit do we have to like bring up and connect so that we can make sense of it? Oh, there was another Jarvis video actually. That's sort of tangentially related, I guess.
It's a Jarvis. When we think of rich YouTubers who've taken it too far, we all think of the same person, right? No, not Logan Paul or his brother Jake. Today, we're talking about a different YouTube maverick by the name of Jarvis Johnson.
This is Jarvis Johnson.
Don't forget his name.
We all know Jarvis from his breakout role as the evil STEM teacher in High School Musical, the musical, the series, but did you know he's been awful for way longer than that? Wasn't real. Is anything real? Ah, Mr. YouTube. What are you doing here? I didn't mean to startle you, but it's time to make a video. I thought you said I could leave. And I thought a top 10 list for YouTube Rewind was a good idea. Ugh, yeah. I imagine right now you're feeling a bit like Alice. Tumbling down the rabbit hole.
Liv hiding Reddit comments after reading them is setting me? Why would I not? That is how you interact. I mean, it's not Reddit, it's like a fake Reddit copy, because they get banned from Reddit.
Oh. Huh?
That's how you navigate Reddit. You hide the thread if you're done with it.
I just really have to go? This is a simulation.
I'm a trans woman. You think I don't know how to navigate the website Reddit?
Jarvis, you can go wherever you want.
Oh, okay.
Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know, you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life. Yo, are you peeing right now? What the fuck? What? It's a simulation, right? Jesus, no, I was joking. It's down the hall to the left. I should really put up a sign. Hello, and welcome back to The Internet Was a Mistake. I'm exhausted. Today I want to talk about something that has plagued me for as long as I can remember, or at least a year or so. Why are there so many
all Reddit posts should be hidden? That's so fucking true.
Top 10 channels, And why have none of them gone away? Honestly, I don't know if top 10 is the right term. A lot of them call themselves facts channels, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like Factsverse, Be Amazed, other ones also. Whatever they are, they're like the YouTube equivalent of tabloids. They'll talk about trending topics or celebrity gossip, but also how to make the best tinfoil hat so that the government can't get into your thoughts. Wake up, sheeple. I talk a lot about new, fresh, and frankly adorable little baby content farms that spring to life and gain millions of subscribers over only a couple of months. But today, we're talking about what happens when content farms reach middle age, when the strategies you use to abuse the algorithm have fallen ineffective, but you still need to make awful content as quickly as possible because, I mean, who's gonna stop you? Me? I don't exist. Most of these channels are exactly the same because I mean, just look at them. But I've chosen to pick on the richest today because it's the best example I could find of nothing content that is technically there. The Richest describes themselves as a channel made to watch videos of unbelievable but amazing facts about the most interesting people on Earth.
Oh, also, this is entirely random because Narbar rated me. I did not realize that quote by fucking Chrétien where he was like asked about why he pepper sprayed fucking, or why cops pepper sprayed protesters, and he's like, pepper spray? I do not know about this. I pepper, I like it. I put it on my meals. That it was fucking Nardwar that asked him about it. About why the fuck are cops pepper spraying protesters. So shout out to Nardwar for that.
I can only assume they're talking about rich
I
people.
learned about that like last week. Nardwar versus Prime Minister Jean Chrétien.
Mr. Chrétien, regarding Suharto, there's a song out there right now by a punk band called the Nomads, called the Suharto Stomp. Earlier today as well at UBC, there were an incredible number of protesters. Do you think, Mr. Chrétien, if you were, say, 40 years younger, that you too would be writing punk songs and protesting against AIPAC?
But for me, in a democracy, people protest. I've been protested a few times in my lifetime. And with a lot of people at times. That's democracy. I did that myself too when I was a student. And now I'm no more a student. But I accept the fact that people will protest, and we had organized an area where they could express their views. And, but at the same time, we had to run the meeting properly.
Do you think, though, that mace equals freedom? Some of the protesters were maced.
What do you say?
Some of the protesters were maced. Does mace equal freedom? Would you have been maced yourself back then, Prime Minister Chrétien?
But I don't know what you mean by that.
Mace, pepper spray, some other members.
Oh, but I don't know. This technique did not exist in those days. For me, pepper, I put it on my plate. Next.
Chrétien, the Prime Minister with 2 second languages. That's funny. Yeah, I didn't realize that was Nardwar. So that was a good question.
What else could they mean? Whether you want to
Nardwar's on Twitch, he just rated me. That's why I brought that up.
Learn about the lifestyle of famous celebrities, how they spend their millions, the most expensive things in the world, secret military technology, money topics, and even some of the strangest discoveries, we've got you covered. They really don't know how to order a list for dramatic effect. This dinner tonight, it's gonna be fucking amazing. For starters, we have fresh lobster, which is, ooh, chef's kiss, straight from Bikini Bottom. Then we've got some pasta, good. And don't forget about the rolls, which are baked like bread often is. And finally, to top it all off, we have tap water as a drink. Now, you might have assumed from the description, the title, the avatar, the banner, that The Richest is about rich people. Well, kinda. Some of their videos are about rich and famous celebrities like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and...
No, it wasn't that the question was bad. It's that like if the audience, if you're trying to confront like a prime minister and the audience is on his side, they're gonna like fucking side with him.
Well, they have.
You see this with Trudeau now, where people are like, why the fuck is there like no running tap water in certain indigenous reservations?
A lot of videos about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, no relation.
And if this, if the crowd is on Trudeau's side, any of his responses, they'll like boost or
I've looked at data from their past 50 videos because I'm a little nerd boy, and I found that only 5 videos of the last 50 have anything to do with rich people, which sounds bad. Until you realize that it's the same number of videos that they've made about Antarctica. So it's worse. The videos on the richest employ an ancient technique known as Kalikubite. But the difference with this channel is just how completely disconnected the content of the video is from the title and thumbnail. It's almost as if the person making the titles and thumbnails hasn't seen the video, and the person making the video has no idea what the video is about, because the clickbait isn't even compelling. It's just inaccurate. 15 weird rules the NBA forces on players. What do you think this video is about? The thumbnail is a man with one shaved armpit, so that invites a lot of questions. Is that a thing? Maybe for aerodynamics, dunking? You know, can't have the wind resistance. It's like how swimmers shave. NBA players shave their armpits with their dunking arm.
Imagine you're an NBA player. You're in the middle of a game, the other team is driving towards the net. In a panic, you reach out to try to take control of the ball, but then the whistle blows because you threw a punch at the ball.
Hold on. You can't punt a basketball? That's no sport of mine.
The game starts with a jump ball. The players are tense and ready, and when that ball comes down, things get hectic.
These are just the rules of basketball.
One of the most well-known...
You're just setting up how basketball starts.
...is the 10-second free throw
What's
cap.
going
The
on
15
here?
weird rules the NBA forces on its players are the rules of the game that the players play.
As per official rules, a player can't have his foot off the court.
So the players can't play out of bounds.
Nor can a player run out of bounds.
And they can't kick the ball. Come on, NBA. Let the players kick the ball. Don't be such a cop. The complete disconnect between the title of the video and the content itself is evident in...
Yeah, despite what you anarchities have to say, basketball needs rules and regulators
most
to
of
the
their
rules.
videos. But I have to show you this next one, which is called 11 Things Gordon Ramsay Can't Live Without, because I can't believe someone made it on purpose.
When you've got money flowing out of your ears as one of the richest and most famous celebrity chefs in the world, forking out an extra couple of bucks for guacamole on your Chipotle burrito is never going to be at the top of your list of worries.
What the hell is happening? I feel like I'm being hypnotized.
Now, who are we kidding? Our boy Gordon Ramsay
This
probably
is like schizophrenic. This is what Deleuze talks about. Scrambling all the codes. It's
wouldn't
just
even
nonsense.
touch that stuff anyway, because he's a classy eater.
So far, we're about 20 seconds into the video, and nothing has really been said.
There's nothing is being signified.
Yeah, but we are talking about Chipotle for some reason, so that's new.
What is my ideology? I'm a classical liberal, as the title suggests. Actually, did I change the title? Oh, I did. The title of this stream was originally #1 classical liberal debate streamer on Twitch.
Nice.
With little angelic MasterChef Junior style Gordon on one shoulder and demonic Hell's Kitchen style Mr. Ramsay on the other, let's cook up a storm and dive straight into the super duper insanely expensive things that this potty mouth owns.
So these are the super duper expensive things that Gordon Ramsay owns, not the things he can't live without, which is fine. But most of the things on this list are cars.
This'll be the last car we talk about. We pinky swear promise.
And like, okay, I guess Gordon Ramsay is into cars, but only one space on this list is reserved for his family, which he doesn't own, by the way, and is also surprisingly low on the list, considering his family is at #5. And #1, well, that is reserved for Gordon Ramsay's amazing staff that work tirelessly at his restaurants all around the world. Just kidding, it goes to his watch.
20,000 smackaroonies.
I guess if the Ramsay family wants their father's love and affection, they'll have to watch themselves.
At number 11, say hello to one of the most expensive cars in his collection, coming in at a jealousy-inducing price tag of $180,000. We say one of the most expensive because, well, he's up to his nose in everything from Ferraris to Canyoneros.
Also, they write in a lot of jokes, or at least what I assume to be jokes, because the narrator delivers them so flatly that they just come off as lies.
And supposedly even has a Flintstone mobile or two.
I don't know why they claim that Gordon Ramsay has the car from the...
Honestly, if I was just watching that, I'd be like, does he really? Does he have a Flintstone mobile? That's cool. If I was rich, I would buy a fucking Flintstone mobile. Why not?
Simpsons and the car from the Flintstones, because did a little Googling, and it turns out that those things are cartoons, so he doesn't have them.
Fun fact, Gordon Ramsay has run more marathons than probably all of us combined. And if you can't tell, just take a sneaky look at his calves.
Feels like somebody is holding a gun to the narrator's head and he just has to keep saying words or else. He's got a lot of cars, so many cars, from Ferraris to the car from The Simpsons, and he's also got Flintstone cars, which means he must run a lot. Have I mentioned he's a runner too? Please don't shoot, I have a family. They get sidetracked almost exclusively and keep having to rein themselves back in.
Anyway, back to the point at hand.
As if we want to hear any more information about the Bentley Continental.
The Bentley Continental, aesthetics-wise, is probably one of his more low-key cars.
Oh, is it?
Gordon is actually a dude of pretty simple tastes. Not like mild hot sauce on your tongue kind of tastes. But we mean that he doesn't have a massive need for all of the finer things in life.
Aren't we compiling a list of expensive shit that he owns?
He's got money to burn, no doubt, so he does splurge. But he isn't always like, hey, look what I have, I'm so rich, la-di-da.
What on earth is going on? Would anybody say that? Well,
Trying to think of like how much do you think the fucking script writer for that video is being paid? It makes me like, because they're making like, that video probably has like millions of views, right? That's, I'm assuming, why it's being talked about. So it's generating a lot of money. So it's like, is he underpaid or is he overpaid, the script writer, right? It's hard to think about.
I guess it is coming directly out of Gordon's mouth, so it must be true.
The Continental is full of luxury, tech-savvy features like its own Wi-Fi network.
Anyway,
no, but if he's being underpaid in terms of how much money he's generating, is he really being underpaid given the quality of the script? This is a deep philosophical question.
Back to the Continental again. We're still on number 11 and it's been 2 minutes, but don't you worry, because now it's time for number 10, which is also a car.
Vroom vroom, we're shifting gears from luxury up to all-out eye-catcher with a car that's worth more than most of our entire lives. A one-of-a-kind, hyper-speedy, mega-fancy, supercharged Ferrari F12 Berlinetta.
Berlinetta. Is he seeing that word for the first time? He reads the script like he doesn't know what word is coming next. Vroom vroom, we're shifting gears from luxury up to all-out eye-catcher with a car that's worth more than most of our entire lives. One-of-a-kind, mega fancy, supercharged, hyper cool, mega dope, cool as beans, Ferrari F12 Berlinetta.
My bad. Assuming that Gordy went down to wait, do you mind if we call you Gordy, Mr. Ramsay? Call us within the next 3 seconds if you have an issue with it.
This is incredible script writing.
Okay, cool.
I promise I didn't edit this at all. The video just addresses Gordon Ramsay directly and then cuts to Family Guy because that's what they wanted to do.
Wow, what a world we live in.
So many of these videos will just cut to irrelevant clips of a movie or TV show, and I don't know why.
The F12 Berlin.
It's because it's cool to see things happening on the screen because people's attention spans are so low. There was one of the TikToks that was on my like For You page recently was it was a BoJack Horseman clip, but that's not all. Because that's fucking boring. Behind it was a video of a guy playing Rocket League. So like, it was like the BoJack Horseman clip that is the content of the video is not enough. Because I need something else to be stimulated about. I can't just have, so the person playing the Rocket League is like a good, I can see them hitting the ball or whatever.
Berlinetta shaves almost a whole darn second off that total at a touch under 3.
I am on TikTok, not on Twitter. It's a much better website, honestly. Go.
Seconds. That
I'm only posting on websites approved by President Xi Jinping.
It's like almost as fast as it took us to finish that pint of Ben & Jerry's cookie dough ice cream last night when we discovered how many fancy cars they actually destroyed in the Fast and Furious films.
Okay, now it feels like the script is being written in real time.
We could keep rambling on about his expensive car collection.
And they will, but they've got to talk about Gordon Ramsay's family now, just for a second, but not without first mentioning his infidelities.
Even though he's had his share of controversy and infidelity in the past, Gordon has shown that family is what matters most to him. We heard that he bribed Cupid to get back on Tana's good side. But that's just a rumor we read in a fortune cookie at Panda Express.
I've mentioned before that the jokes are flat and humorless, which they are, but have I also mentioned that they have this weird meta world building aspect to them? Like, for example, the narrator accidentally calls Gordon Ramsay Jamie Oliver, haha, it could be a joke, but the narrator doesn't address it for like a couple of minutes.
It wouldn't be a Jamie Oliver video if we didn't talk about one of his restaurants, right?
And then they blame their mistake on their non-existent stock photo intern.
Hold up. We've just received a telegram saying that we accidentally said Jamie Oliver instead of Gordon Ramsay. Again, we are officially blaming that one on our inept intern, Billy.
Also, before the video ends...
That's an incredible joke. That is remarkable.
The narrator has to catch a bus to go to his grandma's house.
Speaking of taking the bus, mine arrives in 2 minutes, so we need to wrap this up like ASAP, like right now, otherwise Grandma is gonna yell at me for being late again.
Why are we given this information? Who is this man? So,
incredible riff to spice up the Gordon Ramsay top 10.
The 11 things that Gordon Ramsay can't live without.
The world building. J.R.R. Tolkien walked so that this video could run.
Have you been keeping track? They haven't. 4 expensive cars, 2 houses, 1 family, a watch, and 35 restaurants. Depending on how you count, that's either 5, 9, or 43 things. But if you add that 4 and 3 together, you get 7, and 5, 7, and 9 are an odd series. And what's the next number in that series? 11. That is how you count. In doing research for this video, I learned that The Richest is owned by a company, Canadian company, I think, called Valnet, and I learned this.
It all comes back to Canada every single time. Every single time it comes back to us. I'd like to apologize.
Going to the website in this guy's email. And there I found out that Valnet...
That's not true. I don't actually stream that much.
Also owns a bunch of YouTube channels.
It is 5.7 million views. I like stream three times a week. 5.7 million views. That's incredible. How much money that video generated? I like you. Thank you.
Channels that you may have heard of. The Richest, obviously. Screen Rant. That's probably one of their biggest ones. The Taco. The Things. One of my favorites. It's a lot. It's a lot. Moms.com. Anyway, as I've stated many times before, these channels are all the same, except for their slightly different audiences. Which is funny to me because they'll just do like the same video formats across all of their channels, but then just shift the subject matter a little bit. The Things has 10 strict rules the cast of Stranger Things must follow, and The Binger has strict rules the cast of Stranger Things have to follow, so those are the same. Also, Screen Rant. Same video, actually, just exactly the same video. A place of cutting innovation and fierce digital content experts, Valnet is taking editorial and video publishing to the next level.
Hello, Mr. Car Salesman. I would like one...
Does who knows stream?
Fast car, please. Do you have...
That feels like a... I don't want to say that, because it feels like a fucking Bofa thing.
A fast car that I can buy with my money. I have a lot of money.
Next level to me. Another thing I wanted to talk about is this channel's
that's definitely a
relationship
Bofa.
with facts, but it's actually really hard for me to discuss because not a lot of you know this. Facts tragically died during the production of this video. Yeah, they were on the set of 11 Things The Rock Secretly Enjoys, and they lost consciousness. Luckily.
Also, didn't The Rock put out like a fucking rap rock video, didn't he? Or he did some...
Gordon Ramsay was there, and got into his Flintstone car to take Fax to the hospital, but unfortunately, there was nothing that he or his giant calves could yabba dabba do. So, many of you may recall that the richest has amazing videos, which is obvious, and mind-blowing facts. Rest in
Oh,
peace.
it's a Tech 9 video? Jesus fucking Christ.
So you're probably wondering what my problem is. Of those last 50 videos that I mentioned earlier, 5 were about rich people, understandably, and another 5 were about Antarctica. Another 5, an additional 5, were about the FBI. FBI finally solves the cold case of D.B. Cooper. FBI finally solves the Jimmy Hoffa cold case. And FBI finally confirm existence of Bigfoot in declassified files. All of this is
a question mark.
News to me, as it is likely news to you. But it is also news to the FBI. And I get it, because as I've said before, lying for clickbait on YouTube is a tradition as old as this rare photograph of Walt Disney's plans to kill Goofy. This is one of their actual videos. Is that arsenic? What I don't understand is why they would lie about hyper-specific stuff that is easily disproven. This video is technically from the taco, but as we've discussed, they're the same. 10 strict rules Ariana Grande must follow on tour. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm still Goofy.
One of the many things we love about Ariana Grande is that she seems to play by her own rules. Whether she's rocking a onesie or donning her favorite pair of...
That's a classic. When I think of Ariana Grande, I think, damn, that girl plays by her own freaking rules.
cat ears. But that doesn't mean there aren't any rules this famous pop star has to follow.
I'm sure I could think of a few.
Like when she said that she hated America. Remember that? We need to bring back that Ariana Grande, where she like licked that donut and said she hated America. Remember that? Remember that she had to apologize for that? It's fucked up. That's her 821 moment.
Well, she's definitely got to rest her voice. She's got so many tour dates. She probably has some quirky.
It is real. I'm not hallucinating
pre-show
that, am
traditions,
I?
as many touring
I didn't
artists
just make
do.
that up.
And let's see. She's not allowed to text me back on tour.
Okay, so far this is you're gonna. So based. So based. God damn it. Go off, Queen. Here's why Ariana Grande is a spoiled donut licking bitch who hates America.
That's definitely one of her rules.
If you're wondering which side of her face Ariana Grande favors, it's unequivocally her right side. This star knows how to pose and what type of lighting brings out her features the best.
Guys, I am seeing a lot of photos of the right side of her face on Instagram. She must hate this. Somebody text Ariana. Now, I could do it because I do have her number, of course. But someone else do it. Anyway, where their relationship with facts really flies off the handle is in their videos about conspiracies and the paranormal. Did scientists confirm aliens from Antarctica? No, they didn't, because if the aliens were from Antarctica, they wouldn't be aliens. They'd be Earthlings. And that's the only problem I have with this video. Pilot confirms strange time travel over...
Listen to one of the more recent QAA premium episodes, because we went over a Ancient Aliens episode about Antarctica. That was good stuff.
Bermuda. I know pilots have a cool job and all, but I'm pretty sure they don't have the authority to confirm time travel. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a simulation.
People have been trying to solve the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle for years. In the space between Florida, Bermuda, and the Great Antilles, more than 50 ships and 20 airplanes have gone missing.
Not to belittle it, but that's not that many, right? Like, over what time period? Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't even crack the top 10 of most dangerous places for ships.
Over the course of nearly 70 years, multiple theories have been tossed around, some going as far as to chalk it up to alien abduction.
Okay, well, that escalated quickly. You could make anything scary with conspiracy music and, like, a thud. Some going as far as to chalk it up to my friend Jeff.
Even Christopher Columbus wrote about it in his journals.
Oh shit, Christopher Columbus wrote about this? That guy was famously right all the time. And knew exactly where he was.
Today, we'll go back through history to solve the mystery, and, most importantly, we will cover the story of the pilot who flew through it and lived to tell the tale.
Oh shit, they found somebody who flew through it and lived to tell the tale? Really impressive, considering only hundreds of planes fly through that area every day. And then we'll talk to the man who crossed the street outside my apartment and lived to tell the tale. Are you filming me?
In 1918, the biggest ship of the U.S. Navy disappeared, called the USS Cyclops.
Whoa, that's crazy. What happened to it?
Coast Guard never received a distress call, and just like that, 300 passengers vanished.
Whoa.
What's strange is that no wreckage was found. No life preservers, no debris, nothing.
Oh man, usually when stuff gets lost at the bottom of the ocean, it's really easy to find. So what happened? I am personally tempted to humor the thought of sea monsters existing.
Though it's tempting to humor the thought of sea monsters existing, we have our own theories of what really happened.
Oh.
It could have been hit by a German submarine, because the First World War was going on at that time.
Sorry, it was during wartime? You didn't think that was relevant to mention earlier?
There is someone who can shed some light on what happens when you enter the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, is it one of these guys? They fly through the Bermuda Triangle every day.
In December of 1970.
Oh, 50 years ago? Yeah. No, that's definitely relevant.
The experienced pilot Bruce Gernon set off to fly from Andros Island to Palm Beach, Florida.
We're going to lightning strike Palm Beach, Florida.
He was joined by 2 passengers, and as they took off at 3 p.m., they had no idea what was in store for them.
They had no idea what was in store for them? I hope they knew they were taking a plane. Ah, this long car is taking flight.
As the plane gained altitude, it was met with a thunderstorm gathering over the Gulf Stream.
Oh, and there was a storm going on? Was it wartime also?
It was then that strange things started to happen. As they entered the tunnel, he recounts that strange lines started to form. Something about time was altered as well.
Oh. Something about time was altered? That sounds scientific.
After they exited the tunnel,
my favorite thing about what the fuck is this called? Bermuda Triangle stuff is there isn't even actually like an increase in like accidents in that area.
Dover. They entered into a thick fog that surrounded the plane.
Like there's not even
white and fluffy and cloud-like in nature.
But something wasn't right. The plane should have been over the Gulf Stream, and yet it was miraculously close to its destination. A trip that usually takes an hour and a half.
That's what the government wants me to
only
think. That's
47
so true.
minutes.
Let me get this straight. The story is that 50 years ago, a pilot landed at his destination 30 minutes early, and the only reasonable explanation is time travel?
Bruce thought something might be off, so when they reached the ground, he checked the tank. Sure enough, there was more fuel in the tank than expected, meaning that they did somehow enter some sort of time jump.
Is this what pilots mean whenever a flight is a little early?
This is your captain speaking. We've just touched down in sunny Los Angeles about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Now, for those wondering how I accomplished such a feat, we managed to pop into a large-scale vortex formation that allowed us to time travel a little bit. Please keep your seatbelts on as we taxi to the gate.
There's no evidence that this happened, by the way. It's just one guy's word, and even if he's not misremembering events from 50 years ago, time travel seems like a bit of a stretch. Even if this was absolutely true and every unverified claim was 100% real, our only evidence of time travel would be that some guy saved a few gallons of gas one time. I actually changed the title of this video since I watched it last, and now it's even more misleading. Before it was called Pilot Confirms Strange Time Travel Over Bermuda, and now it's called Bermuda Triangle Plane Caught in Time Warp Finally Lands. Finally it lands. It only took 47 minutes after takeoff 50 years ago. So in closing, they just published a new video. They published like once a day at least. And this one is called New Evidence Finally Reveals the Real Reason the Titanic Sank. I'm curious. I mean, I think it's the iceberg, right? I saw the movie.
The Titanic catastrophe is one of the most famous and most tragic ship disasters in all of history. Until now, the story was clear. the Titanic scraped against an iceberg, which
the patents of is that going to be an own? I'm constantly worried. Salvador Pay, no.
Flooded the ship, causing it to sink to the bottom of the ocean.
You mean to tell me it wasn't a nice?
Any fucking name that comes up in chat, I'm like, is this a D's nuts thing? No, this is real.
Iceberg.
Perhaps the iceberg was not at fault at all. Rather,
aerospace engineer. Oh, he's currently military and engineering, energy producing applications. Oh, is this like? Do people do like? Oh, he invented secret infinite energy shit or something. Yeah, he discovered a cure for like
poor build and plenty of criminal negligence.
Poor build. It sounds so funny.
Poor build.
So anyway, this video is bad, obviously. It is from this channel. You've seen the video. I assume they're eventually going to get to the real reason that the Titanic sank.
There we have it. The real reason the Titanic sank was Jarvis Johnson.
Pretty funny, actually. We have the same name.
What you're about to see is a recently uncovered video that has never been seen before.
I've finally done it. I, Jarvis Johnson, have successfully sunk the unsinkable ship. My name, which by the way is Jarvis Johnson, will live on throughout history in perpetuity, never to be forgotten or mistaken for any other Jarvis Johnsons, which is my name. Now, if you'll humor me, I'd like to tell you my master plan. Using a large-scale vortex formation, I'm going to time travel a few minutes at a time until I'm 100 years in the future. And once I'm there, I will hide in plain sight as something called a YouTube celebrity. Not sure what that means yet as of 1912, but I assure you I'll figure it out. Something, those dinosaurs got what was coming to them. No one will ever forget the magnificent feat I've accomplished, and no one will think an iceberg did it.
It's not what it looks like?
Actually, Jarvis, it is. Thanks for watching 12 Ways Jarvis Johnson Has Ruined History. Subscribe to the Jarvis for more videos about the worst person in the world.
Oh, sorry, was I asleep? Just go to the fucking bathroom. I have to Febreze the Matrix.
That's another banger by Jarvis Johnson. What other? You can join the Discord as well. It'll ping you when I go live and all that shit. And we have a stream suggestion. Do I want to watch? Do Godzilla and King Kong have balls? What do we think the answer to this question is? I'm gonna say that Godzilla does not and that King Kong does. I think more than likely that is the...
Welcome to Kaiju Sex Ed. Just kidding. In this video, we will answer one simple question. Were the Kong and Godzilla species able to reproduce? If they had reproductive organs, then where are they? We will use real-world and historical evidence to find out if these two monsters could potentially leave behind a successor. How and with what? So make sure you smash that like button, subscribe.
This is one of those listicles, and you know what? God bless them for it. 600,000 views.
And pay close attention until the end as we reveal the, well, hidden secrets of these titans' reproductive anatomy. 1. The Kong species. If you clicked on this video, chances are that you probably wondered, why doesn't Kong have a gigantic dong majestically swinging over the inhabitants of Skull Island?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was wondering that as well. Yeah, thank you. I think about that every day of my life.
2 or 3 answers to this. The first being obvious. Since these films are rated PG-13, chances are that the creature artists aren't going to even bother giving this guy any genitals.
Thanks.
Maybe because it would be inappropriate for some kids to watch, and plus, imagine being the poor CG artist tasked with spending hours animating a swinging penis. But we imagine there must be more to this vague answer. And there is. One reason why Kong may not have had any visible reproductive organs is the fact that in the real world, male gorillas kind of share these same attributes. Their genitals are more or less...
You know what? This is even worse than I thought it was gonna be. We don't have to watch this.
So, this is my promise to the people of the Video Podcast Network world. I will not eat a single morsel of food until Margaret Thatcher is dead and buried.
She died 3 weeks ago. We'll be right back with Larry King.
It's a classic. It's a classic, Norm. May he rest in peace. McMartin preschool panic? Sure.
In what may become one of the biggest child molesting cases ever on record, 7 nursery school teachers were arraigned today on more than 100 counts of child molestation.
The accused include the preschool owner, 76-year-old Virginia McMartin, her daughter, and 2 grandchildren.
Finding out just what happened to the McMartin preschoolers in Manhattan Beach, California would spark a national media obsession.
A case which has shocked much of Southern California and caused a lot of parents to worry about the safety of their children.
Setting off a panic around the country.
In alarming numbers, preschoolers have been exploited.
Could it be your child? The media blitz demonstrated unstinting belief that this had happened.
It was sensational and lurid and seemed to always be expanding.
1,400 children in this community have been ritualistically abused.
But were they? Decades later, while the McMartin case has been largely forgotten, its impact lives on.
Is this a QAnon prelude? In terms of like bakes? I have no knowledge of this whatsoever.
The McMartin Preschool in Manhattan Beach, as it looked when we photographed it discreetly just 3 weeks ago.
Local reporter Wayne Satz of KABC in Los Angeles broke the story.
It started out here in Manhattan Beach looking like an isolated incident. One mother noticed that her young son was having nightmares and difficulty sitting down.
Teachers at this prominent Southern California preschool were accused of sexually molesting their young students.
Authorities now believe that at least 60 young children were victimized, and that the ultimate number could well be much greater.
Fueled by unskeptical press reports, the charges mounted on the evening news.
Those children, some of them as young as 2 years old, were photographed by the suspects.
Kiddie porn was the primary purpose for the alleged sexual abuse of children.
Becoming more and more bizarre.
Some children allege that a living creature was sacrificed on the church's altar.
The truth about Satanism is they...
Oh, this is... okay.
Truly do you...
This is interesting. You just learned that, like... all of American culture is a repeat.
Blood, and they mix it with urine, and then they also use the real meat, the real flesh. This is what makes Satanism true, and this is what 1,200 molested kids in the city of Manhattan Beach have told the Sheriff's Department.
Most of the allegations had been made here at Children's Institute International, CII, a child abuse prevention center. At the request of prosecutors, CII social worker Key McFarlane and her team had been videotaping interviews with the preschoolers.
Using puppets to encourage the children to reveal what happened, the therapists were able to unlock the horrible secrets of the McMartin school.
Virginia McMartin, her daughter, 2 grandchildren, and 3 other teachers were ultimately indicted on more than 300 counts of molestation.
2 South Bay preschools.
It wasn't long before accusations of abuse were being reported at 7 other daycare centers in LA County alone.
Investigators were at the Hickory Preschool in Torrance earlier today.
And then fear spread across the country, eventually targeting scores of daycare centers. But the story that initially fed the panic was not all it seemed. In the summer of 1983, a 39-year-old mother called the Manhattan Beach Police Department and accused McMartin teacher Raymond Bucky of molesting her 2.5-year-old son.
In the DA's office, all kinds of doubts developed. particularly about the fact that the mother of the first complaining child was psychotic, but they just kept on going. It was like the Titanic. It was like a roller coaster or a ship that just was out of control and couldn't stop.
The police released Bucky for lack of evidence, but then they sent out this letter to some 200 families, instructing them to question their children about sodomy, oral sex, and fondling.
What happens then is the parents start to talk to their kids, and then they start to talk to each other, and then they start to compare notes, and pretty soon emotionally involved parents are engaging in leading and suggestive questioning of their child.
Kenneth Lanning worked with the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit and consulted on the McMartin investigation.
Once these cases are contaminated, it's almost impossible to know with any degree of certainty what actually happened.
But the therapists at CII believed they knew what had happened. Based on their videotaped interviews, they said that more than 90% of the 400 preschoolers they talked to reported signs of sexual abuse.
Mr. Parrott, can you help Susie show us what happened to her?
The courts immediately sealed CII's interviews with the McMartin children. But the CII therapists shared demonstration videos like this one with the press and discussed their findings on television.
We have heard it 100 times or more from children. The same things, the same games, the same descriptions.
I can't.
It's really interesting to realize more and more how much a lot of history is just a repeat, and a lot of culture is just fucking a repeat. This is like seeing those. It's not like this, but it's like seeing those videos of like Parisians in 1920, and they just have like the style of like a young person now, where it's like everything is just a fucking repeat. This is just totally the QAnon playbook, right?
I can't say that I ever saw a videotape where kids said this happened to me. Never of their own account, spontaneously.
The interviews are upsetting to read because essentially what happened is the therapists unintentionally coerced the children into fabricating stories of abuse.
Richard Beck wasn't even born when the McMartin story first broke in 1984. Fascinated by the panic that spread across the country, he has been researching and writing a book on the case for the last 2 years.
You have interviews that will start off with a therapist asking a child whether they had ever played any naked games. At McMartin, this was a huge topic, was naked games. And the children initially say no. The therapist, though, didn't accept those answers. So then they repeat the question. And then they repeat it again.
It's a child.
Eventually, the children realize that their interview is never going to be allowed to end until they start giving the interviewer the kind of answer that she wants to hear.
Wild.
It was obvious in the interviews that all kinds of techniques were highly suggestible, highly pressuring, and is capable of creating false memories of abuse in children, often permanent memories.
Kee McFarlane is no longer with CII. She declined our request for an interview. Dr. Stephen Ambrose has been working with children for more than 25 years and was at CII during the McMartin interviews.
I think our therapists, in many respects, started out being very careful about that back then, but as they became more persuaded that something had happened, there probably were some leading questions.
Dr. Ambrose says the McMartin case came about just as a new understanding of child sexual abuse was emerging.
It happened right at a time in the sort of the history of the field when we were just beginning to come to terms with the fact that child sexual abuse was a real phenomenon.
Wake up, America. This is your wake-up call.
People don't want to believe that young children have been molested. They'd much prefer to believe that it's not true.
We believe the children because once upon a time, we were the children, and nobody believed us.
But that belief was sorely tested as investigators searched.
It's Anna from Red Scare. God damn it.
were sane.
No pornography that could be linked to the abuse that the children were describing has ever been found.
There should have been little animal carcasses. There should have been bodily fluids all over the preschool. They didn't have any of that.
And what about those early claims of satanic abuse?
There certainly have been mentally ill people who have gone out and killed people, quote, in the name of Satan. But there's never been any proof that there was any kind of satanic ritual abuse or satanic cult activity in a daycare center.
When I first got involved in these cases, I'll be very honest with you, I tended to believe that this was going on. But eventually, the number of cases just kept growing and growing and growing. And at some point, I came to the realization, this many people can't be doing this to this many victims for this long and not leaving any corroborative evidence behind. It just doesn't work that way.
18 months after the McMartin investigation began, the case took a dramatic turn.
What we're left with at this point is that for 5 of the 7 defendants in the McMartin case, the evidence is so slim that it does not go beyond the mere accusation.
So in April of 1987, nearly 4 years after the first accusation was made, the case against the 2 remaining McMartin defendants, Raymond Buckey and his mother Peggy McMartin Buckey, finally went to trial. In court, medical evidence supporting the prosecution's case couldn't be established with any certainty. And although hundreds of children had been interviewed, in the end, only 9 testified.
After extremely lengthy cross-examination of children at the preliminary hearing, some parents decided that they would refuse to let their children participate any further.
Through it all, the Buckeys remained steadfast about their innocence.
True, when I'm very nervous, I probably have said some things that are not quite correct, and I'll grant it and I'll admit that.
Including Mr. Buckey, whether or not you molested children in this case?
No, Mr. When I know that I did not molest children ever in my life.
The trial lasted nearly 3 years. And in January of 1990...
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the very defendants not guilty.
The children were never allowed to say in their own words what happened to them. And to me, that was crucial.
The jury could not agree on 13 counts against Raymond Buckey. So 6 months later, prosecutors brought him back to court. Once again, the jury was deadlocked.
Therefore, there's legal necessity to declare a mistrial.
And with that declaration, one of the longest, most expensive criminal trials in U.S. history finally came to an end.
Jeez. I'm glad it's over.
McMartin lead prosecutor Lael Rubin says that while she wishes the outcome had been different, the case brought about important changes.
Very young children who may or may not have been sexually abused have certainly been traumatized by endless hours of relentless examination.
Among them, a new understanding on the best way to interview children.
Who should do it, who should be present, how all of that should occur and be videotaped. So it really created a dialogue of examining the best way to talk to children who might be victims of crimes.
Nowadays, as opposed to back when the McMartin case took place, there's a very clear protocol about how to interview kids, and there's a very strong...
I love to create a dialogue over, like, I guess so there's just, what was this, was there any substantive evidence
on
with that guy, or is it just...
avoiding leading questions of any kind. There's much more care taken to make sure that whatever the results are, they will stand up in court.
When the trial ended, the McMartin preschool was demolished. A laundry and dry cleaning store now sits in its place. After his acquittal, Raymond Buckey made a few television appearances, like this one on The Larry King Show.
What do you want to do in your life? I want to be left alone. I've seen what the news media can do to people in a crowded situation, and I don't want to be in LA, and I want to be left alone. Simple life.
For Raymond Buckey's defense attorney, Danny Davis, the impact of the McMartin case should never be forgotten.
It brings into focus that our American culture can do harm to our children in the next generation to win at all costs, to have a great publicity run, to jump the ratings and make it for a day. Those are all adult aspirations at the sacrifice of children.
Yeah, it really is. It's wild how much this is just, and I guess it's connected to satanic panic more broadly. Like it's regurgitated in QAnon stuff. What is this? Loyal citizens of Pyongyang in Seoul.
New provocation from North Korea.
When I saw the president of South Korea hugging Kim Jong-un, I asked myself, would he do the same with Hitler?
North Korea. The nation where its leader is compared to a modern-day Hitler. The nation where the government enslaves its own people and violates every human right imaginable. There's not a single other nation in the world that is accused of so many atrocities against humanity as North Korea. But these accusations are not actually based off video or photo evidence. They come from only one source.
It's a bit TOS. Oh, okay. Well then we probably shouldn't. What's this one? Oh, is this about comic books? What am I, a fucking nerd? Let's watch this dinosaur video.
The past is a vast and mysterious land that begins at the Big Bang and ends in the present, expanding with each passing moment. It's the home of everything
There's a suggestion channel in the Discord
that came before, the key to understanding our present. Here, we find the most amazing creatures to ever roam our planet. Hundreds of millions of species so diverse that our imagination cannot do them justice. Unfortunately, the past carefully guards its secrets. While there are a lot of things about the past we know, there are way more things we know we don't know. And worse, there are probably even more things we don't even know that we don't know about. Think of the wonder of life. We now recognize about 1.5 million.
Kyrgyzstan is liberal propaganda. I'll try to spot any liberal propaganda in this dinosaur video and point it out.
Eukaryotic species, but there may be as many as 10 million alive today. And although we are adding some 15,000 new species to our collective knowledge each year, the vast majority of life on Earth is still undiscovered. This is just what is around today. An estimated 4 billion species emerged on our planet in past eons. But at least 99% of them died out way before humans spoke the first words. The vast majority of all the different species that ever existed are so utterly deleted that they have become part of the unknown part of the past, lost to us forever. Or are they? Could we use science and imagination to glimpse a shadow of the unreachable past? Let's start with what we do know. To learn about creatures of the past,
if it isn't Aristotelian biology, it's lib shit. So fucking true. One's in the chat, please.
We need fossils, any sort of remains preserved from past geological ages. Bones or shells.
Yeah, the one thing that I agree with Aristotle on is on the subject of women. Am I right, folks?
Impressions or imprints, things preserved in amber. The totality of all fossils on Earth is called the fossil record, and it's the most important window on the past we'll ever have. For a dead animal to fossilize, a number of things must go just right. The right environment, timing, and conditions. And then the fossil needs to survive for millions or hundreds of millions of years, and then get back to the surface, and then be discovered before natural processes dissolve it. So it is kind of a miracle that we have what we have, and know what we know. Take the dinosaurs, since they were one of the largest and most successful groups of animals for some 165 million years, and are also a lot of fun to animate. What were they really like, and what are we missing? In the last 200 years, we've found tens of thousands of fossils from over 1,000 dinosaur species. Lately, we've entered a golden era of discovery, and about 50 new dinosaur species are discovered each year, expanding what we know and what we know that we don't know about them, which is amazing. But it also makes us aware of all the things lost to the past forever.
The subs are out of 1,200 because if I get to 1,200, I'll play Fallout New Vegas. That was there's a real sub goal if we ever get to 1,200 subs. So give me money, please. I know it's crazy. I'm a trans woman and I've never played any Fallout game. It's bizarre.
Forever. Imagine if we took all the animals that lived in the last 50 million years and randomly chose 10,000 individuals from 1,000 species to fossilize. Think about all the things that would be missed or that seem too weird to be true. Like the giraffe, a yellow animal with brown patterns that looks like a horse, and an antelope had a baby with a long neck and 2 tiny hairy horns. How many dinosaur giraffes were there? Animals so weird and selected for ecological niches so specific that evolution molded their bodies very absurdly. Today they might seem made up to us. We know a lot of species are lost forever just because of the environment they lived in. For example, lush jungles basically prevent fossilization, as the chances that an animal will be buried here are low. Countless scavengers of all sizes break down freshly deceased animals extremely quickly, and the soil is often so acidic that bones are dissolved. And so fossils of dinosaurs from jungles are practically non-existent. Today, half of all known species live in the few remaining rainforests that only cover 2% of Earth's landmass. Millions of years ago, when dinosaurs roamed Earth, jungles covered much more of the planet. So, besides some
the one thing I want to know about Fallout New Vegas is like, can you gamble? Because you're in Vegas, right? Are you allowed? Yes. So much. Now we're talking, baby. Now we're talking.
Insects and other small animals trapped in amber, there should be millions of species that emerged and vanished without leaving any trace. Trapped deep inside the unknown. But just in general, biology trips us up. Look at your body. It's mainly squishy, gooey, soft stuff, which does not preserve well. What remains the longest are the crystallized parts of your bones, and so most dinosaur fossils are bones or teeth, usually fragments, not entire skeletons. This means that almost all boneless or shell-less animals are practically wiped from the fossil record. If we take a look at the stunning diversity of weird animals like worms, jellyfish, and slugs alive today, we can only speculate what we are missing. Although thankfully, many mostly soft and gooey species also left us an incredible diversity of shells that tell us an amazing amount about our past, so at least we have that. Still, when we think about all the boneless species that may have existed in the last 500 million years, even our best attempt at imagining them falls short. But it's not like reimagining something based on its bones is straightforward, and so the way we envisage what dinosaurs actually looked like has changed a lot in the last few years. In the past, many illustrations had a bony, minimalistic look with a toothy grin to signify fierceness and danger. But if we draw today's animals in a similar way, based on their skeletons, just for the fun of it, we get the most bizarre creatures. Elephants, swans, and baboons that look like monsters right out of nightmares. So, similar to animals today, we should imagine dinosaurs with much more soft tissue, fat bellies or chests, weird soft parts like skin flaps, lips and gums, and just more pronounced features that would make them seem like much more pleasant fellows. Some soft features actually leave distinctive traces on bones that we can look for in the skeletons of extinct animals, which is where today's animals with similar features are really helpful. It's a similar story with colors. Because we know what the feathers of living birds look like, modern technology combined with the exceedingly rare fossils with preserved remains of fuzzy feathers give us a glimpse of the real colors of extinct dinosaurs. We know that tiny Sinosauropteryx had a striped tail, and its tiny dino buddy Anchiornis huxley was white and black with gorgeous red feathers around its head. Still, for the vast majority of really any ancient extinct species, we have no real clue what color they were. But we know what modern dinosaurs, birds, look like, and here we find the most amazing variety. So some dinosaurs will have tried to blend into the background, while others might have fielded aggressive color schemes to attract mates or to appear dangerous. Some might have had impressive decorations or colorful beaks. Some may have been striped or patterned. Similarly, we don't know that much about dinosaur behavior, although once again we can draw conclusions from existing animals. For example, even apex predators like lions spend a lot of their time lying around and cuddling and licking each other and playing. Why would dinosaurs be so different? When we first found the skull of T-Rex with its mighty teeth and probably the strongest bite of any land animal ever, we imagined a fierce and stupid beast. But modern scanning technology has revealed that T-Rex had a larger brain-to-body ratio than some earlier giant meat-eaters. And it probably had very sharp hearing, vision, and a sense of smell, and was in all likelihood not a stupid animal. So maybe T-Rex was a cuddly fellow that spent a lot of time playing around or impressing potential mates when it was not hungry. Likewise, while their horns and shields might have made
That's so cute. It's like, this is like bears. Like, they're so adorable. As someone, where's that video? I want to find
appear
it.
to be natural-born fighters, they were probably much more than that. Based on the behavior of modern animals and the complex dances some have to go through to mate, maybe their shields were amazingly colorful. Maybe it danced for its mates like many birds do today. How intensely amazing these creatures must have been. And what a loss it is to us that we don't get to experience them firsthand. What an even greater loss that there is so much.
This video, this fucking bear.
How you doing? You being a good boy? Yeah.
Look at him.
You're about 600 pounds. Yeah, you're a good boy. Yeah, you're a good boy. Yeah, I missed you. I missed you.
Also, I commented on this. He's so cute. And then someone responded, "Is that a black bear?" So, god damn you. I said this before, not allowing me to just make to just enjoy how adorable this, cuz but they're very black bears, honestly, like not as terrifying. It's really the brown bears you got to watch out for.
Much we will never know about them, and even more tragic, all the absurd
A black bear is sort of just a type of guy, if
and
you think
beautiful
about
beings that disappeared without a trace. But such is life. Time marches on without any concern for our feelings, and the past expands with every moment that passes. Most wild animals alive today will in all likelihood not leave fossils behind and also just disappear forever. We can do something about that though. Instead of accelerating the extinction we are witnessing, we could become the guardians of
Wait, did I miss the dancing? God damn it.
and for our feelings, but such absurd and beautiful beings that disappeared without a trace.
Hate
But
to see it.
such is life. Time marches on without any concern for our feelings, and the past expands with every moment that
I don't think it's a wild bear. I think there's some interaction with humans.
passes.
Oh, it's further back.
And what a loss it is to us that we don't get to experience them firsthand. What an even greater loss that there is so much we will never know about them, and even more tragic, all the absurd and beautiful beings
Okay,
that
I'm not gonna
disappeared
go back.
without
I'm
a
not gonna
trace.
do it. It's fine.
But such is life. Time marches on without any concern for our feelings, and the past expands with every moment that passes.
Let's go. I don't know why there wasn't a fucking alert for that. Thank you for the raid, Julian Field. I hope you had a good stream. Follow Julian Field if you do not on Twitch. Shout outs. We're watching a dinosaur video.
Most wild animals alive today will in all likelihood not
Kim,
leave
thank you for the
fossils
5 months.
behind and also just disappear forever. We can do something about that though. Instead of accelerating the extinction we are witnessing, we could become the guardians of life and preserve it where we find it. If possible, in the wild, if not, then in museums, movies, and in our minds. Because as amazing as our imagination is, and as fascinating to think about the animals that are part of the unknown, it is even better to witness them in the present. The land that we actually inhabit, where we get to experience life as it happens. There is one more exciting way to experience dinosaurs that...
I'm not gonna... No free clout for Kyrgyzstan. That is it's liberal propaganda. Trying to make you think dinosaurs are adorable. It's Bill Gates has an agenda there somewhere, and it relates to adrenochrome, I think.
All cops are bad cops.
Ballertron, thank you for the 7 months. Oh no. There's a wisecrack video on Play-Doh. What's really going on? This is...
I've got a confession to make.
We're gonna find that this is appropriate for the Julian raid. We're gonna find out the truth about Bohemian Grove.
Believe it or not. And I know what you're thinking. I don't really have the girl guide look. But really, it's just this club that you join as a kid and you have to say these like weird little mottos and promises. And you meet up in your local town hall after school. You might go camping from time to time too. You might do a play. It's all very fun. So I guess being part of these clubs as a kid gave me a little taster on what it must be like to be part of the Bohemian Grove. Except swap the town hall for a 2,700 acre campground in Monterey, California, and swap a bunch of annoying neighborhood kids for some of the most powerful men in the entire world. That's right, today we are talking about the 2-week-long retreat of the Bohemian Club, a place where weaving spiders, women and outsiders are supposedly banned, a place whose mythology and conspiracy is far-reaching thanks to a controversial Austin-based doom-monger. But what really goes on behind the shroud of secrecy? Sinister conspiracy, or just capitalism and cronyism trickling down through the green needle leaves of the redwood forest? Before we get into it, if you haven't yet subscribed, then why the hell not? I make videos on all things weird, pop culture, crimes, cults, conspiracies. We do deep dives and weird vibes. And if I sound like I'm talking in pig Latin during this video, that's just a way to bypass the evil hand of YouTube
No, that's just because you're British.
demonetization. Thank you very much, Susan. Without further ado, grab yourself a drink, or in my case, a friendly, one-eared version of the owl god Moloch, and let's dive into everything you never knew about Bohemian Grove.
What are a group of some of the most powerful men in the country meeting in the forests of California?
Did you say the Bohemian Club? That's where all those rich Republicans go up and stand naked against redwood trees.
The exclusive all-male Bohemian Club. Millionaires, billionaires.
The real decisions that get made in this country are not necessarily in Congress. They're usually behind closed doors.
There you see the funeral pyre burning with the effigy of a human.
Like a boys' camp, the Grove has a symbol. In this case, a somewhat fierce-looking owl.
Dressing up like druids and worshiping the owl god Moloch. That's real, dude.
Mainstream media didn't become aware of me until 2002.
Oh, it's that guy.
Real, dude.
This fucking dude, this superhero guy.
Media didn't become aware of me until 2002.
Keep walking.
What's his name? Someone knows it. There's no way that someone in the chat does not know that guy's name.
Cameras in the trees. There's owls everywhere.
When I conducted a raid on the Bohemian Grove as the Phantom Patriot.
The Bohemian Grove is only
the Phantom Patriot. We got it.
an instance, only one piece of what we call the power structure.
I saw Faustian rituals of old men doing deep breathing in circles going.
Before we take a trip out to the redwood forests of California, we need to go back to San Francisco in 1872 and the founding of the Bohemian Club. Originally, the Bohemian Club was started by newspaper journalists, and according to accounts that I read, they considered themselves to be the intellectual elite of San Francisco. The Bohemian Club was basically a way to separate themselves from other elite social clubs from men that were around at the time. Did I mention it's men only? There's no
I
pesky
forgot to
women
add
allowed.
posting walk. I'm sorry.
They used to meet at the home of their co-founder James F. Bowman, who served as the club's secretary for the first 2 years of its creation. The founding spirit of the Bohemian Club was relatively harmless, with breakfast meetings every Sunday at Bowman's home. The meetings would go on through the day and all of the Bohemian Club members would get drunk and let loose. And it wasn't before long that the club grew significantly in membership and soon outgrew Bowman's home. Nathaniel Britton, another co-founder of the Bohemian Club, actually built a house known as the Nathaniel Britton Party House to entertain his friends from the club and to also use it as a kind of
hunting lodge for rich weirdos.
There are reports that the founding members of the Bohemian Club wanted to have rich.
Did we want to cut pet or wavy? Pet, wavy, nod. Which one are we cutting for walk? Because the walk is another lizard one. I'm going to pull it actually. Cut which one? Pet. Wait, what is it? It's pet, cut, nod. And you can pay for it because this is a liberal democracy.
Businessmen joined because people without money would not be able to support the club and therefore it wouldn't grow. The founding statement of the club said that it was for the promotion of social and intellectual intercourse between journalists and other writers, artists, actors and musicians, professional or amateur, and such others not included in this list as may, by reason of knowledge and appreciation of polite literature and the fine arts, be deemed worthy of membership. It basically became a club that some of the richest blokes in San Francisco joined, and it was listed in the elite directory, the San Francisco Blue Book, and another social book called Our Society Blue Book. They relocated to the back room of a property that was owned by another local fraternity club thing.
So I don't know why I said wavy. No, it's pet, cut, and nod. I don't know why I said wavy.
Called Jolly Corks, and it was here that the rules of the club became
just
drafted.
add pet to
Basically,
BTTV.
you can join the club as long as you can afford it and as long as you're not a woman. The club's motto is "Weaving spiders come not here," which is taken from A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Yeah, people like cut. I guess it's between whether nod and pet should be added to just BTTV.
And it basically means no talking shop. Don't go spinning no webs at the Bohemian Club, except many webs have been spun at the Bohemian Club. Some of the early members included Ambrose Bierce, who wrote the book The Devil's Dictionary, the poet Charles Warren Stoddard, among others. The club also had honorary members such as Mark Twain and Bret Hart, and everyone's favourite racist coloniser Rudyard Kipling stopped by. Once the Bohemian
I guess, yeah, pet is better. Okay. Alright, that's true. Pet is better for BTTV because no one is using it elsewhere, where you might use Nod at another channel. That's true. Okay. All right. The poll doesn't matter. Democracy's fake.
Club had gotten settled at the back room at Jolly Corks, they began to put on what they called jinks. These were performances, and they were named after hijinks, which is defined as boisterous or rambunctious carryings on. Having a laugh, basically, and we'll go more into hijinks and low jinks later on. Oscar Wilde also remarked that he had never seen so many well-dressed, well-fed, business-like bohemians in his entire life when he took a trip to San Francisco in the late 80s.
I'm declaring a state of... I was literally reading Schmidt today, actually. So let's just say I am the sovereign. I decide the state of exception, and I've decided it.
The shade of it all.
So it's basically this group of rich yuppies in San Fran trying to feel intellectually superior to everyone else while also sucking up to the rich lads. I don't know about you, but I am very glad that times have changed. The club acquired property at 624 Taylor Street in San Francisco, and before you think I'm doxing them, that address is extremely public. You can find it on Google. It's quite an opulent building. On the main floor, there's a reading room that has been described as church-like, as well as a dominoes room, which I'm assuming is now probably a general games room, although dominoes is still popular somehow. But the most popular room in the building is probably the cartoon room, which features paintings and posters from some of the club's most famous honorary members. It's also got a bar. Who doesn't love a bar? The the Bohemians bloody love a bar. But how does one join such an esteemed club like the Bohemians? Well, it's invite only, and each potential member has to be recommended by 2 existing members who will vouch for them and their character. The Bohemians also circulate names of potential members within their ranks and essentially get the group's opinion on who should join. There are 15 directors that sit on the board, but most of the day-to-day work of running the club is delegated to their many subcommittees, because who doesn't love bureaucracy in your nefarious and highly secretive
There it
secret
is,
society?
posting walk. Look at that. Look at it. Look at him. Look at him go. Thank you, May, for the gif, for the emote.
There's a Jinx committee that looks after all of the shows and plays. There's a Grove committee that looks after... We're going to get there. We will get there, I promise. They even have a wine committee where they just sit around drinking wine. It really does sound like a hard life to be a Bohemian, doesn't it? The Bohemians also adopted the owl. You have to forgive my one-eared owl. I've had this for years, but I thought it was relevant to the video. They basically adopted the owl as their symbol because it supposedly represents wisdom, and it goes back to Greek mythology, with the owl representing the goddess Athena, who herself was supposedly the goddess of wisdom. And the owl is thought of as being like dead smart, basically. So it isn't entirely surprising why they chose the owl, not this specific owl, but just the owl in general, as a kind of mascot. The club began going on trips in the late 1870s, and there are conflicting accounts, but from what I've seen, the first get-together outside of the main meeting place of the club was on June 29th, 1878, when they threw a going-away party for one of their members, Henry Edwards. They had such a bloody good time that they decided to do it again the next year, and it became known as their Midsummer Hijinks, which is definitely giving Florence Pugh, Mayflower, Burning Bear energy. Then they decided to venture out to Santa Rosa County in an area that was formerly known as Meeker's Grove, which was then owned by a man named Melvin Cyrus Meeker, who was a logger. They rented the property from him in 1893 until they finally bought it off him in 1899, thus turning Meeker's Grove into the infamous Bohemian Grove.
Oh, I know this song. That's gotta be, that's 100% a reference, right?
The media aren't allowed in.
That song was constructed for TrueAnon, right?
The media aren't allowed in. In fact, the Bohemians have a long history of secrecy.
No, yeah, that song was like, was it not, was it, oh, is that like a, oh, is it Twin Peaks? Oh, okay.
The protesters say the Bohemians are drunk. Drunk was...
I'm not me. I've never watched Twin Peaks.
At the time of purchase, Bohemian Grove...
I assumed that they had a fucking soundtrack. I don't know, they're a big podcast. QAA is a soundtrack. I have a fucking soundtrack. My podcast has a soundtrack. I would have assumed that TrueAnon would have had one.
Grove was only 160 acres of property, but the Bohemian Club added to this over the years and decades.
What soundtrack? The last my Contra video, the background music was composed for the video by one of my friends.
Actually growing to 2,700 acres, enough space for the Bohemians to have their privacy. The honorary members list begins to grow and even includes...
It's not a... You know, there's a decent amount of
people like William Randolph Hearst, despite the Bohemian Club stating...
Oh, is it a remix by Young Chomsky, who's like the fucking editor or whatever?
...that they would not allow newspaper publishers to join the gang. In the beginning, most of the Bohemians were...
Oh, okay, so it is a TrueAnon reference anyways. Okay, so it is a TrueAnon reference, so I'm right and all of you are wrong. And I'm right, and you shouldn't make fun of me, is what you're all saying. If you disagree with that, I will exert my sovereign power.
But they had set up a...
I have been reading Schmidt.
...bar, a writing tent, and a bathhouse as well for them to enjoy.
I'm right,
However, times have definitely changed, and nowadays Bohemian Grove is vast and well organised. Few have been inside, but there are maps of the general layout of the Grove from years ago that give a general idea of the setup.
The Bohemian Grove is actually divided into about 120 different camps. It's like you took the fraternity row at a big university and moved it up into the redwoods. Each of these camps has a little pep name.
Room Broder, thank you for the year. You're still subscribed? Oh, yeah. This has happened before. I don't think I can refund you if you accidentally subscribed. But yeah, I mean, it's a recurring thing. I'm sorry.
Aviary, or Sons of Toil, or Druids, or Mandalay, or Woof. And each of these camps also has a special drink that it offers.
I think they're memeing? Oh, okay. Every time this happens, I do this, and then they're memeing, and I'm like, okay, damn, I got... And it encourages you to do it again.
It has special gags that it plays upon the visitors who come to see them. The men are constantly moving around from camp to camp, talking to each other. The mythology is that all of these camps are equal, but the truth is that some of these camps are a lot more equal than others.
Currently, there are over 100 different campsites. I think most of them are no longer camping and are more like cabins, but who knows? We aren't allowed inside. The camps all have different names, with one of the most infamous being Hillbillies, which is known to have housed George H.W. Bush, William Draper, and Alden Clausen, your typical three Bohemian Stooges. Then
Go to 237 of this True Non podcast. Oh, you mean that he remixed it because he added the Jeffrey Epstein thing? So the thing behind it wasn't a remix. Oh, okay. That's all that he added, is what you're saying. Oh, okay, that's not a... You said that he fucking remixed it. That's
and
not...
there's Owl's Nest.
I mean, I guess that's...
where Ronald Reagan is alleged to...
Oh, the drums are a part of the remix. Oh, okay. So this is a True Non reference. The song when she played the song, it was a reference to True Non.
When he visited the Grove. Each camp is assigned with a captain who is responsible for the general maintenance and upkeep of their camp.
Summer camp at the Bohemian Grove always takes place in the last 2 weeks in July.
I've never coped once in my life.
When the weather is usually perfect. The encampment encompasses 3 weekends, and it's on the weekends that there's 1,500 to 2,000 men in the Grove. During the rest of the week, attendance can dip as low as 350 to 400.
Outside of the camps are where the real action happens, and yes, we are going to get onto the Owl. There's a huge focus on arts and entertainment at the Grove, so much so that they have their own 2,000-seater amphitheatre which contains the largest outdoor pipe organ in the world, and this is where the Grove Play is performed on the final weekend of the retreat. The Grove Play is a super grand affair, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce each year. It's what they call the hijinks, and it can easily amass over 100 people to perform in it. Then there's the Field Circle, which is another amphitheatre that the Bohemians use for other performances, along with the Campfire Circle and the museum stage. This is generally where what they call low jinks takes place. If the high jinks are a Broadway show, the low jinks is off Broadway. Decidedly more lowbrow. Think Punch and Judy versus Hamlet. It's slapstick. Often the Bohemians dress in drag, and it's rowdy. Definitely costs a lot less than the grander hijinks performances. For food, there's the dining circle where...
It is LARPing for rich people, which is like all the claims about it where it's like, this is where power is like decided. It's like, I mean, yeah, because it's a bunch of incredibly powerful people like meeting together. So obviously they make, because like, you know, backroom deal shit is very important for politics. But they could also have just done this over a Zoom call. You know, it's not...
Where, clues in the name, the Bohemians go to eat on these long tables that are kind of placed in a circle. Then there's the clubhouse, which was designed by Bernard Maybeck, and it has this kind of Twin Peaks vibe to it. It's giving the Great Northern. This is where Ben Horn...
Yeah, Bohemian Groove 2020 fucking sucked, dude. It was the first year that I was invited, and I was so happy to go there. And it was this fucking Zoom call this year because of the pandemic. I didn't get to go and, you know, sacrifice a child for Moloch.
Hangs out and does all of his shady web weaving.
And little lambs eat ivy.
It's also known as the Chalet, and interestingly, in 1942, it was the setting for a planning meeting that essentially birthed the Manhattan Project. So weaving spiders aren't allowed at the Grove, but planning the creation of atomic bombs is absolutely fine. And last but not least, what most of you are here to see, we have the Owl Shrine and the artificial lake. Arguably, this is the most infamous part of Bohemian Grove, despite the clubhouse most likely being the setting for the more shady meetings that happen there. So it's essentially a man-made lake, and the Bohemians are on one side of it, and on the other side there's a makeshift stage that has stone steps, and at the top of the steps is a 30-foot hollow owl statue made from concrete. Much has been said about the damn owl, and we will get onto that in a minute, but for me, the biggest red flag of Bohemian Grove is the lakeside talks.
There's not much business going on up there. There is a lot of politicking going on, and that politicking takes place primarily around what are called the lakeside talks, where the speaker stands on a podium that looks with his back to the lake, looking out towards the men that are sitting on the bank.
This is where notable Bohemian Club...
The assassination got upgraded to an act of terrorism. I did not see that. Oh, wild. Yes, I heard about that. The conservative MP in the UK.
Members give speeches on all sorts of topics, but some
of course they fucking... I mean, I guess that's not a surprise, right?
Common themes are government, war, and the economy.
During the week, the talk might be by...
Wait, have they pinned anyone? Have they pinned anyone to it? I mean, of course it's... Yeah, of course they did that. Of course. Yeah.
An artist, it might be by a professor.
Yes, a Tory got stabbed to death. Was it today? Who was it? Is it 25-year-old Somali man? Oh, it was 2 days ago. It was 2 days ago.
Professor, it might be by a business person. The talks vary.
Oh, so they're saying it's like Islamic extremism is what the...
A great deal in their substance. One year they had an astronaut speak, for example, and telling how it was to be way up there. But on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the talks get heavier. They're more likely, much more likely, to be about politics.
Oh, it was on Friday. Oh, okay, so it was like...
Strength. Let's go, baby.
George, thank you for the $2. Oh, I know it's bullshit. Like, yeah. Is this like a disconnected? I'm in the UK. I'm sorry to hear that.
And they'll involve some of the...
No, it was yesterday. It was Thursday. Okay.
Most important people in the world giving the talk.
Some of the most notable Bohemians to give...
Yeah, I mean, this is like the word... This is why no one should ever use the word terrorism as like a moral term. Because the states use the word terrorism when there's a threat to their legitimacy or existence. Like, you know, the Nazis referred to the French resistance as terrorists. And in a certain sense, they were correct. Like, that's how that word is used.
George H.W. Bush, Ronald Reagan, Herbert Hoover, Richard Nixon.
So it's under that view, it's not a surprise whatsoever that's been like the...
And notable war criminal Henry Kissinger, who gave a long speech where he essentially lobbied his foreign policy ideas. For a group whose motto basically says no business at the Grove, there's a hell of a lot of business going on at the Grove. For example, while staying at the Hillbillies camp, George H.W. Bush was bunking with a bunch of powerful executives from corporations like Bank of America and Procter & Gamble. Ronald Reagan was staying at Owl's Nest with executives from United Airlines and other big companies in the 1970s. And while none of us really know what went on, or what the Bohemians discussed outside of some of the lakeside talks that have been leaked, is the secrecy that gives way to conspiracy. Richard Nixon himself said that if I were to choose the speech that gave me the most pleasure and satisfaction in my political career, it would be my lakeside speech at the Bohemian Grove in July.
Did Reagan go to these? Or wasn't Reagan's thing, he's like, they're a bunch of homos, I don't like this? Am I remembering that correctly, that he referred to Bohemian Grove as derogatory? As using a derogatory homophobic word. Oh, that was Nixon. Okay, so Reagan did go. So that was Nixon's take. He used the F slur. But he still went to it and he was like, yeah, it's cool.
July 1967. Because this
I did not say Bohemian Grove. Clip it then, bitch. Send it to me. I said Grove. Or Groove. How the fuck do you say it? Wait.
Traditionally was off the record, it received no publicity at the time. but in many important ways, it marked the first
The F-slurriest goddamn thing I've ever saw. That's funny.
milestone on my road to the presidency. Nixon
I
also
agree. Then fucking clip it. Then let me see.
noted that he had a private and candid discussion with Ronald Reagan at the Grove and told him of his plan to enter the primaries to become the Republican presidential candidate. And in the words of William Donhoff, they came to a deal at the Grove with Reagan saying that he would only enter the primaries
The
if
Nixon tapes
faltered.
are like
But instead of focusing on these
pilot
lakeside
for
talks or the
Cumtown.
policy making that's clearly going on behind the scenes, when you mention Bohemian Grove, most people are only going to want to talk about one thing: the opening performance, where according to some, a sacrifice is made to a sneaky owl god named Moloch.
It's 45 minutes, so it's really long. So
Did you ever see that Bohemian Grove thing? That is absolutely 100% real. No, it's not. So what, Brian?
I did not say Groob. Fuck you. That he referred to Bohemian Groob as derogatory. No way. To Bohemian Groob is we can move on.
It's people dressing up like wizards, saying some
weird,
sacred
dude.
ritual.
Doesn't mean they
control shit.
It's weird.
What did she mean by this? What did she mean by this?
Burning an effigy in front of an owl god. Burning Man.
The lake and the owl are all part of the infamous cremation of care ceremony, which has riled up conspiracy theories all over the world with allegations of child sacrifice and devil worship. But what is this ceremony and why is it so controversial?
What did I mean by that? Why did I say group?
The simplest explanation for the cremation of care ceremony is that the Bohemians are quite literally cremating their cares at the beginning of each retreat. The effigy of Care, also called Dull Care, is set on fire by a bunch of dudes in hooded robes and fancy costumes, hence why I decided to wear the hood today. When they burn the effigy of Care, it's symbolic. It's all of the worries and anxieties from
I am group.
the world outside, and they don't exist in the Grove for 2 weeks. They're just burning them away.
It takes a cast of over 250 elders, priests, torchbearers, fire tenders, and woodland voices to conduct the ceremony.
The problem is it all looks a bit weird. It's got this 1970s schlocky hammer horror energy to it, and I'm expecting Sergeant Howie to show up
Group posting, more like it.
Any minute.
I suspect murder and conspiracy.
It's Grove. So I went from Grove to Groove, and then Groove to Groob.
It's also been voiced by Walter Cronkite,
Old anchormen, you see, don't fade away. They just keep coming back for more.
whose voice belongs to the Christopher Lee and Vincent Price genre of booming and quite terrifying male voices. From the outside, it looks like the fever dream of Jake Angeli and the rest of the followers of the 17th letter of the alphabet. But the important thing to remember about the Bohemians is that they're a theatrical bunch, and this ceremony isn't really intended to
You are all Groob now? Yes. That's true. That is my audience.
be serious.
It's like the
Can you hear that? The rain? That's what that sounds so wait, hold on, let me
They're back in college, and there's a
It cuts
big
it out.
fraternity bonfire.
So here's what actually happens. The Bohemians are sitting around having a nice fancy dinner, they're all
Let me
catching
change
up,
this.
they're doing that kind of thing. Then suddenly you start to hear music playing, and these hooded dudes show up with an open coffin.
Can you hear that? Look, it's so nice. It's so nice. I might just keep this. I might put this on. I might keep it like this for a bit. Because this is like, I usually have the NVIDIA broadcast, which like filters out all the background noise. But this is nice. Is this fine? Is the background like?
And inside,
Do we like this, or should I undo it? I don't know how it sounds on the fucking stream. Wait, let me. Wait, let me. Oh no, it's gonna repeat. Actually, you sort of can hear it.
Is dull care,
Okay,
or the
whatever. We'll do
effigy
it.
of dull
I'll do
care,
it.
which is the physical representation of all of the outside worries and hardships
let me try
that these men have to carry with them in the outside world. Being a powerful and affluent man.
How's that? It's sort of going away.
Is really tough, you guys. The Bohemians wrap up their dinner and follow the hooded dudes and Care, and it becomes a procession that leads to the lake, where they put Care on a boat and they guide him towards an altar that is set up.
I don't know. I can't hear it. Is the problem.
In front of the owl.
First, a tree spirit comes out of a big redwood and.
All right, it stopped raining. Actually, hold on. It does this sometimes. I'll go back to this.
Things about the beauty of the
It stopped raining. I'm sorry.
Guy in leaf-covered lederhosen appears
It'll come back
in like
later,
a
I think,
stage
tonight.
cut out of the redwood tree and starts singing this kind of elegy to nature, like "Oh trees, oh I don't know, leaves."
After that, it's the high priest that comes in and talks about the owl being in his leafy temple.
The owl is in his leafy temple. That's all within the grove be reverent before him.
And this is Bohemia's shrine, and then he repeats the club's motto.
Can you hear it? Sorry, that's. Alright, I think that's good.
Then it's more nature fanboy stuff, which really is surprising for a group that have been engaged in illegal logging activities. Then they get on to burning Care, which I really have to clarify is not a human being, but is a bundle of sticks that represents anxieties and worries and cares in the outside world.
Fire shall have its will of thee, and all the winds make merry with thy dust.
But Care does not want to be burned, and he basically just goes off.
When will ye learn that me ye cannot slay? Fools to dream ye conquer Care.
This is the bit that irks me the most about the people that try and claim that this is some sort of satanic ritual. Like, they're literally telling you that they're burning away their cares, that caring is a burden that they don't want to carry with them.
When again, ye turn your faces to the
Alright, I'll turn it off. It stopped.
Do ye not find me waiting as a rule?
There's no sacrifice, it's an effigy, and the effigy of Care literally starts talking in the middle of the ceremony.
Fools to dream ye conquer Care.
The cremation of Care is basically some of the richest and most influential men in the world.
Do not come.
How long? How long? Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you.
Celebrating the death of Caring.
Begone, dull Care.
Caring is cancelled.
Fire shall have its will of thee.
It's not some nefarious sacrifice to their owl god. It's pageantry to ring in 2 weeks of not giving a shit.
Midsummer sets us free.
Yeah, they're just like weird LARPing shit, right? You're not fucking sacrificing babies or whatever.
Frat house attitude, and that should be the alarming thing, that these highly influential men gather in the woods once a year and behave like absolute animals. That, and the fact that we know the entire campground is overrun by weaving spiders, and that the Bohemian Club's motto is really just a smokescreen. But what about this Moloch the owl god figure that they're supposedly worshipping?
Dressing up like druids and worshipping the owl god Moloch. That's real, dude.
Well, it turns out that Moloch isn't actually an owl. Moloch is a Canaanite deity associated with child sacrifice in the Bible, and it's actually depicted as a bull, not an owl. There is literally no depiction of Moloch that I could find outside of what we're going to talk about where it's depicted as an owl. Moloch is also supposed to have boiled children alive in the statue of his body, which is made of bronze. It's all very bizarre, but that's not what's happening at the cremation of Care ceremony or Bohemian Grove. And I know that's going to be controversial.
I feel like the pantheistic, you know, gods of the Fertile Crescent. I guess Canaanite is more like sort of Lebanon, Palestine. I feel like they get a bad rep because they were only represented through the Bible, which is, you know, cucked and monotheistic pilled.
For some people because their minds have been so totally warped by that controversial Austin-based doom monger that I mentioned at the beginning. So let's address that elephant in the room.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand?
I would like to apologize to anyone who believes in the Abrahamic religions for referring to their belief system as, quote, cucked and monotheistic pilled.
And that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
I didn't mean
This
it.
is how George Bush dresses up, right here. We got him on tape. This is how they dress up, right here, in red and black robes. A little more pointy, though, like the Klan.
Sadly, you can't make a video about Bohemian Grove without having to talk about Alex Jones. He's widely thought of as being the only person that's managed to sneak into the Grove, but that's really untrue. The first person to actually sneak in and write about it was Rick Clogger, who wrote the piece Weaving Spiders Come Not Here inside the retreat of the power elite for Mother Jones in August 1981. His piece doesn't really indulge in the satanic panic-esque hysteria of Alex Jones and instead focuses on what these men actually do at Bohemian Grove. Spoiler alert, just because women aren't allowed to join the Bohemian Club doesn't mean that the Grove is devoid of women. And he wrote that the Bohemians were quite well known for hiring local women. I think you're picking up what I'm putting down. Then in 1989, Philip Weiss managed to sneak in and he wrote a piece for Spy magazine called Inside Bohemian Grove.
Is Catholicism cucked too? I would have to say of all of the Abrahamic belief sects, if I were to call one of them cucked, and I would like to apologize for this statement, Catholicism has got to be number one.
Again, this article doesn't talk about Moloch owl gods or sinister conspiracy theories. It focuses on facts, like the fact that the Bohemians are widely encouraged to drink.
I would like to apologize to the Pope.
As much as possible and let loose. And what does letting loose look like? Well, for a lot of them, it looks like being able to urinate wherever you want. Like, I'm being serious.
Evangelicals are a close runner-up. That's true. That's very true. Maybe they're... Yeah, because I guess evangelicals are Protestant, right? Yeah, of course they are. I'm trying to think of... What do you know, Cans Cuck? Or... Yeah, that is a good overriding thing for anything that I say ever, is just to call me a cans cuck.
Even signs on certain trees discouraging members from urinating there because the practice is so prolific, they're literally doing it everywhere. Philip Weiss is also the journalist that confirmed the meeting between Nixon and Reagan in the...
Sir Boyd detected. I was saying this in Kevel's chat. Are there any... Is Mormon soaking cucked? Soaking is so cool. I learned about this like a couple weeks ago. It's so funny. No, that's an alpha way of having sex before marriage without having sex. Well, the real thing is that, and I guess this is, I'll give it to the Catholics for this. In like medieval Europe, everyone fucked, but you just like said sorry for it. You were like, forgive me, Father, I fucked. And then he's like, you're forgiven. There was a story of, one of my favorite stories in relation to this is like, there's a church with like a twisted spire in Britain. And this was like there was a myth going, and this was when Britain was Catholic, or when England was Catholic, that like, the reason why the church got the spire got twisted was because like there was a marriage taking place and the bride genuinely had not had sex before marriage, and the church was so surprised that it warped its spire to see the face of the bride. Cause like, and this is like the 13th or 14th century, cause like everyone was fucking then.
The late 1960s.
So I guess it's more modern, you know, that people just didn't, you know, it's a very modern account of sexuality.
60s by literally just
even
going up
the
to Ronald
Christians
Reagan
in
at the
medieval
Grove and
period
asking
were like,
him.
whatever.
So how did Alex Jones and his cameraman Mike Hansen get in and film the infamous cremation of Care? Well, back in the early 2000s, John Ronson was working on a
But no, soaking is cool. Shout out to the Mormons for soaking, because that's really funny. The thought that I was trying to finish was, I was in Keppel's chat earlier saying that like I was wondering, are there any slurs for Serbian people? Because I don't think we have any that are like used really in the English. There's Albanian slurs, obviously, but like in the English language.
Documentary film series called Secret Rulers of the World, and if you haven't seen it, I would highly recommend it if you're a fan of like Louis Theroux type documentaries. It's good. It's a bit dated, but it's good.
This is the story of one man's attempts to infiltrate and secretly film inside Bohemian Grove.
Let's get to
In
work.
it, he
So
follows
true.
Alex Jones, who at the time was broadcasting from his bedroom, and he was making a name for himself by helping the Branch Davidians build a new church after the Waco massacre.
Alex is a syndicated talk show host from Austin, Texas. He broadcasts from his bedroom down an ISDN line to 8 million listeners.
This man is only 26 years old. Considering what he has accomplished and demonstrated in building this church, I believe that by age 36, he could become the youngest president of the United States. Is Alex Jones.
The 90s were quite a formative decade for people like Alex Jones, at the time describing himself as just an old school Republican and just a harmless libertarian who felt threatened by big government, which wasn't exactly.
How do you pronounce? Shkije. Shkije is an Albanian slur for Serbs. But again, that's Albanian.
True, considering that he'd been peddling satanic panic flavoured conspiracies for a while. It was a decade that brought Ruby Ridge and Waco, two events that are seared onto the memories of both right-wing militias and people that are concerned about a militarised police force.
Can't believe we
And
were
of
right
course,
after
Ruby
President
Ridge and
Jones.
Waco fueled extremism, as many point to both of those events as being the catalyst for the Oklahoma
I mean,
City
you know
bombing.
what?
But in
Never say never.
Alex Jones is...
Have I watched the Alex Jones Noam Chomsky interview? No?
world, Oklahoma City was perpetrated by the government to demonize people like him.
And they can have their big phony celebration and memorial for those that died at Oklahoma City. I'm sad they died. I'm also sad the government destroyed that building and is attempting to blame it on good, decent people like myself.
Paranoid? Sure, but even back then, Alex had a platform of almost 8 million listeners, and his influence was only just beginning. He decided that he was going to infiltrate Bohemian Grove, and John Ronson came along to document the process in both TV and book format.
I'm willing. I mean, hiking into 2,700 acres is not too hard. We need to get into the woods, we need to insert ourselves. We need to catch these people at their business.
Alex spoke about his encounter at the Grove on a podcast hosted by Andrew Schultz recently.
Big Brother, mainstream media.
Is this just a bait? Did someone just bait? Did someone just bait me? Did I just get owned?
And he said that he was paid by World of Wonder, which was the production team behind the John Ronson docuseries, to sneak in.
I was paid to sneak in by British Broadcasting Group,
cops
not
are
BBC, but it was
cops.
World of Wonder.
I am shading you with tier 2
They
8
went to
months.
liability.
I'm
They had the
shading you with tier
passcodes.
2.
They actually could help get me in.
Join my
through the
Discord
Secret
if you
Service.
It's not really
Join my Discord. It'll ping you when I go live because people are coming in because I'm assuming Hassan just left. Just went offline because we got like a little uptick.
usual for documentary subjects to be like paid by production teams, so getting a financial
see.
reward isn't very surprising. But he goes on to say that insiders gave him information on
Yes,
how to
that
get
was
into
correct.
the Grove, and that they gave him passcodes that he then gave
Hello,
to
Hassan refugees.
So the Secret Service comes up and then later the Sheriff's Department, what's your passcode? What are you doing? I go, I'm with the Lost Boys because I had the code word to this particular camp.
Shout out to Hassan. I'm MK Ultra. Oh fuck! I clicked the fucking. I'm sorry. I'm MK Ultraing him on my private account by uploading insane TikToks.
They go, oh, you're from Texas with the bushes.
So
all right, that's okay.
The notorious if you didn't know, MK Ultra is actually ran by a Quebecois, a Montreal professor. So it's all Canada. We perfected the art of MK Ultraing people.
And also they go, well, what's the other code word? I go, hillbillies.
if Hassan starts trying to like pink pill people in his chat, you will know that my secret Manchurian candidate MK Ultra program has started to work.
Because I was told by insiders how to get in. And I'm not sure why they still did it, why I was given it. People said, hey, Jones was let in. Later, I figured out I was.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I was let in. John Ronson's like, don't ever tell anybody
You're
I
a
did
piece,
this.
Doug.
He literally...
All right, we got to watch this.
Big Brother, mainstream media, government coverage.
He is an institute professor of linguistics and semantical syntax and philosophy of language at MIT in Massachusetts. And he's written books like Manufacturing Consent, an excellent video, also titled Manufacturing Consent. And it goes into how they stage things. How they will have a supposed debate on television, but the people debating are actually on the same side. They're just debating the exact implementation by just a few degrees, giving you the psychological illusion.
How? When was this? What year was this?
That there's really some type of difference, so that in your mind you're going to fall in supposedly either phony camp, being steered in the direction they wish. Now that's now that it is moral relativism debate, because what does is mean with Bill Clinton? It's simply a way to neutralize any type of dissent. And it's working wonders upon the minds of the American people. It's like Republican voices. That, my friends, is the essence of modern mind control, behavioral modification. And until you realize that the sitcoms and the cartoons today in your analysis.
Well, I have two parallel and separate lives. One of them is what they pay me to do at MIT, that's linguistics. The others, what they would probably pay me not to do, that's being involved in a whole variety of social and political issues, international affairs, the international economy, foreign policy problems, just about anything you can think of that's in the front pages of the newspapers. And one part of that, which has interested me for many years, is kind of analysis of ideological institutions that includes the intellectual culture, but specifically the media, which I spend a lot of time on. So it's that collection of topics. What kind of system do we live in that requires an essay?
That requires an essay. Well, I would call it almost a matrix-like system where 98% of people don't even know the real parameters of power that surround them, phony paradigms and systems of phony left, right, with all the roads leading towards a centralized, highly controlled corporate bureaucracy.
I agree with that, but I think the only thing I would add...
No, this is like, I've passed out. I'm on the fucking floor right now. I'm dreaming. Everyone in the real chat is like, where did Liv go? Is she okay?
That is a kind of a...
I'm on the ground.
Is that
I'm unconscious. I'm not...
The marginalization of the public that you're describing is quite purposeful and conscious, self-conscious. So, especially through the 20th... Actually, it goes back to the founding of the country, but it's particularly in the 20th century. There has been a very self-conscious, explicit effort. I mean, you don't have to make it nothing speculative, because the leaders say so. Business leaders, intellectuals, academic, social scientists, and others say that it is important to keep the public out of things. It's important to ensure that the public remain what are called spectators, not participants. They're supposed to be directed to other concerns and not...
That's the fact that Alex Jones said that the world is Matrix-like, and then Noam is like, I agree with you.
Interfere with policy formation.
It's just surreal.
That is a major phenomena developed in the more democratic countries, in the United States and England particularly, through the 20th century. And the reason was very clear. By the early 20th century, it was becoming very difficult to control people by other means. The voting franchise was extending. Labor unions were developing. Women were demanding the vote. I mean, the countries, especially England and the United States, were simply becoming public mind.
I mean, we don't have to... I'm sure there isn't actually any content in here. Really? We can go back
says
to this.
that he was let in and that he's not sure why. He says that John Ronson was the one that had all the codes, and that a lawyer from Bohemian Grove said that the chalet, aka the clubhouse, had decided that he would be allowed in. Alex Jones then asked the question, why would they let me in? Before Alex Jones, the Bohemian Grove Action Network, which was founded by Mary Moore in 1980, were tirelessly protesting about the Grove.
The real decision making that happens in this country does not happen through our elected representatives. It happens through an established good old boys network, what a lot of us refer to as the ruling class. It happens, the real decisions that get made in this country are not necessarily in Congress. They are usually behind closed doors. Bohemian Grove just happens to be a prime example of one of many places that these men get together without public scrutiny.
Mary Moore is a far cry from someone like Alex Jones. She's an old school hippie, bit of like a California type anti-war activist, and she doesn't peddle in satanic panic. She's a local to the Grove as well. She lives in one of the small towns nearby, and in an interview with Vice magazine, she said,
"The thing that we should be concerned about is the Lakeside talks. They're public policy talks where these powerful people discuss and choose."
I read all my chats. You don't have to. You don't have to spam. I had it. I like, if you send a link, I'll usually click on it. You don't have to. So this is a far right. Oh, this is, you made this.
But an account that I made did, and this is a graph of what that.
Oh, I've seen this.
I just co-published the study, and I'll link it.
I've seen this.
I'll also break it down right now here. So we wanted to
This is
examine whether or not
this.
transphobia is a gateway prejudice that leads to like broader far-right radicalization. It's been pretty clear for a while now that the far right is transphobic, but we wanted to see whether being transphobic.
It's a very central, you'd be surprised at how central that is to their like
alone was enough to lead you to the far right. So I made a brand new TikTok account and followed 14 creators known to post transphobic content. Then I started scrolling my For You page, where I exclusively engaged with transphobic content, and I documented the major narratives of the more than 400 videos recommended.
I would compare it in a strange way to anti-Semitism, insofar as it's like a very small group of people that don't actually threaten their way of being, but that function as like an ontological category to be afraid of.
Recommended to me. We also double-blind coded this, meaning that another researcher also watched every video and coded the narrative.
So when Nick Land says that trans people are the Jews of gender, in a certain way, if you think about it, he's not wrong.
And then if we ever disagreed, 2 more researchers would come in and perform a tiebreaker. Once we removed sponsored videos and videos that had been taken down before they could be double-coded, we were left with 360 videos. Of the 360 total videos, 103 were homophobic or anti-trans, 42 were misogynistic, 29 contained racist narratives or white supremacist messaging, and 14 endorsed violence. Obviously, TikTok didn't just like give us neo-Nazi content immediately. I actually didn't get my first Nazi symbol until video 141. But the more
I get this shit on my For You page too. This was I don't even know if I can say his name. The G-word Crusader. It's a Romani slur. I got a couple of videos of him, and it's like, I don't know, where did this come from on my For You page? I don't, and like one of him doing the fucking Nazi salute. It had like 60,000 likes. It was him on Omegle or whatever, where he like matches with another guy who has that, like, you know, those skull masks or whatever. That's like, sort of Proud Boy adjacent, like sort of far right. And they immediately both do the Hitler salute as like signifying that they agree with each other. And that was like look at how epic and funny this is. And it had 60,000 likes. It was on my For You page. The Siege Mask, that's the phrase. Yeah, okay.
The more I interacted with transphobic content, the more I was fed not only more transphobic content, but also homophobia and misogyny and racism and anti-Semitism. So I didn't actually have to interact with racist content to be fed white supremacist content. I just had to engage with transphobic content. What you see in this graph is the TikTok algorithm starting off with a normal feed, you know, memes, recipe videos, whatever, and then going, oh, you're transphobic. Have you tried hating the gays? What about women? So it appears that transphobia alone can radicalize a TikTok user. Around video 400, you'll notice an interesting spike in far-right figures, hate symbols, anti-Semitism, and calls to violence.
It's important to emphasize 400 TikTok videos is not that long. They're usually like 6 seconds long, and they're on your feed and you just fucking scroll. You know, it's not that 400 TikTok videos is like, I don't know, less than an hour of browsing.
That's when I reached...
That's probably wrong. Yeah, right?
fascist TikTok and set my
like 40 minutes
phone on fire. 400 videos might sound like a lot, but if a user watches each video for an average of 20 seconds, they would end up watching 400 videos in just over 2 hours.
There we go. Which 20 seconds is probably too long. This is not pre-watch because that's different. No, 20 seconds is too long because usually you fucking scroll quicker than that. Yeah, I mean, that's not a surprise.
Policy.
Yeah.
But they do so in secrecy, with no public scrutiny, and that's what people should be afraid of.
It's thanks to the Bohemian Grove Action Network that Rick Clogger and Philip Weiss managed to sneak in the first place. The network actually built relationships with employees inside the Grove, and over the years they managed to find all sorts of pieces of information, and they would assist journalists in actually getting inside. They also managed to get quite a lot of positive scrutiny on Bohemian Grove, with multiple news outlets in the 80s covering the retreat. However, in the 90s, when President Bill Clinton came to power, Mary Moore started to scale back her own involvement, saying that,
I'm not a fan of Clinton, but unlike Alex Jones's claims, Clinton's not a member. So when he came to power, the landscape was changing. We were there protesting right through George Bush Sr. And as for the rest of the 90s, I lost interest.
One of the TikTok mods from someone who works for them? Oh, jeez.
I'm 77. I'm tired. I've got other things to do.
Did you say the Bohemian Club?
Why would you just out of nowhere do this to me, May? We're having such a nice stream, and then you would just fucking send There we go.
That's where all those rich Republicans go up and stand naked against redwood trees, right? I've never been to the Bohemian Club, but you ought to go. It'd be good for you. Get some fresh air.
So in the John Ronson show, this lawyer that Alex Jones was referring to is actually in it, and he's called Rick. And John Ronson says that Mary Moore is the one that put him onto Rick in the first place.
This is Rick, the lawyer, who's agreed to tell Alex what he knows about Bohemian Grove. Rick is not a conspiracy theorist. He infiltrated the place simply because he was curious. He'd heard so much local gossip about the Grove. It was my idea to introduce Alex to Rick. It was Mary who told me about him.
Alex is super skeptical when Rick tells him the most effective way to get inside is to don a pair of khakis and stroll in through the front gate.
I would just walk in here. There are going to be one or two guys sitting by the side of this road in a camp chair, looking bored and uninterested, and you're just going to say, just nod to them as you walk in. That's it. I'd walk in wearing this shirt and a pair of khakis, and I just walk in from Monte Rio.
But good because it's kind of, preppy clothes.
Yeah, preppy.
Alex Jones is a red-blooded American man. It's blue jeans or nothing at all.
Lord have mercy, baby's got her blue jeans on.
But he does as he's told, and he puts on the khakis.
So there's like this hat, which is the one I probably end up wearing.
Looks so handsome.
And then there's this hat.
And he manages to get in. And as far as we can see on the footage, he doesn't actually utter a code to anyone, but that could have easily have been edited out. Another interesting bit of information that's missing from the documentary is that John Ronson actually snuck in too with the lawyer.
Bohemian Grove is a real mindfuck. When you see all these super rich people wearing robes,
right. Well, I was
burning
there.
an effigy, yeah.
I was in the crowd.
And he says on the Joe Rogan show that Alex started to think that he was part of this secret plot to lure him inside of the Grove.
Because Alex got it into his head that maybe I was part of the Bohemian Grove.
Oh, you're
plot.
like deep inside.
Yeah, like the Wicker Man, that I was like luring him in, and he would be the one sacrificed at the belly of the owl.
Oh, no.
So he went in separately to me. He went in via the undergrowth.
Now, despite being told to just walk inside and act normal, Alex and Mark decided to sneak in through the woods and into the parking lot, where they have like a really nice normal discussion with some other guests about the redwood trees before getting on board a shuttle bus called the Owl.
I think there are three kinds of redwoods. There's the Sequoia and the Sierra.
Here comes the thing, Mike.
And there's the coast redwood.
Yeah.
And then there's a Chinese redwood, and there's one or two of the Chinese redwoods somewhere in the grove. Aren't they the biggest? Oh, they are. They're the biggest like living thing, I think, aren't they? Oh yeah, they're incredibly large.
At no point in this entire encounter do Mark or Alex exchange secret codes with anyone, but that doesn't necessarily
live on trans people. Trans people are the Jews of gender. Yeah, fuck. Honestly, Nick Land was spitting with that one.
mean that they weren't allowed in. In the article Weird in the Bohemian Grove, Robert Svala writes about how before Alex Jones, the discussion...
I've mentioned this before. That is a tweet that literally stays, that's rent-free in my fucking head. Where is it?
around the grove wasn't about sacrifices and owl gods. It was focused on things like...
Oh, it's specifically trans women. Specifically trans women. Sorry. That's important to specify.
Lakeside talks and the ethicalness of having so many powerful men meet in secret.
There we go. Accounts for the extraordinarily disproportionate influence.
To Alex Jones, the conversation changed. It became...
Is Nick Land worth reading or just a meme? I think Meltdown is like... His earlier stuff is like, if you're into like Deleuze, weird accelerationist, you know, transhumanist stuff, is worth like a look. But that's his older work. But if you're not, then no, it'll be nonsense. You won't understand
about ritual sacrifice and sinister conspiracy, and the accusation that the cremation of Care was some kind of satanic offering to the cult of Moloch.
And how can you forget this? The image of a human body burning on the altar. Again, this is what they were handing out to those that were witnessing these macabre activities.
Robert writes that by Weird in the Bohemian Grove, Alex Jones destroyed decades of activism, which I think is true, because talk to anyone now about Bohemian Grove, and the first thing they're most likely mention is mock sacrifice and the dreaded owl god. It's a claim that's been repeated as fact by people like Joe Rogan, who has one of the biggest podcasts in the entire world.
Now, what we're watching for people that are just listening is a bunch of people wearing robes that are burning an effigy in front of a giant statue of Moloch, the owl god.
And it's the effigy of a child.
Well, I don't know if it's what it is.
I think it's the effigy of a child.
It looks like...
What's this guy's fucking name again? He's just like a conservative now, right? He's like a comic. Like just like videos with Candace Owens and shit.
I believe it is. A grown woman to me.
He's real mad right here. And yeah, okay, watch this.
But just a few minutes of research would
Tim Dillon, yeah.
destroy the notion of the owl symbol being a reference to...
He's got a great grift going though. I understand why he became conservative. Isn't his like...
Moloch. Is it a bit weird? Sure, it's definitely weird. And like John Ronson says on the Joe Rogan podcast...
There does seem to be, amongst the American ruling elites, there does seem to be a proclivity for ritual.
Yeah.
Maybe amongst the British elites as well, I'm not sure. But,
absolutely.
But that's in itself
are you fucking serious?
Interesting.
I think secrets too.
But given what we know about the Grove, I'd argue that it's more on the theatrical side than an actual ritual, which is why it was only really mentioned in passing in any of the articles that were released about the Grove pre-Alex Jones. Which begs us to ask the question, does Bohemian Grove benefit from these hysterical allegations of sacrifice and Satanism? Does it work in their favour, allowing them to lump all those concerned about secrecy in the top levels of power in with people like Alex Jones, a man who seems to have no problem spreading some of the nastiest and most harmful conspiracy theories, and a man that's courted and encouraged extremism in his own right?
Oh no.
I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left.
Don't let these cold-blooded reptiles destroy the world.
In his book American Madness, T. Krulos details the story of Richard McCaslin, better known by his alias as the Phantom Patriot. And if you're anything like me and you have like a love or hate relationship with conspiracy theories, then this book is going to be right up your street. It's basically about how people like Alex Jones and others have permeated the American psyche and how that's led to people like Richard, who is the main focus of the book. But it's not just people like Richard. We see it in like the 17th letter of the alphabet, the pizza thing. All of that kind of stuff is direct response to the stuff that is being peddled by Alex Jones. Richard McCaslin was born on June 20th, 1964 in a place called
Zanesville. Oh, this only has 1,000 views. Oh, okay. I would have expected this to have more. You should go watch this or subscribe.
His family were fairly typical, but Richard's dad was definitely abusive and would tell him things like he'd wished he'd never been born. Like a lot of kids, he had a strong interest in comic books and superheroes, and he would even draw his own. Richard also spoke about how his teenage years at high school sucked because he never had a date, and T. Krulos writes that this was a recurring theme in Richard's life. A depressed, lovesick desperation for a relationship that would eventually lead to a disturbing obsession. He joined the Marines in 1982 and he was there for 3 years. Then, in 1985, Richard created his own version of a superhero, calling himself the Lynx, and he also got himself a sidekick called Iron Claw. He then went on to join a stunt school, but afterwards he couldn't really find much stunt work, so he ended up working odd jobs, although he did get a very small role in the movie Brain Donors in 1992. During this time, he's really active in cosplaying, dressing up as superheroes, and he eventually gets a job working on the Batman show at Six Flags in Houston. His parents' health begins to decline and his father dies, and Richard then ends up losing his job on the Batman show. His mum goes into a care facility and Richard moves around a lot looking for work, and he eventually settles in Austin, Texas. It's a very abbreviated history. There is so much more detail in this book, I could not recommend it enough. In this time, he also grew obsessed with the country musician Shelley Wright.
He's a good old boy.
Even going so far as to bid almost $15,000 in a charity auction to have dinner with her. In the book, T writes that the situation with Shelley had hints of incel subculture and that Richard felt entitled to have a relationship with her because he'd paid for a dinner. All of this is happening in the early 2000s, which is around the same time that Alex Jones is gaining publicity and national radio syndication, and around the same time that Alex is releasing his film about Bohemian Grove.
Now, I personally am a Christian, but even an atheist should be concerned about the information we're about to bring forward in this new documentary film, The Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove.
Alex Jones, as well as others, inspired Richard's superhero creation, the Phantom Patriot. All dressed up in a Captain America-style boiler suit and a mask remarkably similar to the Misfits cover art, Richard McCaslin became the first person to raid the Bohemian Grove with a Crossfire MK1, a Glock, a ninja sword, and a Kabar knife. He was also carrying over 100 rounds of ammunition.
Mainstream media didn't become aware of me until 2002, when I conducted a raid on the Bohemian Grove as the Phantom Patriot. I found out the hard way that if you use extreme tactics to expose and murderers of the Bohemian Club, like George.
Hey man, come on up to the microphone, fella. Thanks for doing this. I really appreciate it.
It's awesome to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Awesome to have.
He actually did this, right?
You got a killer YouTube page, man. And you know, I love when I can find out about a YouTube page. Like, I think it's really cool that something that's educational and something that people can learn from, and you're getting incredibly popular because of
babies are just kind of like almost have souls, but not yet. So if a baby dies, it's like, well,
what?
Yeah. Or if you have too many kids, you can just kill them because they're just like animals.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I am being distracted by how much I have to urinate. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I have to pee.
I was thinking yesterday, this is related, how much would you weigh if you never went to the bathroom?
Thank you. I love you too.
I'm very insecure
you're
about
having a
how
good
much
time.
I pee. I feel like it's not impressive.
Oh, you've got Asperger's.
What? You're a monkey from the future.
What?
I feel like
This is basically Aristotelian biology.
you know,
Yeah.
running something like a strip club is pretty good. I have a lot of respect for people that can do that.
That was unedited, by the way. That's how that
Bush
conversation
Sr. and
happened.
Dick Cheney,
I watched the
you
whole
will
thing.
get locked up.
Thankfully, the Bohemian Grove was empty when Richard decided to break in, and there weren't any offerings to Moloch that he could find. He left a piece of paper on the concrete owl with his Phantom Patriot logo on it and a reference to Leviticus 18:21, which reads,
"You shall not give any of your offspring to offer them to Moloch, nor should you profane the name of your God. I am the Lord."
He actually ended up getting lost in the grove overnight, and he actually slept in a cabin. In the morning, he made his way to the banquet hall where he splashed around a bunch of degreaser and set fire to it, but the sprinklers went off and they put it out. He then makes his way out of the grove where he's surrounded by cops, and the police report read that
When the subject came into view, I could see he was wearing a blue paramilitary uniform, a belt with what appeared to be a sidearm, and I could see that he was carrying an assault rifle with a high-capacity banana-style magazine. Subject was wearing a full latex mask. The character of the mask
It's
was a
wild they
skeleton
didn't
skull.
fucking
in letters
smoke his
that
ass.
Richard wrote with T. Krulos, he said that he was prepared to die
that
for the
is
cause.
crazy.
But in the moment, he wondered what Shelley Wright would think of him. He says that he could have gone out in a blaze of glory, but he kept thinking about her and whether he would see her again. Richard McCaslin was directly influenced by Alex Jones's film on Bohemian
Like
Grove,
visible
but typically
fucking
Alex
assault
Jones
rifle
tried
with
to
the banana
absolve
mag
himself of any and all
clip.
responsibility. People like Alex Jones hide behind the idea of freedom of speech to ensure that they
Wow.
don't have to face the consequences of their actions.
Well, sometimes people claim they've been hurt and they haven't been. So you have to look at the agenda behind things. And I myself have, almost had like a form of psychosis back in the past where I basically thought everything was staged, even though I've now learned a lot of times things aren't staged. So, I think as a pundit and someone giving opinion, my opinions have been wrong, but they were never wrong.
Oh, this is the,
If it wasn't for Alex Jones and his documentary on the Grove, the pervasive myth of Moloch the owl god in the Redwood Forest wouldn't exist, or at the very least it wouldn't be as prominent as it is today. It's easy for us to look at a video like Dark Secrets and see it as some kind of found footage horror film like the Blair Witch Project instead of what it really is. Shakily filmed misinformation steeped in satanic panic hysteria. Alex Jones didn't uncover anything new at the Grove, he just got it on videotape. And without knowledge of the history of the Bohemian Grove or what the cremation of care actually means, it's really easy for people on the outside to see it how Alex wants us to see it, how he wanted Richard to see it.
This hearse comes in with the body of a child. It is an effigy. They're not killing it. And
it's just a bundle of sticks, right?
Yeah, well, it looks like a kid. No, later, others infiltrated later that worked there and got us photos of it. It's an image of a kid. It's a little kid.
Because Moloch in biblical is who they sacrifice the Canaanite.
It's a
kid.
bull, but
Yeah.
they do it as an owl. But
They do it as an owl, yeah. But that's from the Bible, is you would sacrifice a child to Moloch.
Give not your children to the fires of Moloch.
Richard was convicted in April 2002 of arson, burglary and brandishing a weapon at a peace officer, and of 2 enhancements for being armed and wearing a bulletproof vest while committing his crimes. He was released in 2008 and he spent 3 years on parole, but his time inside prison and his time on parole didn't really change any of his beliefs. And he even created a new superhero persona called Thought Crime, and he went on a tour across all of the US states to protest the New World Order, Bohemian Grove, everything. It's all the conspiracies wrapped into one. In the Secret Service report that T.
They're all
Krulos
worth
obtained for his
protesting.
book, they said that Richard had grown up with a physically abusive father and that it wasn't a surprise that Richard had wanted to come to the rescue of children that he believed were under threat. They said that this history made him particularly vulnerable to Alex Jones's theory that Bohemian Grove was a place where children were under threat. This kind of goes back to my previous video on satanic panic and the notion of saving the children, that it's an honourable mission statement that nobody can really argue with. Of course we want to protect children, but people like Alex Jones
Which, like, there have been, like, actual, like, orgs that, like, fight child sex trafficking that have, like, officially denounced the Save the Children stuff, because it actually makes it harder to actually fight child sex trafficking.
To be using the idea of children being under threat to sell their conspiracies, and their conspiracies make them a lot of money. In the later part of his life, Richard moved to Pahrump, Nevada, home to Art Bell, who is genuinely one of my favourite radio hosts ever, and another man that does deal in conspiracy. Although admittedly, Art Bell's focus was always more on like strange phenomena than politics. Richard ended up taking his own life outside of a Masonic temple called the House of the Temple in Washington, DC on October 14th, 2018. He actually died around 30 hours later, and the story is so incredibly depressing. His final moments are truly horrifying. And I'd really recommend that people go and pick up T's book, American Madness. It really is the best book that I've read on conspiracy theories, specifically around Bohemian Grove and how harmful they are. Like, these conspiracies ruined Richard's life. They really did. Like, when you read the book, it paints this picture of a man who could have done something. He was very creative. He had all of these comic books. He had all of these ideas, but his mind had been so warped by people like Alex Jones. Despite not agreeing with anything that he stood for, I really do have sympathy for Richard. We look at cults and extremism online and how easily people can be radicalized for misinformation, and the same does go for conspiracy theories like the ones that surround Bohemian Grove. Not only do they make it incredibly difficult to have a rational discussion about the ethicalness of something like the Grove, but they also warp the mind of people that get sucked into
Can you hear that?
believing snake oil salesmen like Alex Jones.
Mr. Jones. Are you finally prepared to admit that you have indeed caused these families a substantial amount of pain? Are you prepared to admit that?
I am not prepared to sign on to whatever you and the mainstream media make up about me.
You get Richard McCaslin breaking in, expecting to find George Bush in the middle of a sacrifice, only to discover that the sinister Moloch owl is really hollow and most of the time is just used as a storage device. I've got another video on satanic panic where I talk about how it really hasn't gone anywhere. It's just evolved over time and led to the pizza thing and the 17th letter of the alphabet thing, both of which have inspired violence. I think Bohemian Grove is worthy of scrutiny and protest. I think that powerful men meeting in secret to discuss business and politics goes against everything that a so-called democracy should stand for.
It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club.
By operating in secrecy, Bohemian Grove opens itself up to speculation and conspiracy, but the focus is so skewed. And I think that's the thing that irks me the most, that by painting the Bohemian Grove as something deeply satanic and ritualistic, the work of people like Mary Moore and the Bohemian Grove Action Network gets totally forgotten. Serious conversation about how Bohemian Grove is essentially a playground for rich men to talk shop and behave like animals gets replaced by loudmouth Texans screaming about Moloch.
Look at it right there. You've got death on this black boat bringing a pallet with like a paper mache person, obviously. You know, it's got the feet and the body and the head here under the deal, and then they take it over and they burn it.
Under a black...
For some idol, for some owl god, it really looks like a demon. It's got like horns up there.
It does no good for anyone, except maybe the Bohemian Club, who can brush off all those who question their secrecy as crazy conspiracy theorists.
Because some of us are willing to spill our blood with a sacrifice. You hear me, scum? We're coming for you.
I hope you enjoyed this video. I know that it might be controversial for some who might have clicked on it looking for someone to reinforce Alex Jones's talking points, but I hope that maybe it might have offered you a different look into Bohemian Grove. Either way, let me know what you think in the comments and I will see you in the next video. Bye!
In closing, I'd like to thank my supporters, whoever they may be. Semper Fidelis.
Hassan knows someone who's a service staff at Bohemian Grove. That's fucking wild. I said it again. No, fuck. Why am I doing that? Why am I doing that? It's a V. It's Why is this happening? That's a yeah, it's Canadian. It's Canadian. It's Vancouver accent. It's Canadian to say that. I have no clue what's going on there. All right, let's more. Real Groobers in the chat sound off. How long till JG McCullough starts saying Groob? Yeah.
It began as a cult phenomenon, then it caught on. Now a new game is
Vancouver, yeah.
You will burn forever and ever in eternal torment. You are no more.
The role-playing game Dungeons and Dragons.
Also, can someone... I'm exporting all of my work to chat. Can someone think of a funny Tinder bio for me that will make women want to have sex with me? Can anyone?
Dragons debuted in 1974. It became a hit with many adolescents, but critics claimed it was an invitation to devil worship.
The witchcraft, the demonism, the spells.
And worse.
Verified Twitch partner.
It's
yeah,
not
exactly.
fun and games.
The media set off a satanic panic.
A lot of adults who think it's been connected to a number of suicides and murders.
That
There's no
connection has
Tinder
been
bio
largely
funny
debunked.
enough to do that? Okay, dude. Okay, dude.
It's nothing but a witch hunt.
And the game has generated...
This can be your Tinder. Oh my god, dude. yeah, exactly.
An unexpected legacy.
This was a revolution.
On a summer day in August 1979, the family...
May will say that, and then literally as she says that, she'll like a tweet that I made that was "Who won't me?" So what is it, May? What is it?
Of a missing teenager called a Texas investigator named William Deere with some startling information.
Dallas Egbert.
Gay, more like Bay. Woke Bay, ever heard of him? Yeah, I know Hassan Piker. Let's fuck. That'll do it.
Had disappeared from Michigan State.
Random, like, you know, bisexual cis women know who Hassan Piker is, don't they? 23-year-old bisexual cis women. They know who Hassan is, right? Okay, we're getting somewhere.
State University during the summer session.
James Dallas Egbert III was a 16-year-old sophomore, and his family hired Deere to help find him.
He was a computer nerd, and he had a large amount of hair and carried his little briefcase. I wasn't sure that I was being told exactly what precipitated his
Your sister does. She's 22. Does she happen to be single?
disappearance. So I said, well, I guess the best thing we can do is I'll go to Michigan State University, and I'll find out for myself exactly what was going on.
What he found when he went to Egbert's dorm room was a shelf of neatly stacked books and something else.
There was a cork board with a series of tacks.
In what might look like a random pattern of thumbtacks,
Tinder is not worse than Twitter. That's wrong.
The investigator saw what he thought could be a clue. The shape resembled a building that was part of a network of underground campus steam tunnels, which students told him they sometimes explored.
We set out with maps, and we started going into the tunnels one morning with press everywhere. I entered with the idea that I did not know what I was getting into.
But he had a hunch that it had something to do with a game that was growing in popularity.
This is a quest in a fantasy world of castles and dungeons, monsters and dragons. This world has become real to these people. It's all part of a game called Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons, also known as D&D, was created by the late Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson in the early 1970s. It was born out of their love for military war games, and they devised scenarios.
I didn't know the SNL writer was
with made-up characters that incorporated their interest in history and fantasy.
Any tea-friendly persons awake? Where is a good place to meet trans-identifying people? I must see ID as an anti-patriarchal female. I'm in the Bay Area. That's what I'm gonna do, yeah. The original one was anti-patriarchal male, right?
Fiction. Gygax said it provided an escape.
All of us at times feel a little inadequate in dealing with
that's a command, isn't it? What's the command for that?
world. It would feel
Oh,
much
exclamation
better
point
if
chaser,
we knew
right?
that we were a
That's what
superhero or
That's what happens, by the way, if you join my Discord, because that was a Discord comment. if you make a reply, if you say something that we will make it a command. If you gotta watch out.
Wizard.
The game is played in a group, and the guide, or dungeon master,
You enter a very small room.
talks the players through the fictional, sometimes violent adventures they will go on.
And each has an elaborate scoring sheet for his character, with points for wisdom and strength and the like. A throw of these special dice decide the outcome of battles in an intricate scoring system. Nothing is acted out. The real action is in the mind.
Now you guys are entering the castle.
But some, including Deer, worried that while the action was imaginary, some kids might take it too far.
You're leaving the world of reality into the world of fantasy. It advocated murder, decapitation. And I'm going, this isn't a healthy game.
All right, these Tinder bio suggestions are terrible. Can you guys just like steal a funny one? Like, you don't have to come up with it yourself.
How can it be a healthy game?
You can steal. I don't.
That game, and Deer's hunch that Egbert was playing it in the tunnels, made great fodder for headlines, but it was a dead end, and Deer went back to Texas empty-handed.
It wasn't within a day or two that the phone call came in. And I was told where I could find him, that he was still alive. So we flew out, and I'm trying to remember his exact words, but he couldn't really say a lot. And I left it like that.
Egbert was a complicated teenager whose disappearance was never fully explained and who later committed suicide.
There was speculation he was the victim
I'm in a
of
college
campus.
town. Half the girls are future MILF. It sucks. That would be so terrible. You mentioned it was a college town. Just out of curiosity, do they have like a philosophy PhD program that is open for
Game called Dungeons and Dragons, but after a month-long nationwide search, he was found unharmed.
Deer fed into the growing suspicions about D&D in a book that pointed to the game as a culprit in Egbert's disappearance. But Tim Kask, who helped develop D&D with Gary Gygax, says
Don't
Deer was
believe
just
so. Hate
hyping
to
the
see
story
it.
for personal
Hate to see
gain.
I keep losing. I keep catching
he
L's.
knew that he could hang it on D&D and gather a lot of media frenzy, and he did. Dallas Egbert is a tragic story. Brilliant young man, sent off to university at 15. It had nothing to do with D&D in the steam tunnels.
Still, that attention set off an unexpected chain of events.
Our stock took off, literally. We sold thousands of more copies within 90 days of all that stuff happening, and we were up in print runs. That's when we took off.
Sales nearly quadrupled the year after Egbert disappeared.
I am an American politician, diplomat, lawyer, writer, and public speaker who served as the 67th United States Secretary of State from 2009 to 2013, as a United States Senator from New York from 2001 to 2009, and as First Lady of the United States from 1993 to 2001.
As the cult game was going mainstream, Dungeons and Dragons generated interest in two conflicting groups, people who wanted to buy it and those who wanted to ban it. And televangelists took on a new crusade.
They are kids like yours, like the ones in your neighborhood. Kids who are turning to darkness because society has shut God out.
Conservative fundamentalist Christian group would see a game that involved satanic figures, evil figures, that would be a source of concern.
Dungeons and Dragons has been called the most effective introduction to the occult in the history of man. It is a fantasy role-playing game that teaches demonology, witchcraft.
Gygax, a religious man himself, was put on the defensive. The company hired psychologist Dr. Joyce Brothers to fend off criticism.
There is good and evil in life, and the way Dungeons and Dragons is set up is that good triumphs over evil.
Tim Kask says that in private, he and Gygax couldn't believe the game was being linked to devil worship.
Without sounding disrespectful at all, we laughed our butts off most of the time. Because it's like, are you kidding me? You really think we're teaching your children demonology?
But the controversy grew after the news media reported that a string of teen murders and suicides had one thing in common. The killers or victims were D&D players.
Mary Towie was killed by two friends, Ron Adcox and Darren Molitor. The crucial point is, can a game create psychosis, or is someone like Darren Molitor an accident waiting to happen, with or without the game?
If you found 12 kids in murder-suicide with one connecting factor in each of them, wouldn't you question it? And that's all people would do.
I would certainly do it in a scientific manner, and this is as unscientific as you can get. It's nothing but a witch hunt.
But many grieving parents believed there was a connection. Pat Pulling's teenage son committed suicide, and she spoke publicly, claiming that his game playing contributed to his death.
These children not only begin to have violent dreams or violent thoughts or negative, depressing type things, they become very much a part of this character.
Young people commit suicide for a whole variety of reasons. In my research, I saw nothing that led anyone towards depression or suicide.
Northwestern University professor of sociology, Gary Allen Fine, wrote a book called Shared Fantasy and studied the D&D subculture.
They were the kind of kids and young people who didn't go to dances or date on the weekends. It was part of a nerd culture, I guess you would say.
I can still throw death spells, huh, Steve?
The D&D culture intrigued filmmakers and fiction writers. Rona Jaffe's book, Mazes and Monsters, was loosely based on what people thought had happened to Dallas Egbert. It was made into a movie starring a young Tom Hanks.
Let the journey begin.
But which way do we go?
They went down the storm tunnels and got to play D&D in the tunnels. We had to sit around a table. Like how awesome would it have been if it turned out that D&D was like what they did?
Cory Doctorow is a writer and activist who early on was profiled as an avid D&D player in this story from 1985.
The moral panic was mostly laughable. The idea that there were people who were fundamentalist Christians for whom Dungeons and Dragons represented some kind of existential threat to my soul was silly. You could go around and have really satisfying arguments with profoundly ignorant grown-ups.
Over time, the Dungeons and Dragons controversy lost steam. And today, the common thread between D&D players is less likely to include any reported links to violence, and more likely to involve Emmy Awards and literary prizes. Stephen Colbert and writers Ta-Nehisi Coates
Damn, maybe D&D sucks.
and Junot Diaz are among the millions of smart, bookish kids who played D&D and shrugged off any sense of panic.
People were bananas. My mom moral panicked. She was way more worried about us getting shanked, or getting caught up in some nonsense.
It was a lot of fun. It also provided them a variety of other skills, leadership skills, negotiation skills.
We helped each other without even knowing it, man. I learned an enormous amount about what it meant to be courageous and what it meant to be passionate and the kind of hard moral choices that one needs to make in real life in this kind of fake, sort of imagined plane of action.
And for Diaz, as a young immigrant from the Dominican Republic, the game had special meaning.
This was a revolution.
So this is a suggestion for my Tinder bio. Bread tuber, poly, gay, leftist, nerd, Twitter micro-celebrity, Twitch streamer, no Sasan Piker, feminist, abolitionist, sympathetic to Ted Kaczynski. That's one of the worst. I need to change everything fundamentally about myself after reading that. Because I'm like, just every element of my soul I need to alter so that I can't be like, that's not true. No, those aren't, that's not correct.
Shit. Being a bunch of kids of color in a society that tells us that we are nothing, being permitted under our own power to be heroic, to have agency, to do the hero stuff, to take and be on adventures. There was nothing like it for us. It was very, 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 very impactful.
While some parents used to worry about what kids were playing, now they're more likely to be worried about how they're playing.
Cell phones and social media have revolutionized the way we live, but how has plugging in changed the way your kids are growing up?
Through the 20th century, you have this tension between free play and controlled media. I mean, that we were concerned about what sitting in darkened movie theaters would do to our children. Just wait 30 years and they will be worried about what their children are doing. And it will no doubt be something different than sexting and bullying as we know it today. This is not a new phenomenon.
How about White Claw enthusiast? That's the best Tinder bio that has been suggested yet. In all of the suggestions, it's so far that's number one.
It just changes.
That's off. I'm telling you where the bar is. I'm telling you where the bar is.
With each new technology.
The American Academy of Pediatrics says that in this media-saturated age, it's important for kids to use their imaginations in free play. And in a twist, the role-playing games that set off a moral panic in the past may look more like a solution than a problem to today's parents.
How about I Am Groob? That would be great.
It's a great thing to dream yourself in other places, and it helps understand who you are. It's just nice to spend a lot of time.
What about Tim and Le Tadurat? That's a great one. That's a great.
I'm thinking, imagining.
That's honestly, that is hilarious. Yeah.
In a group, collaborating. Imagination is a good thing, man. Very powerful.
Oh, is he on that fucking celebrity dating app? How do I get on there? What is that thing called? Raya. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I have enough clout to get on there, don't you think? Definitely. It costs money? Jesus Christ. You have to sacrifice a child to Moloch to get on there? You need to get invited? That's... Yeah, yeah, Hassan, give me the invite, yeah. That's such a strange... Oh, Felix couldn't even get on. Oh, okay, yeah, then I'm definitely not. No, if the Chapo clout couldn't let him get on.
Thanks to CuriosityStream for supporting
I mentioned Ted Kaczynski a little bit.
PBS Digital Studios. About 2.5 million years ago, in the Middle Awash Valley of Ethiopia, one of our ancient human ancestors, or maybe a group of them, crouched over a carcass of an antelope on the shore of a lake. One of these hominins took a sharp stone flake and sliced into the...
Also, if you have money, especially if you're rich and you just like, you know, have a bunch of money to spend, you should give me some money. I think that would be a cool idea. Just putting that out there.
Flesh on the inside of the jaw, grazing the bone and leaving 3 cut marks. These ancestors...
No, thank you. I'm assuming that guy looking in your window with a profile picture of Nick Mullen is not a millionaire. But maybe, honestly, that's wrong, actually. I think that the premium, the median income for Cumtown is probably like $600,000 a
were
year.
after the meaty tongue of the animal, and in trying to remove it, they left traces of this remarkable moment.
Do not come.
Juice for cheeses.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you.
The use of a tool by a human ancestor. They also left behind the technology itself in the form of a few scattered stone tools. This site, now known as Bori, is one of the earliest confirmed locations where a human ancestor or relative...
Podcaster, Brad Super, Twitter micro celebrity, Twitch streamer, communist sympathetic to Kaczynski. Oh, wait, hold on.
Permanently modified some part
That's
of the
where I draw the
environment
line,
around them
right?
to suit
That
their
last
needs,
one.
chipping raw stone into a tool. In the broadest sense, this is what technology is, making tools and using them to interact with the world around
Alright,
you.
never mind. Never mind. Don't suggest me Tinder bios. Stop suggesting me Tinder bios. Stop, dude. No more.
These simple stone flakes and the cores of rock they were struck from are what anthropologists call Oldowan tools, named for the Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania.
I have decided that none of my chat gets pussy.
Where they were found. And while these tools don't seem like much when you're comparing them to the screen you're watching right now, their creation represents a pivotal moment in the origin of technology and in the evolution of our lineage. This is when our ancestors first started to make the world around them fit their needs. But what they didn't know at the time was that this use of technology would change them too. Because the fact is, the use of tools has not only enabled our lineage to take over the world, it has also shaped our very biology, from our brains to our skeletons. Of course, hominins didn't invent the use of tools. The first of our ancestors to make and use technologies like the Oldowan tools were just expanding on the behavior of our primate ancestors and cousins. Chimpanzees, our closest living relatives, and capuchin monkeys, a much more distant branch on our family tree, make and use tools to get at choice foods like termites and nuts. But hominins, the branch of our family tree that's more closely related to us than to chimps and bonobos, took things a step further. They created permanent tools out of carefully chosen materials that were then sometimes carried around and reused. And the Oldowan instruments weren't the first tools that hominins ever made. In 2011, anthropologists working in West Turkana, Kenya, found evidence of a different type of stone tool that predates the Oldowan by around 700,000 years. These tools are even simpler than Oldowan choppers and flakes. They're called Lomekwian tools, after the site of Lomekwi where they were found, and they're dated to 3.3 million years ago. They also seem to have been made in a different way.
I am an awesome sauce person to be around. I love doing poggers things with other people. Looking for an ultra epic Keck W user to match my lol W energy. Can be weird, champ, sometimes, but it's all a part of the poggy fun.
Oldowan tools were made by hominins holding rocks in both hands and striking them together. But Lomekwian tools seem to have been made by holding only one rock and striking it against another that was sitting.
That's like that fucking video. The guy in the strip club with the Hassan t-shirt on
a flat
which I don't think I can play that video because there's some ass in it.
Base or against the flat base itself to break it and create a sharp edge. And it seems likely that the tool makers of Lomekwi were doing this for the same reasons that hominins at Bori were, to try to get hidden foods like bone marrow or the insides of hard-shelled nuts. But we don't know for sure because unlike at Bori, the Lomekwi hominins didn't leave behind butchered bones. Still, in both cases, these tools allowed our early ancestors to get at more nutritious foods more often, and this might have kickstarted a feedback loop that affected our bodies forever, starting with our brains. We don't know for sure who the tool makers at Lomekwi and Bori were, but they were most likely Australopithecines, members of that early and diverse group of hominins found mostly in eastern and southern Africa. And
oh, he played it? Oh, okay, then I'll play it, sure.
Members of this genus typically had smaller brains and smaller bodies than hominins that followed them.
Yeah, it's a...
The early members of our genus Homo, who appeared on the scene in eastern Africa around 2.4 million years ago. These early members of our genus probably used Oldowan tools too, like the hominins at Bori, and the ancestors that used these tools seem to do pretty well for themselves. For example, the earliest known site with clear evidence of long-term and consistent meat eating is an Oldowan site called Kangera South in Kenya, dated to about 2 million years ago. Over a period of hundreds to thousands of years, the hominins there acquired and butchered many small ungulates like gazelles and occasionally larger antelope. And all that meat and marrow
No, I haven't seen that, Tubman, man, and I don't intend on seeing it ever in my life.
High in calories compared to things like fruit and tubers. So regular access to all those calories might have paved the way for our large brains and in turn further technological innovation. Now, the next phase in the history of our tool use is where things get even more interesting and more complicated, because this is where we start to find tools outside of Africa but we're not sure who made them. The traditional story from this point in the anthropological record is that a little less than 2 million years ago, we see both a new hominin and a new, more complicated type of tool emerge. This is when Homo erectus makes its first appearance in Africa about 1.9 million years ago. And this species had a larger brain, larger body, and smaller teeth compared to earlier hominins, all hallmarks of a higher quality diet. Brains are especially expensive when it comes to how many calories they require to develop and to maintain, and so are larger, more...
What's this?
Hi, this is Gilbert.
God damn it.
Hi, this is Gilbert Gottfried. And hey, Jeffrey Epstein. I heard what you did, and that isn't very poggers.
muscular bodies. So it was thought that this might explain why a new, more sophisticated toolkit started to appear regularly around 1.7 million years ago. These were large cutting tools, including things like hand axes, which are made by flaking hand-sized rocks to a point on both sides with a rounded end for gripping. These newer, more complex...
It's funny because it's true. That is true. Yeah.
Instruments became known as the Acheulean toolkit. And until very recently, those tools were thought to have been first made by African members of Homo erectus, and this development was seen as the next pivotal step in our ancestors' use of tools. But new finds from China might make this story much more complicated. In 2018, researchers published their discovery of Acheulean tools from the site of Shangqin, which were dated to 2.1 million years old. That date pushes back the appearance of Acheulean technology by some 400,000 years. And it's also 300,000 years before the time when the earliest hominins were thought to have made it out of Africa. The earliest known fossils of human ancestors that we've found outside of Africa belong to a population of Homo erectus, found at a site called Damani Sea in the Republic of Georgia, dated to 1.8 million years ago. But who made the tools found in China is still unknown. The general consensus is that it was probably Homo erectus, because fossils of Homo erectus have been found at another site in China that are 1.7 million years old.
Yeah, the name
so
is
we
Homo
know they
erectus.
made it there at some point. But other researchers have suggested that maybe it was an earlier member of the genus Homo that made the tools, like maybe Homo habilis.
You know, I'm old enough to remember back to simpler, more innocent times when the worst thing you'd hear about the news was hijacked jetliners flying into buildings.
Oh, now, Gilbert, you're going to get into trouble again.
Oh, wait, hold on.
It'll take more research to figure out what exactly is going on here, but that's part of what makes paleoanthropology so interesting. New discoveries are made all the time. And all of these technological innovations, from the very simplest to the more complex stone tools, were major breakthroughs for our lineage. For our Australopithecine ancestors, the use of tools meant that they could incorporate more animal resources, like meat and bone marrow, into their diets, consuming more calories than they'd been able to before. And more calories meant more available energy, allowing those early hominins to develop and maintain larger brains and bodies over time, leading to taxa like Homo erectus. And the very circuitry of our brains might have also started to change when we began making and using tools. In 2008, researchers at a medical school in Indiana used PET scans to study the brains of modern experts.
That should be my Tinder bio, is this?
You know, I'm old enough to remember back to simpler, more innocent times when the worst thing you'd hear about the news was hijacked jetliners flying into buildings.
Oh, now.
That's a great Tinder bio. That's hilarious.
Gilbert, you're going to get into trouble again.
That's
I
very
spoke
funny.
to Johnny.
Oh,
He loved it.
Is all right?
Yes. He goes, oh, that's a funny joke.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Stone tool makers while they made Oldowan
That's
and
the bio,
Acheulean
thanks.
tools. And the scans showed that tool making activated parts of the brain associated with
What is this science? Good, Fritz, thank you. It's PBS Eon's hours, which is
visual motor coordination and planning. Demands in those parts of the brain also grew as the tool making became more complex. So the researchers concluded that these neural signatures of tool making may suggest that our brains and our technological capabilities may have co-evolved. And of course, the act of tool making may have also had an effect on what we use to make them, our hands.
Oh, I was, say you're a millennial and Zoom without saying it. I was 3 years old when it happened, but I think it's still a funny bio.
2018, a team of anthropologists conducted an experiment to learn more about how the biomechanical stresses of toolmaking might have shaped our anatomy. Their study subjects wore special gloves with sensors in them, and then did things like nut cracking, breaking bones for marrow, and making stone tools to see how much stress these things placed on each of their fingers. And the research showed that the two activities that created the most stress were breaking bones for marrow and making stone flakes using hammer stones. So these two activities might have been particularly important in driving the evolution of our hands, because using tools in these ways would have exerted powerful selective pressures on things like increased stability and better gripping ability, and maybe even having bigger, stronger thumbs. From the size of our bodies to the wiring of our brains and the capability of our hands, we owe some incredibly important aspects of our modern anatomy to stone tools. But of course, they were only the beginning of our capacity for technology. Their legacy continues to this day, and the reason you can watch me talk to you right now is because of our always evolving ability to create new things to help us interact with the world around us. Thank you to CuriosityStream for supporting PB.
We need to go back. We need to return to before all this.
Imagine you're an interstellar traveler. What sorts of alien life might you find out there in the universe? It's interesting to speculate on how life might evolve in the depths of a planet covered by oceans, or the skies of a world with an atmosphere teeming with floating life. Perhaps one day humanity will be able to set out into the universe and document these unfamiliar worlds firsthand. This concept is explored in great scientific detail in The Teeming Universe, an interstellar field guide by speculative author and artist Christian Klein. The book, which I have a link to down below, explores how alien life might evolve on various types of planets much different from our own. So for this entry into the archive, we'll be joining a scientific vessel on a journey into the beyond, and we'll explore just some of the worlds that Klein covers in his field guide. Several million light years from Earth, the first fictional planet we're touching down on doesn't look like much. This is planet Menir, a world of ice and rock with a diminished atmosphere and high levels of ultraviolet radiation. Stepping out onto the surface, it seems like there isn't any life here, but that's because to find life on Menir, you have to look under a microscope. That's right, the first alien life we found is a kind of bacteria. It might seem disappointing, and there will be much larger aliens to come later in the century, but even discovering microscopic life on an exoplanet
It's probably quiet.
Would be a huge moment in science. And just because these life forms look like Earth microorganisms to the untrained eye, it doesn't mean they're the same. Called minerophiles by the artist, he imagines their unique purplish pink color helps them reflect excess radiation. And because they contain hydrogen peroxide within various organelles instead of water, they don't freeze. While such a mixture would be deadly to Earth bacteria, minerophiles are protected from the harsh effects by silicon in their molecular structure. So while the life on the desolate Menir may be tiny, it's exceptionally resilient. But the time has come to leave this exoplanet and head to a world where life gets a little bigger. At first glance, our next planet, Eteria, appears far more Earth-like. With a protective atmosphere and liquid oceans, Eteria offers a much better opportunity to find complex alien life. And touching down on the surface, it's a beautiful foggy day. Out of the mist rise grand plant-like structures, and the air is filled with the buzzing of animals. Yet we'll find Eteria is much different from Earth in one critical way: its seasons. On Earth, seasonal change happens gradually due to Earth's axial tilt, with most animals having numerous strategies to adapt to the predictable changes. But due to a past asteroid impact, Eteria has a wild...
Oh, there it is. It's pouring, folks. Can you hear that at all? Oh yeah, it's... Hold on, let me... Yeah. Is that too loud? Oh yeah, it's going. Oh yeah, it's fucking going, dude. Oh jeez. Is that too loud?
Elliptical orbit, meaning it moves close to the sun for some of its orbit and far out into the cold of space for the rest. This means the seasons on Eteria are truly extreme, and life on this planet has had to get creative. Beginning with plants, we might spot strungs, which possess a bright red tint to get the most out of the sun's slightly dimmer light.
This
During
is as
winters
loud as it
when the
goes.
environment cools,
This is Max.
Strung's partially hollow bark retains insulating air, allowing for extra heat protection. But other organisms, like the fisher crane, the first animal we've encountered on our voyage, have a different strategy to survive the seasonal changes. They might look somewhat like insects, but fisher cranes are far larger, with a wingspan of 4 feet or 1.2 meters. And to outsmart the cold, these creatures simply die after laying eggs, which a new generation emerges from when the temperatures rise again to start the cycle anew. Another insect-like creature, the tripper hog, has the more familiar strategy of hibernating during the long winter, with their thick shells camouflaging them and protecting them from harm. Another clever solution. Eteria is a fascinating and extreme world, but we must look to the horizon once again and see how much more incredible alien life can get. The next stop on our journey is the massive fictional planet called Torea. The brilliant blue of this planet comes from the fact that 99% of its surface is comprised of an incredible planet-wide ocean. And life in our own oceans can already be so alien.
Aren't oceans... it's too loud. Aren't oceans planet-wide? If you think about it.
And you can imagine what's under the waves of these endless waters. The region closest to the surface is called the pelagic zone.
Actually, this is fine.
Entire ecosystems.
How is the rain? Wait, I want to... Hold on. Okay, that's... Okay.
It's founded on towering colonies of kelp-like plants. Nicknamed heaven kelp, these plants can grow up to an astonishing 750 feet or 228 meters in length, almost like underwater trees. Among the leaves, aquatic life such as the fish-like pelagonarians seek shelter and food. Some fish on Earth live in undersea forests of kelp or seaweed for similar reasons. Pelagonarians, or pelags for short, are a highly diverse group that have evolved to fill all manner of underwater niches. The incredible diversity of the pelags makes the oceans of Torea a teeming aquatic wilderness, much like the richest areas of Earth's oceans. The artist imagines that one species of pelags, the gallant gulls, can even leave the water altogether, as they've evolved powered flight. Due to their aquatic ancestry, however, they still need to occasionally dive back underwater to breathe. But the pelags aren't the only life forms that lurk below the waves. Further down, in the twilight of the bathopelagic zone, you can find various translucent or bioluminescent species, feeding on floating pieces of organic matter or on each other. And it's here where the largest organisms in the ocean dwell, the Anum, the most gigantic creatures we've encountered on our journey so far. They're able to reach a staggering 250 feet, or 72 meters in length, due to the vastness of the planet's oceans, which the Anum navigate on an enormous transparent sail. Curiously, the Anum are comprised of vast colonies of jellyfish-like invertebrates, which work together as a single giant life form. And at the bottom of this planet-wide ocean, you can find the abyssopelagic zone, where ghostly, pale gray species swim through the dark. In the absence of sunlight, many life forms in the abyss survive off a chemical soup supplied by hydrothermal vents, an extreme form of survival that also occurs in our own...
The rain says to donate, yes, and to give me money. It does.
Oceans, proving life can take hold almost anywhere. And the next imaginary planet on our interstellar journey is no exception. At 64% of Earth's mass, Eulene is the smallest planet we've visited yet. Its gravity is therefore so low it's on the very edge of the minimum for planetary habitability, which has had a fascinating effect on the planet's native life. Much of Eulene's surface is locked in permanent ice caps, as the low gravity has resulted in a thin atmosphere that retains little heat, while some forms of life venture
M-Shade, let's go.
Into these frozen wastes. Most of the planet's organisms live on the warmer equatorial tundra. Here, for the first time in our interstellar voyage, we can spot trees which are quite similar to those on Earth. Similar doesn't mean the same, however, and upon closer inspection of their leaves, you can spot some key differences. Due to a higher presence of blue visible light on Yulin...
Can I tell you who? I don't know. Surely there's a way for me to find that out, but I don't. Who has the most channel points?
Leaves have evolved to use not chlorophyll, but the yellow pigment xanthophyll for photosynthesis.
I don't
And
know.
above
I would
the
like
yellow
to know.
foliage, you can spot the magnificent clery, flying animals similar to birds or pterosaurs. These low-gravity flyers have wingspans of nearly 40 feet or 12 meters, which they use to soar on mountain thermals that help them achieve liftoff despite the thin atmosphere. After mating, clery build nests in the branches of Yulin's trees, raising their young in pairs like many species of birds. And their newborn babies are called cleriots, which is one of my favorite details. Clery typically feed on animals like the cobbleback trait, an aquatic creature that gets its name from a pattern of stone-colored markings that help camouflage it from predators gliding overhead. To lay their eggs, the cobbleback trait, like many freshwater earthfish, must make a trying voyage upstream to the frigid regions where predators are scarce. One creature that doesn't have to worry about predators, however, is the armored sisobi, low-gravity grazers that can grow up to 20 feet or 6 meters in length. From the edge of the tundra to the continental deserts, you can find these shaggy giants, which move in great herds not unlike earth bison. And as the sun sets on Yulin, many plants let off a brilliant glow to attract pollinating species. It's a dazzling display, but the time has come to continue our expedition. And the next imagined world is perhaps the most extreme so far. Borworld is a planet that closely orbits a red dwarf star, only 20% the size of our sun and far cooler. Borworld is also tidally locked, with one side of the planet perpetually facing the sun in an endless day, and the other trapped in an endless night. Yet despite the harshness of Borworld, there is life upon this rock. In the less extreme twilight region between the dark and light sections of the planet, you can find the Borworld stars. The largest animals on this planet's surface, these creatures can grow up to 30 feet or 9 meters long.
That was real rain,
Since the
yes.
gravity on this planet is almost 3 times that of Earth, these stars creep slowly across the ground, almost like giant terrestrial starfish. The real challenge for these stars, however, is food and water. Unable to hunt due to their top speed being 1 mile or 1.6 kilometers per hour, Borworld stars simply crawl over anything edible and crush it under their body. And when they find water, these unusual creatures can drink hundreds of gallons at a time. Borworld stars aren't alone on this rock, however. There are also plants, just not plants as we know them. These are the Valayan azure, which look like jagged, tall stones, but are actually cone-shaped photosynthetic lifeforms most analogous to Earth trees. Their design helps protect them from the planet's brutal winds, which are the result of the extreme temperature gradients produced by the planet's tidal lock. Our final Borworld organism, however, can take advantage of these perpetual winds to achieve liftoff. You might not expect flying creatures on a world with such crushing gravity, but Borworld kites are scavengers that let these currents carry them to their next meal. Unique? Certainly, but even more fantastical lifeforms might be waiting on the final stop of our journey. The last fictional planet we'll be visiting is also the largest of them all. A world somewhere between a terrestrial planet and a gas giant, Herkelion has a thick atmosphere divided into layered ecosystems, almost like an aerial ocean. And it is in this atmosphere where we'll find some of the most awe-inspiring life in all the cosmos. In the stratosphere, balloon-like animals float on sacks of internal hydrogen, steering themselves through the air on specialized fins. Many of these animals feed on green clouds of aerial foliage, groups of small floating plants held aloft by the wind which contribute to the high oxygen levels in Herkelion's atmosphere. And feeding on the herbivores are speldos, airborne predators which, despite being twice as long as a school bus, are quite agile. Speldos lack jaws, but their gaping mouths are filled with teeth, so to hunt they simply ram into their prey. But the speldos aren't the true titans of these skies. Oons are the largest animal we've found on our expedition, at over 3 times the size of a blue whale. Indeed, oons are more than just singular lifeforms, and incorporate dozens of symbiotic species into their bodies. Oon mites are among the most important, as they act like the colony's guardians. While normally docile, they become fierce protectors when the oon they call home is threatened. Sometimes, however, Anun passes away and falls through the atmosphere to Herkelion's surface, in a striking event known as Anun Fall. Below the calmer upper atmosphere, the surface of Herkelion is a volcanic, stormy wasteland, and one of the most extreme regions glimpsed so far. Yet even here there is life, like the tiny Pragler worms, which you can spot illuminating the dark with their bioluminescent displays. These humble organisms prove once and for all that life can take advantage of even the most extreme scenarios. Although our journey through the cosmos is over for now, Christian Klein's book The Teeming Universe contains many more incredible speculative worlds and alien creatures, and I encourage you to check out the link to it below. I've also included a link in the description to Astro Vitae,
Is that Fussy?
Relatively new speculative biology magazine that you can read online for free. The Teeming Universe was recently featured there, and they've got a lot of other cool stuff too.
I guess it would be Shissy.
So I wanted to spread the word to fans of the genre. And as always, thanks for watching.
Alright. I'm pretty much done, but I wanna show you all. We watched that TikTok with the person who was like making a new account and liking transphobic content and seeing how long. I've done that, but for just like terrible sexual content on TikTok, just to see how bad it gets. And just like I want to give you an example of one of the things I got.
I'm so happy!
just the worst shit ever. This one was crazy. Where's some other ones? Did I upload any other ones? Oh, can I even show that one? I don't know if I can show that one. No, I'll keep it safe. I'll keep it on the... I don't think I can show these. No, there's some ones that are even worse, but I don't think I can show them on. Hassan sees all these, absolutely. This one is cool, but this isn't
Is
on
it
the
just
same.
us, or
If he looks, I don't know if he sees all my tweets, because he's big, but this is hilarious. This isn't a weird one.
is it just us, or does that dog look really cool? Whoa! Look at that dog! So big! What the?
I love
That's so cool! Whoa!
This is Vancouver excellence. These guys are from Vancouver. It is a black bear. That, yes, for those who are asking, for those in the chat, those are the Da Vinci. This is cool. This should be a fucking GIF sub noise.
9/11. 9/11. 9/11.
You thought I was Australian? Why? Oh, I don't want to leak. I make fun of people. I don't want to. You never know. Maybe I'm making fun of you behind my private Twitter account, and you wouldn't even know. So when you see a quote tweet.
Why so serious?
Oh my god. The fuck am I even supposed to say about this?
Was that to the Mac Miller album? What was the original? That's funny.
Try to hold this together.
That's really funny. What else can I show you from this terrible?
I'm a Christian, a patriotic American, and a free market shrink the government conservative. Gay. Who also happens to be gay.
That was funny. No, it was the Joker beatbox? Okay. I can't show that one. This one, I can show this one. That's a... Julian commented about how I'm going insane just solely based on the things I'm posting on my private TikTok or Twitter.
I genuinely, am the same off stream, except, you know, streaming is stimulating. Does that make sense?
Yes. That makes perfect fucking sense. Nothing but hits from XQC. That is literally unironically true. Any truers in chat? This is another funny one I saw.
I have an idea. Let Greece take Istanbul. Thus all Istanbul residents become Greek citizens. Population of Istanbul is bigger than the population of Greece. So, create a Turkish political party in Greece. All Istanbul residents will vote for it. Turkish party easily wins election. Give Greece to Turkey for free. Profit.
No one shows this on. He's gonna... He'll rally the Turks. It'll happen. What's some other stuff? Oh, this is a funny one. This is a good TikTok.
Girls have milk in their boobs. They're walking around with milk in their bouncy soft boobies. They won't let you have any truly a clown world.
That's probably, when I think about it, why I was recommended that like right wing. It's probably liking that TikTok. That was probably what did it.
I should really piss my pants first. These pants aren't gonna
No, is he actually gonna piss his pants? No, I don't want to watch that on stream. That's the line I draw. That's the line. You've seen it. You've seen the line. What else? No, I can't play that. I'll get banned. I bought this book, Nietzsche the Aristocratic Rebel, and I'm going through it. We were talking about this at some point. I mean this is pretty much all I have to say about it. It's good. It's a good. That should be my Tinder bio. Goddamn, she thick as fuck. Oh, this is another good one. I'm just like, I don't want to not go live, even though I told myself I'm going
what a
to.
Mercury retrograde Gatorade is, but if it's an excuse for me to be batshit insane, I'll take it.
I'm double jointed? I don't think so. Why would you say that? Oh, fuck. No, I think we're pretty much done. Oh, this is funny. We can make fun of this guy. This is a guy who keeps coming up on my For You page. He's a member of the Communist Party of Canada. The most cucked communist party of any country ever.
Communism is a foreign ideology, and all communists are bent on destroying Western civilization. Communism is a Eurocentric ideology that's too white and not intersectional.
He's just really soy, is what I'm... Yeah. Woman was God's second mistake. Nietzsche. Why don't you be my second mistake? That's good.
The reason he stopped performing at universities permanently is he said they've just become too politically correct.
Yeah, colleges are too politically correct nowadays. They wouldn't even let his girlfriend in. Said she's not old enough. Newsflash, she's mature for her age.
The reason he stopped performing...
Yeah, he dated a 17-year-old when he was 38. Seinfeld. You live, audience. Alright, I think we're done. I have nothing else to say. I just don't want to go to bed. That's why I'm not ending yet. Who's live? Who should I raid?
All cops are bad cops.
Hey, really chill guy. Follow really chill guy if you don't. Jordan Ewell. Friend of the stream. Goodbye. Who's streaming? Oh. The Goat and the Goblin. Which is... I'll read them. One last thing. Oh my fucking god, dude. I hate all of you. I hate every single one of you.